Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here today as we bring you two potentially upsetting games. These could be the upsets that we're looking for, and also two teams on the verge of clinching playoffs. This is going to be a big one, Wolf. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, we have KT and D+, who've kind of been neck and neck with each other for so long this season, looking to actually join the ranks of Hanwha Life, T1, and Gen G, the three teams that have already qualified for playoffs. That sixth and final spot will not be decided today. Still going to be some time. Looking likely that Kwangdong will take that one, but only time will tell. And if we take a look at the standings, you can see where everyone sits, because we do have some tiers, right? I feel like right now, it's a test between two of our bottom teams here against an intermediate level of difficulty here in D+ and KT. It's not unwinnable, but it's not the hardest opponent you could ever take down. It feels upsettable. It feels like with the losses we've seen, unusual losses from D+ and KT, it's definitely possible. I mean, D+ almost lost that first game to Nongshim just a few days ago. Anything is possible still at the end of this second round robin.
And also, I'm seeing that +3 here for KT, which in order to reach equilibrium, they're going to need to suffer a loss. And I think Nongshim, this is the closer of the two series by a decent margin. You might be looking at DK versus Fox as being closer together in the standings. I don't think that represents exactly how difficult this is going to be, as we're going to have a look at the losing streak. Of course, the last victory that KT had was against Nongshim, as they then headed towards the loss streak against teams arguably better than them, ahead of them in the standings. And now their run throughout the rest of round two is looking a bit easier. We'll see whether KT can find some momentum.
Yeah, that is going to be the real question here, is they had a tougher start, and the finish, in this particular bracketed area is the eastern side. So they should be able to rack up some wins here, and will likely pull ahead of D+ Kia based on D+ Kia's remaining schedule, which is much tougher. And then Nongshim, they're in a loss streak slump. Can they keep their playoff chances alive? That is the question, because they had a pretty breakout game against D+. That first game in the series, they were actually ahead on gold, like 4,000 gold ahead at 30 minutes, but couldn't close it out. I think kind of a demoralizing loss. Let's see if they can bounce back tonight.
Yeah, well, I really think that they should have won in their previous series, at least in game number one, but I imagine that if you watched the series, you probably understood that that was my emotion. Goshik versus Sylvie, this is going to be an interesting one. Of course, both of these players favoring the more aggressive junglers, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether it is going to be like a Lee Sin versus Viego type matchup, or whether we're going to see a little bit more of the Xin Zhao that I know we could see there, that Pyoshik has been playing a lot of. But with Sponge's most recent success, I think that champion might be rising up the priority list.
No doubt. I think Sponge definitely looks very comfortable on the pick, and that might be a Sponge specific, but I think, like him, Pyoshik really enjoys to play the champion, so definitely could be one that we see coming into this match today. BDD, of course, still unable to play Azir.
Yeah,
so slight nerf to KT. This is one of his best and most successful champions. And it will be, as you can see here, Fiesta starting once again for Nongshim. I think that's going to be the mainstay here for the rest of round two. He's just outperforming right now. Calmy, who's, had a decent start to the season, had a decent summer last year, but just couldn't get it done this time around. And in the bottom lane, this matchup actually on paper seems kind of hype, because you look at Deft as one of this consistent players who has such a legacy as a world's champion, versus one of our star up-and-coming, rising, massive champion pool rookies in Jiwoo. But what's more interesting than these stats will show you is I feel like Deft hasn't been himself the last few games. I feel like he's been a little bit rocky. There may be an opportunity here in the bottom lane for Jiwoo and Peter to actually find some weaknesses here with Deft and Barrel, get ahead in the bottom side of the map, and play around that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that earlier in the week, Deft and Barrel did show a bit of a turnaround in comparison to what was a pretty disappointing previous couple of weeks. And I love that you bring up the champion pool thing, because we do know Jiwoo as being this guy that loves playing Neela and all this sort of stuff, and he has played 10 unique champions. Deft has played like 16 unique champions or something like that on the bottom side of the map. It's actually kind of ridiculous, just having a look at all of the picks that he has gone through. Not really delving into like awesome dude territory or anything like that. You don't really see too much zigs and whatnot, thank goodness. If you are a Deft fan, you know the pain that pick has brought us. But almost every single AD carry he has played in the bottom lane.
played the Jinx, he's played Ashe, he's played Sivir,
Yep.
Xayah. He's given every single one of them a try. And his most successful has been the Senna, of course, 5-0, where they were able to upset Gen G with 2 of those 5. So definitely a pick I think we're going to be looking towards getting banned on the side of Nongshim if they're red. And you don't want to give that pick over.
Yeah.
And even if Jiwoo thinks he has the answer because he's got a massive champion pool and he might do something weird to get ahead, I just don't think it's worth the risk because Beryl is insane when he has money too.
No, I would agree. I actually think empowering Beryl is a very dangerous prospect, but we've seen the sort of Smolder versus Senna argument move further towards Smolder. It was like Smolder didn't exist in the argument earlier on, and nowadays it is looking like we are getting more and more towards the dragon there. And I think the more we see of it, the more our players get more comfortable on the pick, the more it seems broken, is what I'm sort of getting.
It does feel a lot more inevitable these days, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of teams are avoiding taking fights with Smolder. And every scaling pick, as KT do have blue side here, every scaling pick has a powerful moment on 1 or 2 dragon fights if played correctly. We've seen Zeri skirmish well. Smolder's first ult fight. Can you set up for a massive ult? You can actually win that fight. Teams are really figuring out how to get the value out of Smolder early, and I think that's why he's looking better in these last few days.
Yeah, and I also think that it's drafting around it correctly as well. We've seen so many more of these Karma compositions coming in, but we're getting ahead of ourselves because it may not necessarily be picked. Here we are into the draft. Is Pyoshik already with a bit of a grin on his face, taking away a couple of junglers. I think Sylvie's Poppy does make a lot of sense, and yeah, I'm glad we had that big conversation about Smolder because now it's irrelevant for this particular series, or at least for this game.
I think somewhat relevant that KT are also feeling like this pick is getting more popular. This is the pick they had that success against D+ with, and they're going to take that away. They're going to take away the Xayah here as well. This is leaving up a ton of prio bottom picks. The Senna is banned, but Varus, Kalista, Lucian, all of these picks are still available, so the Zeri stocks are going down. If Nongshim were hoping to red side pick up that Zeri here just because there's so many great picks into it, and still picks like the Orianna available here for BDD, so a lot left open with kind of some strange bans here for KT Rolster.
Yeah, and it's a pick your poison type situation here because the Lucian and the Kalista were both banned away. I think that's why the Xayah ban comes in, right? Because then you can just pick full dive and they're not going to be able to do too much about it when it comes to the bottom lane picks. So this Kalista is going to come forward. The Lucian could be the answer. The Varus could be the answer. These could be some of the ideas that they might have. And the Varus is going to be the consideration here.
Now, the weird thing about this is they left it open with Ashe as well. So they could just Varus Ashe here. And a bit of a puzzling call here from KT to not pick one of the two. Because now, as Nongshim Red Force here, you can grab Varus Ashe. Now, let's see if they want to play Kalista Ashe as a lane themselves.
God,
because they certainly can, and Beryl certainly has. But they're preferring the Nautilus here, so... And this is, I think, Nongshim assuming that they were not going to pick it up themselves, so they grabbed the Vi too. And now they get a Varus Ashe Vi as they set up here. I would be really surprised if Peter is not willing to play the Ashe. Okay, they are going to play that Ashe Kalista.
Yeah.
I think puzzling to me that they left that possible Varus Ashe, and then even more so weird that Nongshim just gave it back away. The Vi is quite strong, and Sylvie does really prefer it, as we talked about earlier in the points of the match, but wacky.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit strange. I think maybe just wanting to make sure that they got the Vi. I think that Vi has been extraordinarily high priority. Giving Sylvie something that he's comfortable on as well seems to be the priority here. As there is the Rel, no ambiguity there. It is going over to Pyoshik, and that is going to be the Nautilus locked in here as Jiwoo and Peter will be playing those two on the bottom side. I think Peter has had some amazing games on the Nautilus and has some questionable games on the Nautilus as well.
He's been up and down on it. In the laning phase against Kalista, the Nautilus isn't going to offer you much unless you are able to get a nice hook all in. But it is going to be great anti-dive. And it's Rel that can come down there and set up dives with the Ashe Kalista lane pushing into the Varus lane. So having the Nautilus can definitely mitigate a lot of that pressure. The Orianna was banned as well, so we're not sure where mid is going to go just yet for these two players. Is Gnar just going to be banned from Perfect. He's been so comfortable on this pick. And it also is kind of indicating that Dunda will, as he often does, is looking to maybe play Cassante here.
Yeah, I'm expecting that. The Ahri is actually a really interesting ban. Kind of does show that they just don't want to give that powerful mid 2v2 over to Nongshim, as of course Ari Vi, one of the quintessential really, really good ones. But it also does make it really obvious that you want to play the Taliyah, that they'd already hovered. So that is going to be the next ban. I think a K'Sante ban would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think that Perfect, especially in their last match, right? Like he was playing the Twisted Fate, the Gwen, like more of these aggressive picks. They are actually going to take away the TF instead.
I like this because it means that you're going to relieve a lot of the pressure bottom lane if you had the Twisted Fate as Nongshim Red Force here. So taking that opportunity for having the strong side for Dundun top away is smart. I think now he'll probably just play K'Sante because it suits their composition. Looks like they're going to grab the Hui here first. And that's quite strong into some of the remaining meta picks left, especially with no Azir on this patch. Now, Corki, I was going to say you could go one or two ways here. You could go Corki and just straight up play it out that way, or you could go like Nico and go all in on this this composition with the Rel.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Renekton time.
And does that mean that K'Sante Renekton is going to be the matchup?
I think so.
Because that could just be what Dundun decides to go with, hovering it already.
Kalista Corki, man, it's an old favorite of Deft. He plays the Kalista. They put the Corki mid. They've got early game power. They've got late game power. They've got Renekton for some early control. And a long hover on this, but I think it's probably your best bet. You do not want to... I mean, the only other pick they could have maybe gone for was Udyr here, but I feel like with how strong Renekton is on this patch, you're gambling really hard if you do put Dundun into that situation. So Hui, range-wise here, is going to have to get a lot done against this Corki because even though you have Vi and you have the Nautilus, Corki is just so easy to play around with his Valkyrie, with Package, and they have insane engage with the Ash Arrow, they have Rel, and I like the Ahri ban too because it's so good with Vi, but it also would have mitigated the Rel engage. Oftentimes, Rel tries to go in, Ahri just charms her and messes up the whole engage, you front to back after you kill the Rel with that charm in that moment. That tool is gone. And the Hui is going to have to really do heavy lifting in terms of poking and matching some of that Corki damage. Otherwise, I think KT have a much more well-rounded draft that's strong in early and extremely strong late. It's all about what Fiesta is going to be able to match in terms of that damage in neutral.
And and also how Nongshim can counteract all of the engage on KT. Because if they can keep them at arm's length, then it should be Nongshim that are able to take control of that neutral unless, you know, Corki gets completely ridiculous, which we have seen in the past. Really interesting drafts from both of these teams, sort of very different win conditions on both sides, and we'll see whether Nongshim can do it once again, find an avenue for victory, and this time actually destroy the enemy Nexus. KT Rotsa, 하나, 둘, 셋!
KT fighting!
Nongshim Red Force, 하나, 둘, 셋!
Nongshim fighting!
Woo! And
we'll take a break.
Yeah, we will. And we're back. Okay. KT moving out onto the Rift here. Seeing what they can see, trying to stop some of these wards from coming down.
Yeah. 5-point start.
Yeah, not a lot of early aggression, Wolf, and it makes me a little bit sad.
I think it's pretty tough to, if you're Nongshim, really commit to anything because you're up against Ash Kalista. So the damage output and the slow means if you are caught in that, it is the end of one of your summoners, at least.
Oh yeah, as Jiwoo, he's going to be spotted here by Beryl, throwing down a frost shot, as Jonah Strong is also going to get a little bit confused. Just wanted to really hone in on that hail of arrows, rain of arrows.
Scary moment there, but he's going to be fine. He was able to walk it off and lose a little bit of health. Fiesta should be able to also avoid anything here from going down.
Oh dear. Oh, I was a little bit worried that they were going to do the full wraparound, as KT don't have full information as to what's going on there.
Scary thing is, too, after Fiesta hit BDD there, they could have actually like flashed on him if they assumed that, you know, the way he was standing, because they were able to know the ability was being fired over, but not worth the risk without enough vision there from KT. And They're just going to go ahead and start off the blue buff of Nongshim, sort of mess up the jungling here early for Sylvie, which I really do like.
Okay, well, that is a little bit of a hook here from Peter, as Deft already down to about 300, but Jiwoo basically doesn't have a health bar left, so I'm not sure about this. Of course, we do know that Ashe Kalista are very powerful. They did come a quite greedy way through, but that's because they just knew they were stronger at this point in the game.
They have control over the blue buff. They know that Sylvie isn't here, and they can freely do this. They also put a little bit of damage onto Jiwoo just moments before in the jungle, so knowing their level 1 is just insanely stronger against Jiwoo, who also ran Comet, so he's not going to be able to trade back any damage here, is really rough. I mean, that forces his back, and they will be able to deny some CS here and then crash this wave in. Pyosik going to go straight into his Raptors here, and there's a world where if this isn't a good reaction from Sylvie, he gets 3 buffed here. He's going straight towards his blue right now, and might just be going for a different early gank here, because otherwise he's not going to end up getting much here, and this is just such a fantastic start for KT.
Yeah. Already you can see Pyosik moving towards his blue buff. His Raptor's already taken, and his red buff will be last on the menu by the looks of things. As KT continue to put on the pressure. As you mentioned, Jiwoo is back in lane, but still level 1, right? Wasn't actually able to be around for the majority of whatever had died while he wasn't here. Of course, it's the first crash, so he should be able to still get himself back into somewhat parity. But this is going to be a lot of pressure and a lot of damage on this turret already.
Yeah.
Already half a plate. It's BDD. Already has to flash here in this mid lane. Thank you, Jonas Strong, for letting us know. And that is 120 health that he is down to, as Sylvie can just hop over this wall. This is so dangerous. And he is going to be spotted. Vault Breaker going to come on through there. Oh no! Just doesn't even find the fast bomb, as Sylvie's able to walk it off, and that's first blood.
Yeah, no fast bomb, not enough damage there, and that's going to be first blood going over to Silver. So what was a disastrous start for him? He was fishing super hard. Like, he's like, oh, I lost my blue buff, I got to do Gromp, and then, okay, they're backing off bot lane. There's no opportunity for me there. I'm going to go push into mid lane, and then Fiesta sets it up really well. And in the early levels of Hui versus Corki, you can put that pressure on as the Hui, because you have a ton of extra damage. You have a lot of range you can utilize here, and BDD just kind of spacing incorrectly, and the wave is in a bad spot. His management isn't here good enough for stopping something like this from happening, and then decides to back here. Kind of gets the idea, because Fiesta tips him off by walking really far forward there. And then he's like, all right, he's no way. And then once he knows here, bomb doesn't connect, and that's just a kill.
Just not quite able to land anything. And I think if a fast bomb auto had have actually landed there or something like that, then Sylvie dies. But not to be the case. So Fiesta with control of the wave. You did see that Fiesta did take the majority of his health bar and damage to the minion wave as he was chasing BDD down the lane. So that meant that he had to back as well.
Yeah.
Did manage to get the assist though. So unfortunately for BDD, it is still going to be the Hui with a bit of extra money in his back pocket. And as you can see already, a little bit of a CS advantage. As Barrel's going to come up, try and help things out here as he does take down this ward as well.
He was able to buy a tier, obviously, on this first back, so that's really huge. If he wasn't able to get that, that would have felt really horrible for BDD. Like, if he was killed just moments earlier, didn't have the money for that, that is kind of doomsday. But at least he's able to get that item online. And in terms of the jungle farm, as you were kind of alluding to, obviously Sylvie got 3 buffed and then now is had to back, and he's up against a Rel, so the clear time here, even though Vi can clear pretty quickly too, is really rough. And now they're going to group on this dragon. They have bottom side prio. Nongshim, not a whole lot they could do here.
I mean, they can move on down. It is so difficult for Peter and Jiwoo to get over, but I think with the power of Sylvie and Fiesta right now, and the fact that BDD is barely a champion at this point in the game, might mean that they can at least deter them from starting off this Cloud Drake, we can see. Level 6, though, has been hit for BDD. Can start throwing these rockets around as perfect. Level 6 this point in time, looking to get past this turret and start something up. Gets a cute little Demolish proc there, which will get him his first plate. And just going to be culling some minions in between the turrets. As Sylvie spotted out once again. And he is, I mean, there's a lot of happy feeding going on for this Vi at this stage of the game. Pyosik has been just hoovering up the entire jungle this whole time, and it really is making Sylvie fall behind.
And even though they stopped the dragon because of the prio you mentioned from Fiesta, they can't do it themselves, and Pyosik is like, well, I'm Rel, I'm going to clear these bubs really fast. And so he just comes up here and is going to break some shields and be annoying, and Sylvie going to come over here, but he's already gotten the first of them, and I just don't think it's a good idea for Sylvie to contest this because Hui was backing, so Not going to be able to do much. So Pioshik gets this, and they should be able to turn this into another attempt on the Dragon bottom side now that BDD is actually a champion with his ultimate available. I'm really excited to see how Perfect plays this Renekton though, Atlas, because it's our first time, and when Perfect was in Challengers, he was playing behind Castle a lot of the time when it was Renekton meta, so we just don't have a ton of information about how comfortable he is on this pick.
No, Sylvie, yeah, in a lot of trouble here as he does have the Aftershock that is now not going to be doing anything. BDD in the Fog of War. Fiesta's moving on over, but Sylvie is just going to be taken down first. That's a kill for BDD. Oh,
yikes.
Disaster for Nongshim, and now Fiesta, he's going to try and get back to the minion wave, and thankfully, that rocket is not going to land. That one does, though, and Pioshik is just going to find the crash down on top of him. Magnus Storm to keep the way in place. He does manage to get a fear, but I don't think he's getting out of the way of this one. That's a cheeky little auto, and even Pioshik going to live through it just fine. 2 kills on the Corki.
Oh, this is rough. I mean, this is, you cannot have this happen to you, but unfortunately the pressure point is the jungle here. That's Perfect.
Yeah, Dundun looking for it. Dominus is going to be popped here, and Dundun says, all right, I'll take that. And Perfect gonna have to get out of here. See whether he is just going to go back to base, grab an item or two, and then wander back to lane, because he did manage to deal with the wave.
So Sylvie here, you know, he's completely out of his depth, right? Pioshik is crushing him, taking all of his camps away. They don't have the ability to bring the Cassante over, and the reaction from Fiesta is so late. BDD is sitting on him here, and then he just gets burned down, misses the flash. And then Fiesta plays this about as well as he could, to be honest. He actually avoids this rocket, is able to get the slow, gets the fear off here on the Pioshik as well to try to buy an additional amount of time after this Magnet Storm. Or sorry, fear off onto BDD, dodges that rocket, speeds himself up, and almost gets out of dodge there, but that last auto will come through from BDD and take him out. He does not flash, has his flash still available, but played it really well, delayed a little bit there, but the ultimate issue is BDD is big on a Corki after getting killed, so all of that advantage that Sylvie picked up there for his way is now all washed away.
Yeah, and I think as soon as you see the Valkyrie, you've got to flash. You really do just have to flash. Otherwise, this can happen as he's taking the full brunt of the Gatling gun. And BDD is a very happy Corki in this lane now. And he was a very sad one earlier on. You know, oh, the turntables and things like that. If you're having a bad day, something can always turn it around, is what I'm taking away from this.
Yeah, and I mean, the saddest part about this to me, Knight's Vow is ready for Pioshik as well. The saddest thing about this is that the draft here for Nongshim, they let the Ashe Callista through to get the Vi, and the Vi is just getting absolutely obliterated. And then their bottom lane, which we haven't been watching, is also getting obliterated off screen by this pick that they gave up instead. Let's see if this works out. Ult advantage.
Yeah, Sylvie moving on over is Perfect. Going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. I do really like flashing very early, and that is going to get him out of the way as cease and desist. So Sylvie, once again, not actually going to be able to get anything done. Does it now have to go back to this Krug camp? Every camp on his in his jungle is extremely important for Sylvie.
It's so important, and Pioshik is just up here threatening any sort of dive that is, I mean, like, he's taken the whole jungle, he's threatening dives, he's denying farm just by being nearby. And now ult advantage topside for Perfect as well, because that play didn't work out for Dundun. Yes, his flash is down, but Dundun used his ghost as well, so there's just so many things.
That's an arrow.
That could have been a dead Fiesta.
It could have been. Instead, it was just a pretty-looking arrow flying past as Deft charge here on the bottom side of the map. Deft is going to get knocked up. Peter not able to shoot the hook through walls, and so therefore Deft is going to survive, but still has to use the flash.
Good reaction there from Deft to flash, because he knows if he can get that get that far past the wall, Peter can't really flash hook him. The geometry is super awkward on that, so he's guaranteed safety. And I don't think he's too worried about being down flash for now, because he has so much control over this lane anyways, that unless they make a mistake, it shouldn't necessarily matter. As we're going to see Sylvie come down here, still flashless, but has ult. There's no wave, so, I mean, coming up empty again.
Yeah, not going to be able to find the dive. Is Perfect does take a turret shot, but you can see 16 CS in the lead. The Renekton is doing what it says on the tin, which is wins lane. And that is working out. 2 plates already taken, as we remember. And this could be the 6 bubs for Pioshik. All the Kevins do belong to KT in this game.
And this is not necessarily going to matter too much with the composition of KT, but Renekton does have Demolish, and, you know, if he's left alone for just a moment or he wins hard enough, he can actually put some serious damage onto that topside turret. But it is a quirky, otherwise insides, you know, you're not dealing with a strong Jax or something like that that's really going to make you feel horrible about this, and you did get first Dragon. So that's a good sign, but it's really about getting this Hwei and Varus to be relevant. So far, they're so far away from it that BDD is going to hit his breakpoints faster than he should be, and the Varus and the Hwei are so far behind. Fighting these next few Drakes is going to be a little rough, and it's not going to be Chemtech Soul, it's not going to be Cloud, so it's a decent chance that Soul could be high impact, high value. If it's Infernal or Mountain, you're really going to feel terrible about giving this next one up as Nongshim if you do.
And I actually think that even Ocean is really powerful in this particular game, right? When you're dealing with a Corki, when you've got a Hwei and a Lethality Varus, these champions all want to be like sitting back and shooting you with stuff. And so having that extra healing for the side that has all of the poke is going to be really powerful and really will allow them to do what they want to do a little bit better. And so any dragon that we're going to get after this next Chemtech is going to be a good one. Shout out to Orcs. Thank you so much for giving us a good soul in this game. We love to start the day right.
I always appreciate it. As, you know, Hwei going to catch this wave, but BDD is massively up over Fiesta here in the mid lane. Sylvie not going to be able to do anything here topside. And KT are just kind of riding the scaling right now. And
double cull and you have the scaling.
Yeah, it's like, and your Corki has a 200 gold bounty. And you're just kind of sitting there going, I don't know if things go bad from here, because Sylvie is also so far behind that he's not really a threat that you're too worried about. You can actually kill him if he tries to go onto one of these targets. So there's some poke landing before this dragon. That's pretty huge for Nongshim.
Definitely valuable. But I think getting some vision control, getting some answers here is going to be important, as Jiwoo does look for a piercing arrow. Had been pretty good at landing these, but doesn't manage to collect that one as Def. Not quite towards item number 1 just yet. And holding on to about a 10 CS advantage, as we can see. But this is with Beryl just vacating the lane the majority of this time.
Yeah. Deft going to clear this wave, and then we'll be able to head up. Doesn't have vision. Okay, it does actually have it over the wall. Didn't have it in the tri-brush, so it is able to see Peter there and react.
Yep.
And they're losing control of this very quickly. I mean, BD is ready.
Yeah, Arrow is going to connect. Package is going to be delivered. They do manage to get a red buff, but Sylvie makes it out. Now Peter, he goes in, but he's on top of the package. He just took so much damage. And now Perfect's going to show up. He's going to be that front line. And yes, piercing arrows land. The Hwei damage lands, but the front line not going to be able to offer too much. And Dunda not even there. No teleport available. That will mean that this second dragon goes over to KT. And I'm really glad I went on an Ocean Soul rant about why it can be good, because that's, of course, what we get. Normally a very sad dragon, but for what I said before, is better than it could have otherwise been.
Oh, no, absolutely. And stacking these up is, since neither team had a 2-dragon advantage, you know, they will be able to get that additional one if they do get Soul, is going to be really valuable. The question is going to be, will Nongshim ever be able to get enough control for the rest of this game to be able to contest dragons? Because in that last dragon fight, Peter was trying to push Deft out, then came up and then decided, okay, BDD is pushing the top side because I'm not there to peel for our backline. Fiesta is in danger. BDD goes in, and then by the time he shows up, he's like, I'm getting in there, I'm going to turn this. But then he goes over the packages. Jiwoo's in trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble, as he is going to cleanse the slow, but there's a flash volley to come in, and Deft, he already had that auto attack in the air, so even after the flash, Jiwoo is still dead. BDD did teleport because he just wanted to get in on the action. You can understand why, but it is going to be basically just a wasted teleport.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. The hawk shot as well, just to guarantee. Oh, no.
There's another one, but it is going to go wide. Looked beautiful, though. Thank you very much for that, Beryl.
Yeah, he's really just showing us how fast those can travel.
Yeah, and how fast they come off cooldown as well. All right, perfect. Gonna throw down the Dominus. Here's a Hex Splash over from Peter, who gets amongst it, but he doesn't really want to hook Pyoshik. Now BDD, he gets in amongst it. It's not really that good of a Magnet Storm, but Peter just explodes. What was that? Now Beryl is chasing Fiesta down. Jiwoo comes in, but doesn't hit the Chains of Corruption. The Crocodile is still going to fall, and they lock down the Rift Herald, and somehow Pyoshik just exits.
I mean, he's Rel. He's going to get those, and he does, and he gets away because he has Splash, and now Jiwoo is isolated.
Beryl is just chasing him down. Now, BDD is in here as Fiesta wants to come on over. Crushing Maw does come on through. Oh, the Vault Breaker is avoided by BDD! And even sidesteps that one, finds the rocket. Pyoshik comes back in again. He's like, I flashed out. That might have been a mistake because I kind of want to fight here. It's Dindin. He'll show up. He has more than half of his health bar. Oh man, this game is crazy.
This game is crazy, and it's not a good look for Nongshim, unfortunately, in the beginning of this series. As Peter, he is sitting on plated steel caps and a Kendall gym, so when he goes in, his health bar goes down really fast, and as it did in that last fight on the Dragon, it did once again here on the Herald, and he's kind of been the brunt of all the damage coming through here, and while he's tanking, while he's engaging, nothing really is going right in the rest of the fight. As Jiwoo here, I guess, really just... See, he just walks up into this without vision, wants to greed for this next wave. There's really just no reason, and then he cleanses the first slow, but then another slow comes over. Hawkshot is there, but the auto was already flying. Beryl is just making sure. Then over here on this fight, Hex Flash in from Peter, but where is your engage angle? You can't reach Beryl. Beryl's spacing is so clean. You're losing the top side of the fight during Dominus, so he decides to go onto the Renekton and just instantly dies. And Fiesta just has no front line here. The DPS is for Nongshim on the right side of this fight, completely exposed, and Pyoshik is just able to take the Herald away and flash out, and they get nothing.
And he was also all-outed to the wall so that he could flash away at the same time, which is a little bit sad. This sidestep from BDD kind of making up for what was a really difficult time in the very early lane when that first blood did come in. Able to answer, grabbing a kill. So looking good for KT.
Couldn't hear what he said, but...
It was a pretty happy Beryl.
Yeah, he's pretty happy about it.
7,000 gold lead, or 6,000 gold lead. It's
Peter?
It's getting a bit crazy. Okay, Sylvie gonna take a fair bit of damage there as the rocket does come on through. Aftershock going to save Peter in that particular instance.
Everyone is down flashes minus Sylvie here for Nongshim as well. Like, Fiesta is so immobile, even though he does have a speed boost, right, and he's got his fear. Like, if he gets caught, he's dead. He's not going to be able to get out of any sticky situation. Jiwoo also not having flash here. He only got one cleanse against all the massive amounts of CC on the side of KT. You're going to get blown up if you get caught at all, and just moving around the map is such a challenge right now for Nongshim as Fiesta gets pushed in here. Look at the positioning of Perfect on the other side. He's taking the Gromp away. He's got full control. And mid, I mean, we're watching it.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit worrying. Jiwoo, you can see that was the support that he was exchanging arrows with, and that is certainly a worrying sign. Terminus is done here for Deft, by the way. He doesn't even have his Rage Blade complete. He's got Blade of the Ruin King into Terminus, the first two items. Not actually what you most commonly see.
He has the most farm in the game and was able to pick up a ton of plate gold early on, so he's just really large.
Yeah.
The Corki is large as well, and Knight's Vow makes this a lot easier to play out, too.
It's kind of nutty, because it feels like two Corkis in a row that we've seen hyper-accelerated, making him look like this mid-game champion, you know? It's not like the late-game scaling that we're used to. But it is still that. It's just that sometimes things get skewed.
And it's Corki that's been significantly nerfed, like the Eclipse interaction was kind of taken out of the game, and Corki was much stronger at the beginning of the season than he is now, and yet still, this is such a strong scaling pick that pairs well with a strong bottom lane, and then you had the winning Renekton lane topside, so that leads to control over jungle, which Pyoshik takes away from Sylvie. So they basically won all three lanes hard and won jungle hard and got kills early with the Corki. So, I mean, this is just against the laws of League of Legends, but...
Especially after BDD dies for first blood as well, that's when you would expect Fiesta to take over the lane. But if Wei has to use his flash relatively early on and then doesn't get to walk up and really bully, which is precisely what happened. And we remember as well, I mean, it wasn't the Wei getting the kill. He had to go back at the same time. Like, there are a lot of these things that really did allow BDD to not really fall that far behind, and then great positioning when Pyoshik comes in for that red buff gank or steal attempt. And it's honestly Pyoshik that's just been running this game so far.
Rel just seems suddenly so strong again, Atlas. Like, it's actually crazy how quickly you can clear, how well you can contest objectives. You have arguably the best engage ultimate in the game, as well as just engage en masse in your kit. And, you know, some of our best jungle players are just abusing Rel extremely well. Canyon, Pyoshik, you know, we're seeing Owner sometimes pull it out a little bit less often, but it's huge. Lucid, you mentioned, I mean, he is super good at this pick. It's banned against him for a reason.
I actually thought that it was like, the reason we were seeing so much Rel success. Of course, 5-game winning streak before this game started, as we saw in the lower third earlier on. I thought it was because, like, Canyon and Lucid were just playing it over and over again. They're so incredibly comfortable. It fits their teams so incredibly well. There are some times that it's not just the champion being strong, but just the way teams play around it that's very strong. We know that Delight, also an exceptional Rel player, and so certainly played into that at the same time. But maybe Rel's just busted. Maybe that's just how it is.
Yeah, I mean, my issue with this draft for Nongshim is their late game was Hui has to be big and has to be able to outpoke and outrange Corki with the Varus, and that requires a lot of coordination, which Nongshim used to have, I feel like, in the late game. That hasn't been so much the case this season, especially back at that D+ game. But they didn't give themselves any outs in the early game, that's for sure. And BDD, let's see if he oversteps here.
Yeah, there are a couple of his teammates in the area as, yep, Hawkshot, one heck of an ability, get you out of trouble. And they are going to be able to spot out the Vi. So, perfect dueling with Dundun. Dundun did manage to get himself an advantage, actually, after Perfect unfortunately did fall down a little bit earlier on. Pierce not going to land there as Chains of Corruption also going to go wide. The arrow will connect, though, and thankfully Jiwoo has a cleanse for it. But now 4 members are bearing down on this outer turret. Yeah, that is, that's 6 grubs, so...
I think Peter's happy the dredge line didn't connect. Let's just say that. I think he's happy that dredge line did not connect. I don't think anyone was going to be able to save him there if he hits that one. That turret was not long for this world. And this might just be a Baron start here for KT. They win this fight in mid. They get the mid turret. They have top side control. They can take this turret off and then group for Baron. And what can Nongshim reasonably hope to offer back? I mean, BDD has TP as well. He can back. And Fiesta, I mean, can he clear this wave? Looks like with a TP, the answer is no.
Yep, not going to be able to. Flashes over the Shattering Strike. That's definitely good, but he can't flash that because he doesn't have to. And there goes the Hui. Is that going to be enough to get them a Baron? I don't think so. I mean, it's a Corki composition, but it's KT, so they're going to start it up. Sylvie coming on over. Isn't going to be able to spot this one out just yet.
It's
there,
Callisto,
finally,
you know?
The vision is going to be there. And like you say, they've got the Ren for the added security, but they've also got Pyoshik on Rel. So, I mean, this is not a 50-50. This should be more like an 80-20. Let's see what Nongshim can actually do to try and mitigate it. The rocket's not necessarily landing as there's the Fate's Call onto Barrel. Cease and desist does come in, but Sylvie, he's so incredibly low, he's taken down as the Baron just ignored now. The Callista will be taken out. Jiwoo finding himself some relative safety, and there's a Cassante, and he is starting to pop off in this one. Jiwoo just untouched, and KT are on the floor.
Yeah, I thought that was a really nice engage from Nongshim. It was really clean. The flank comes through, and they end up blowing Deft up. He Fates calls blowing Barrel up. He has to Fates call, and then the fight is kind of not really in KT's control from that moment on because they're super split up, and the Fates call is used early. It can't really be used for the re-engage there. It's a squishy composition with the Corki that didn't have package. And I don't think the Baron call was greedy so much so as they didn't do their due diligence in terms of watching this flank for the Vi. There's a control ward in that brush, so Sylvie knows they don't know he's wrapping around here, has that set up on the engage, and then Peter keeps the Renekton out of this fight, so it's hard for Perfect to help them turn this one around. Dundun puts off the damage there, Deft is taken out, and then the Varus layers the damage in to eventually take out the Corki, and Pyoshik alone here cannot get it done, and with the respawning Hui, they can actually teleport in here themselves and take back control, and that they will. Really well played here on the side of Nongshim. Baron is theirs now. Thanks for the leash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I was in the middle of saying it. I just thought it was maybe a bit too early for this particular composition to go for it. KT, of course, feeling that they did have a large advantage, and they still do. The Rebel Baron power play already at 1,500, but Nongshim are still pretty far behind. Soul Point available as Fiesta going to take an arrow to the face, and the package also burning him down. Still, they are able to take down the Corki, but in goes Pyoshik. That Magnet Storm is so much better as Sylvie dives in, but it is more of just a sacrifice, and Perfect is going to get his revenge as Peter and Pyoshik going to be fighting. Oh, gets in front of the dredge line. Nicely done there from Pyoshik, and Peter will be taken out with the help of Beryl. And that is going to be the ace.
This fight just illustrates that Nongshim need a lot more setup. They need a flank when they're this far behind. They just don't have the tools to fight KT in the neutral. When KT get to fight on their terms with a package, it's not even a fight. It's a slaughter. Not even close. Nongshim had that one heroic fight on the Baron. We'll give them that. That was a really nice flank from Sylvie.
They're still here. And this is 6 grubs, remember?
Yeah, they're just going to win the game.
There's 1 second left on to Fiesta, but there's only 1 Nexus turret left. Ah, okay, well, I mean, this game went from, like, Nongshim just managed to take a Baron, but to over. Now it's over.
It's over. They got him. And you know what? I mean, that last fight on the Dragon, we kind of, like, came out of a replay that we zoomed in over there. We were like, all right, arrow goes through, Magnet Storm's there, package gets dropped, and the Nongshim just fall over and die like, you know, someone's younger brother walking over and knocking over the house of cards that you spent hours trying to build. And I think it was about 26 minutes of suffering for Nongshim. They get that one Baron fight after the fight. They get the Baron, but they win the fight from a flank from Sylvie, and that was when a lot of the tools were on cooldown for KT. Like, all the conditions were perfect for them to win that fight. Sylvie's flank, the control ward, and they are able to win that one narrowly. But when the fight goes back to even terms with those bubs, it's just an easy boom, wipe them, push to end, GG. So there was hope for a moment, but if you were really watching the game, you knew that they were going to need to win a lot more than just that one Hail Mary team fight if they were going to come back.
Yeah, and you can see Colmeet looking a little bit confused in the back there, because honestly, I am too. I felt like we did have at least a couple more minutes in that one, but wasn't to be the case. Jiwoo almost doubling the damage of Deft in this game. I think this was mainly about Perfect and especially about BDD and the fact that he got himself back into this game in such a ridiculous fashion. Still, a very KT start to this series, and hopefully that is going to continue with some more of these shenanigans. As a short break, then the space, and then we'll be back for game number 2.
위치 좋다.
나 노텔 마공.
야, 나 와도 없는데. 나
이거 정면 내리 끌려주긴 해야 돼, 상현.
레드 느꼈다.
한명 가도 돼. 야, 아래 바이크 볼만.
아래 바이야, 아래 바이.
아, 공클게 공클게. 많다.
왜.
왜.
볼게.
나 봐줘.
왜 잡았고?
왜 잡았어.
나 봐줄래? 아, 천천히
거
봐줘.
같은데?
야, 산책부터.
산책부터.
바이 볼게.
얘
노플이야, 얘 노플이야.
이렇게 바탕은 끝날 것 같은데? 바탕은 끝날 듯?
야, 끝났다. 바탕으로 가자.
나 이거 노플. 형, 바탕 가. 이거 둘이서 잡을게.
어. 이거 끊었어?
잡은들 이거. 잡았어. 6류충이라 끝낼만 할 듯?
이거 내가 나 못해고 할게, 이거.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of KT Rolster up against Nongshim Red Force, and that one was pretty much done early on, but then Nongshim were like, oh, we're going to win, and then they didn't, as was seen during that game and said by Atlas. I'm Valdez, with me is Hooney, and I don't know why I always mess up your name.
Hooney, not Ox.
And
Ox,
Sush
not Hooney.
over there. No, Chronicler. How are you guys doing today?
I'm feeling good. I'm a little sad after that game because I expected KT to win. They had a small KT moment, as you do, but Nongshim individually didn't really mention to do a whole lot today. It was
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this game ends kind of falls up too fast. And yeah, started with the draft. It's just like the KT brought out the like really strong, the early game, the boss side, which is like, you know, that's their kind of comfort zone, I would say. And also the Pyosik just comfort zone with the Rel. And it's like, it allowed to actually just run the mid jungle duo, the early pressure, it increases like against Hue and Vi, and that was the big problem because especially they have a Corki.
Yeah, you can't lose the mid jungle 2v2. And initially it looked like they didn't. Also, Barrow has a world skin on Ashe, so that trying to play into that wasn't really a great call. For Nongshim, I do think that you have to make some tough decisions. I would have personally really liked if they just went Varus Ashe right from the get-go. Vash.
It's a good name, actually.
Because from that point on, you will get either Rel or Vi, two really strong junglers, and I don't think you're going to feel too bad about either one. And, you know, Kalista Renata lane is still going to be tough, but I actually think that Ashe is one of the supports that doesn't do too bad into Renata because you're not relying on your engage. Obviously, your all-in would still be bad. I don't think it really would have made that big a difference. I don't think this was a draft problem. It didn't set up Nongshim for the win, but it was really the individual play that cost them.
Yeah, and as you're mentioning, we do need to talk about the execution in this game because very early on, Nongshim had a bit of a whoopsie in their own jungle. We did have a bit of an invade here from KT Rolster, and with the Corki, this should not have worked, you would imagine, until Sylvie went back in.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, I just Sylvie just take it slow and it's like just use the time, use the distance like between the Sylvie and the Fiesta is coming because Fiesta had such an insane lane phase. Be able to burn the flash 1v1 and actually Sylvie be able to just catch one kill. But it's like he played too fast. And it's like, as I said from the draft, if you're losing against Rel Corki at level 5, level 6, and Streamish is 2v2 mid jungle, it's just not allowed.
Yeah, it's just over. Rel and Corki are supposed to be exceptional when we get to the mid to late stages, either with team fighting, but that 2v2 you just can't afford to lose. Sylvie, I imagine, felt like the cooldowns were down, and if he synergizes it with Fiesta and Fiesta gets a fear off, then you can probably trade at worst 1-for-1, ideally 1-for-2, but Fiesta also tried to like outplay a couple of great sides that are good for it, just didn't matter. At that point on, didn't have his flash available, and it kind of felt like after that the game was already in a really rough state because BDD was just scaling to the high heavens.
Yeah, feels pretty good when your scaling champions get early kills, as we should take a look at the Herald sequence as well, because this one, it got pretty yakety-sacks very fast, and Def wasn't even here for any of this.
Yeah, I mean, starting with the 4v4, I mean, Peter just kind of went into like the Renekton phase and he got popped. He couldn't really do anything, and at least Gio came in later and it's become 4v5 and missed all the ability, and also they got the Herald as well, and then Pyosik just ran out, and Gio is not done. Gio just keep getting chased by Ashe, and here Sylvie again kind of missed the Q. It would have changed at least like a little bit of the one kill there.
Actually could have been winning in that specific fight. Instead, it's just more disaster. And the best part about this whole sequence of events is, while all of that is happening, we have Deft just on his own, living his best life as Kalista. Look at him go. Look at him hippity hop.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, PvE. And his team is like, no, it's fine, we got this. They're missing all their skill shots. Just keep going, bud.
You guys are going 4v5. I'm attacking the turret right here.
I'm gonna do my own thing.
And he's not done yet. He keeps going. And yeah, he clears.
So even if Nongshim won that play, even if they won that fight, it still probably would have been
it
like
has
at
to be
best
mega win.
Even trade, unless. And then KT did have a KT moment. We decided to omit that because of course they do. They do it every single game. if you're a KT fan, I think if they don't have that, you'd be more worried. You're like, oh, everything
Yeah.
is still okay. We throw a Baron, it's fine.
Everything's normal today. KT winning the way that they normally do. Let's take a look at who wins the PUG, though, for game number 1. It will be Pioshik on the Rel. Definitely had a big impact on this game, even though the DPM was quite low. It is Rel, after all. He was part of pretty much everything in the early game, and most of it for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think these invade just one play kind of brings the carries the game, and just as I said, I think just all the game, the pressure, the Vi weight, it's like really, really high. For sure, also BD died one time from there, but still, I think he observed a lot of pressure that he actually used passive really well, and he knew that like when he actually need to be aggressive, and even this fight, I think the Magnum play like was really, really good.
Wouldn't be surprised if BDD gets some vote, but his early laning phase, he did get, like Showmaker, smoked by Fiesta in the early laning phase. Ended up dying as well, which is why, yeah, most people did end up going for the Rel here. The one cheeky vote for Barrel, who did do good in laning phase, and he had a lot of Hulk shots.
He did. He was Ashe as well into Nautilus, but either way, pretty interesting stuff. Guys, Nongshim is going to be moving over to the blue side and also bringing in a sub, but we'll talk a little bit more about that as we throw it back to the casters and they can break it down.
Thank you very much, Valdez. We are indeed ready to break it down. Do we think that someone may have been cold?
I think they may have been a vibrating phone somewhere out there.
Yeah.
And I think it may have been answered. It might have been pressing the green button.
Ooh.
It might be this man right here who's coming in for Fiesta. Now, I told you guys before the broadcast that I was in the elevator with Nongshim and Call Me was not with him, so I thought he was not even here. So he may actually, in fact, have been called and come to the arena later. He was not with them when they originally came in out of the Nongshim van. But look, I'm going to be totally honest about my take on this. Fiesta's laning phase was not the problem. The team fight that happened with the invade there was also, I think, more on Sylvan than it was on Fiesta. He rotated up a little bit late, but this substitution is a little bit puzzling to me because I just don't feel like it was like he forced BDD to flash. Like he crushed the man in the early part of the laning phase. Yeah, some skill shots were missed, but it was a losing game. It was a kind of a zero-sum situation for Nongshim. So let's see how it goes, but I'm now more confident with Call Me's laning phase than I am in Fiesta's going against BDD. We don't know the matchup is yet, but
No, I would agree. I think that maybe this is purely to be able to pick away Talia very comfortably against BDD. I think that must be it, because we know that Call Me really loves the champion, has been priority picking it blind quite often, and Nongshim, they do now have the opportunity with a bit of extra flexibility in their bans to take away the Kalista. I think a good idea. They don't intend to play it themselves. Smolder and Senna, the two mandatory bans, especially if you start off by banning the Smolder, as Nongshim, curiously, going to take away the Senna themselves. So an honest game of League of Legends on the bottom side of the map, perhaps, Wolf.
yeah, it seems like that's what we're going to get. I like to see this. No Kalistas in my gameplay, no killing of inner turrets AFK in my League of Legends. Let's see what that final ban is going to be here on red side with the blue side Senna ban here. Looks like they had no intention of playing it, so you know, it could just be the Orianna here. It could be Talia if they really want to target Call Me. I don't think that's necessary in this stage. Could even be a Rel ban.
Yeah.
It will be the Orianna, though.
Yeah, so Orianna taken away. And so if we're having a look at bottom lane champions, I think the Lucian is probably the pick that a lot of teams would like to be taking away, as Sylvie back on the Vi once again. Had a rough one, especially from the mid-game onwards, and especially when it came to just the jungle 1v1. Just kind of lost out on everything. As Xayah going to be hovered here. This was the ban from KT's side. And of course, Xayah can pop the cease and desist. So that is what they're going to go for, as BDD is just going to take it away.
Yeah.
And does Peter now just lock away the Rakan and say that you're not getting the Lovers duo? And what do they pair with it? Is it just Zeri Rakan that they're going to throw down?
It could be. Looks like they're going to grab the Ahri for the Vi
Well,
here.
I like that.
So this might be why Call Me is coming in to play just Ahri Vi. And, you know, the Vi was locked in first year, wasn't banned, so they have that. And obviously Sylvie really likes the Vi. We've discussed this so much. One of his favorite picks. Even though it didn't work well for him in the last game, now they have a strong mid-jungle duo that they arguably didn't have last game around. I think Lucian is probably
You're
not
allowed
what you
to.
want.
No, you're not
because
allowed
it's going
to.
to be split.
Yeah. And then, like, both the Melio and the Nami then get banned away, and then you cannot play the champion anymore, is basically how it is. So Cassante going to be picked.
We could end up with a weird lane bottom. I mean, they might end up playing like Karma support or something like that down there to try to push in this Xayah lane. But now you have to choose between Rel and the Rakan. If you want the Rakan, we will lose the Rel jungle for Pioshik, but Pioshik has quite a large pool, so I don't know if necessarily that's really what you want. Grabbing the Gwen, actually, I did not expect this, but it is going to make Perfect's life a lot easier here in this phase of the game, or the laning phase of the game, because this is one of the very strong counters to Cassante. It played well. Doesn't always work out that way, but it played well.
Well, the Lucian, after the hover, is not going to be allowed. That will be banned away. We'll have to see what Jiwoo pick is going to be taken away afterwards. I imagine something like a Zeri could just go. But it doesn't have great range, so the Xayah does have a decent time into it.
Banning Karma, also I wouldn't hate for KT, just because you don't want to be hard pushed in with your Xayah. They ban Lee Sin, could ban the Rakan for Nongshim, see what does come through. When I see Nongshim have their last 2 picks as their bottom lane, I always get a little bit excited, because you just don't know. Could be Ezreal Karma, could be a crazy Neela lane. The world is your oyster. Jinx also outranging the Xayah, a pick we didn't talk about, but has been used in this matchup this season, specifically in those rare early prios on Xayah drafts. So see what that final ban is going to be here. Rakan seems pretty obvious.
Unless they have like a Neela Maokai bottom lane or something like that they're feeling comfortable about, as the Xin Zhao is going to be taken off the board.
Pioshik's like, I can still play Rel, though.
And do they actually just want to give Beryl counterpick, just to make sure that they can get the most comfortable lane possible? And it looks like that is going to be the answer.
They love to play Taliyah with Viego so much. It's such a strong mid jungle partner, because you set up the shove into the Viego stun. The damage output is so high. It's really easy to guarantee kills in a lot of matchups. A little bit tougher to lock that down on a mobile champion like Ahri. And it's just going to be the Zeri lane, it looks like here. So some powerful mid-jungle for Nongshim, and then really strong scaling with a front line that Dundun can provide. And will they take the Rakan themselves and try to push with that, or would they rather go Lulu and have some additional safety? I don't really hate the Lulu here, even though it's not required, because it will help push into Xayah, and it has a lot of synergy with the Vi ultimate, where you can set up a wild growth on top of that stationary target, because you're only going to get 1 Feather Storm as deft.
Yeah,
it looks like that's what they're going to do.
So the Lulu going to be picked up. It does give them a lot more lane presence as well, as Nautilus is going to be opted in for. So Beryl not even interested in collecting the Rakan, because of course it's a lot more difficult to lock down the Zeri with a Rakan, because she runs so fast. And so instead you just get a button that you can press, and then she goes up into the sky.
Yeah, it's kind of fragile against Ahri Vi as well. If you get caught out trying to clear vision, or you're trying to flank, it's really easy for Nongshim to just turn on you and kill you as the Rakan in this draft. And I think locking the Zeri down is definitely what you want. So Beryl's going to get a lot of value, actually, having the R5 support counter pick here, not knowing what the AD carry was going to be, is able to confirm Zeri and then have the best answer into Zeri. Wasn't protected by Nongshim there in draft. So feels really good for KT in that regard. I don't think this draft is as straightforward as the last one in terms of, okay, you know, what can we do early against a Corki and how much is it going to scale? Because yes, Zeri's going to scale here for Nongshim, but it also has some mid-game power with the Ahri Vi, so there are ways for Zeri to get online early, and KT will have to play respectfully around that. The top side is where I'm more worried here for Dundun into the Gwen, and if we see some top side focus for Pioshik here, which he definitely can afford to do, then that's where things can get a little out of hand very fast.
No, I would agree, but I think that KT need a snowball if they're going to make this game work out for them, and into an Ahri Vi, that could be a difficulty. Let's jump onto the rift here for game number 2. Nongshim, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Nongshim fighting!
KT 로서, 하나, 둘, 셋. KT fighting! Woo! All right, ooh, running with scissors. That is going to be some crazy skins. This one, like, I feel like it's like some of the Viego skins are just pretty bland. This is the very opposite of that.
Yeah.
Just there's a lot going on.
There's a lot happening.
Yeah.
Running with swords, running with scissors, Talia surfing, it's all dangerous on the Rift.
Oh, Jiwoo. No. This is not how we start this game off.
No, he's fine. Don't
Okay,
worry.
He's all right. I was.
No way Barrel flashes on him, right?
I'm really okay. The ghost is going to come out, and so Barrel isn't going to flash. I think if the ghost didn't come out, he was flashing, 100%. Not going to be the case, as Perfect is now in a dicey position.
He certainly is. But there's not enough space really for Sylvie here at 118 to get more involved.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to take too much damage here and then mess up his jungle. So he's just going to leave the situation be, and that's all Perfect gets. Yep. As this mid lane matchup, we used to see a lot when Ahri was becoming a lot more popular, and we saw Talia be incredibly successful during this time. We saw BDD rise to popularity with his Talia pick recently when Azir was super popular, not just this season, but last season as well. But he hasn't played it as much into the Ahri as he was playing other stuff like the Azir during that time. See how he ends up playing this matchup out. Call Me, not known for his laning phase, so we'll have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we will. And I hope that Call Me does have a little bit of a redemption arc here, because he has had it really rough. Just hasn't been finding any success at all. I think that's why, like, I don't even think it's necessarily how things have been going in practice that sort of dictated that it's Fiesta playing. I think that it might just be the fact that Call Me hasn't been able to get it done in these stage games. I think nerves probably being a bit of a part here.
And Dundun is eating another fully stacked Q here, so Perfect feeling very good about this early laning phase so far.
Yeah, the Gwen really getting off on the right foot, as we can see. 11-4 CS mode. Thankfully, that wave is crashing in as Sylvie on his Krugs. Pyoshik lurking in the area. Gets a ward down.
Okay, this is bad.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of an opportunity towards this bottom side. No vision available. Hook is going to hit max range there from Beryl as he flashes to get the snare onto the Zeri, but she is able to surf over any wall, and so it's all just fine.
It's cool he's got Hex Flash.
Yeah.
He can hold it and then flash again later.
That is very true. That is very true.
He's
And in fact,
actually
like,
fine.
he has better flash now. So, honestly, a trade up there for KT. And getting Ghost and Heal out of Peter and Jiwoo very early on does mean that KT should be able to get some sort of possible opportunities. But they actually lost out when it came to the...
Yeah, it was actually not factually a good
the
thing
Summoner
for them.
Spell battle.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, KT, they ended up having a nice engage there, but Zeri, just by the nature of her kit, will kind of stop that from being relevant. We'll be able to get a nice back timing out of it at least, and we'll maintain a small CS advantage, so not the end of the world. And unfortunately, Sylvie isn't able to make something happen in return. We'll get his scuttle now, but obviously Pyoshik already got the bottom scuttle. And he's actually playing the game this time. Last game he was not allowed to play the game.
Yeah.
This time he's actually playing the game. He's up a camp right now. He is a champion, as Dindin is not.
No, Dindin's really...
He keeps getting hit by fully stacked Qs, which is the opposite of what you want to happen.
And sort of just standing around, just waiting, and he's like, I got biscuits, it's fine. I can just eat one of those if I'm ever in trouble. Goes down to 100 health and just doesn't seem to worry. So Perfect is now going to once again dash forward with that big stacked up Q. And Call Me actually taking a fair bit of damage there from the seismic shove of BDD into the rocks.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about this season being a tier list season in terms of who's the stronger team in every matchup, and even yesterday we had the kind of surprise 2-0, another good flip for Genji kind of crushing T1. As I'm gonna have to hold my thought on this, as Dundun is in danger.
He is in a lot of danger. As Perfect going to come on over. Does get the Q onto Pyoshik, though, as you can see. Voltbreaker comes in as Pyoshik going to have to try and get out of here, but he's unable to, and that is going to be first blood going to Dundun as KT have a little bit of an accident underneath the turret.
Bit of a whoopsie, bit of a banana peel situation as they come over there, don't know that Sylvie is there, don't have enough vision to confirm as Call Me just going to take another big combo. Not great for him, but the good news for Nongshim is on the top side, it's a kill for Dundun, okay? They take out Pyoshik there. Now Sylvie going to try to contest for these grubs. Perfect has prio, it is going to come contest.
Yeah, vision onto Sylvie there as Pyoshik will be able to get one of the grubs. And we saw that KT were able to utilize the grubs that they picked up in the last game very effectively. It's largely why they were able to create such a huge lead for Deft. Really loved that on the space with the cool music as Deft just sat there playing PvE while the rest of his team were fighting 4v5, and it worked.
Yeah, I actually didn't even realize he got the full inner during that. We knew he pushed really hard, but yeah, part of that gold lead he had was in that second turret he was able to take out. Absolute insanity.
It's a lot of local gold that he managed to pick up in that particular exchange. Not going to be the case this time around, though, as Nongshim have already grabbed themselves 2. So if KT get the remainder, then they're still not going to be able to have those Void Mites to help out, things like that.
This is not Peter like ganking mid. This is Peter trying to stabilize Calmy, who's getting crushed in this laning phase. Zoned out of farm. He's 10 CS down, has to back again. As BDD is just going to sit there and sack his tier as much as he can. He's got a Doran's Ring, so he can kind of just hover in this lane even low on mana. You get a free back as well. Deny some additional farm, as you can see here. Won't be the end of the world for Calmy, but these small advantages are really starting to stack up quite massively for the Taliyah in mid. And because Peter was over there, they lose control of bot lane. And yes, Jiwoo skates away, doesn't end up dying or anything like that, but they lose Prio, and so dragging control over to KT. They're deciding not to commit just yet, though, with BDD backing. He has Weaver's Wall, so he can get there very quickly. And slowing the game down here is definitely what Nongshim wants, but I'm concerned about these incremental advantages we're seeing in top and mid lane right now that might just start to explode when we get to the mid game.
Yeah, and I think that mid-game is where we're going to have to see Nongshim start making some moves around the Ahri Vi. I think Ahri Vi is so incredibly strong once those 6s and 7s are being hit, and that's where they are right now. And so an opportunity here for Nongshim, if they can actually find some of these little skirmishes. I think Perfect is going to scale really well in side lanes. I think that is great news for KT. They've got a Xayah into a Zeri, so it's not necessarily like one of those times where Zeri can massively outscale, because Xayah does do a lot of damage as well, very similar range. As Sylvie and Pureshik are both in here. Cease and Desist comes down as Perfect's got the needlework, and that means that a lot of damage over to Nongshim, and they are not killing the Gwen. Not in this exchange, but still, great answer there to keep Dundun alive.
Yeah, that was really well set up by Pureshik, reacting very quickly. Perfect trying to set up the bait as Jiwoo.
I am a little bit worried for Jiwoo's safety.
He's playing this so well. It's
nicely
like
done.
the third time this game where he's just like, this might happen to me, so I'm going to be just in range of the wall and skate out.
Very perfectly done. Actually, you can see Deft really wanted to try and get the Blade Caller for the snare and doesn't manage to do so. So, KT unable to grab a kill down there towards the bottom side, and the gold is dead even. Neck and neck between these two squads.
The problem...
Okay, it might be... This might make it not as neck and neck as... Perfect is chasing after Dundun, and there's now a big old wall that's in the way. He is dashing, though. That all out onto BDD was fantastic. Absorbs the CC. The flash comes forward from BDD as now Dundun still running, but the threaded volley will track him down, and that is a kill for the mid laner on KT.
Yeah, and Calmy doesn't come over and respond. He knows the play is probably doomed, but he just wasn't even trying to come and make an impact there. Didn't trust that Dundun was going to live through it. Perfect's going to pick up so much gold off of this as well. Grabs the assist. Will be able to deny a bunch of farm. Sylvie's picking up Dundun's farm. He's already 20 CS behind. As you know, we did see obviously Peter come mid to try to salvage this mid lane. And this is what I was saying about the tier list thing before we had that fight topside is, you know, it's just like KT are coming up and showing up, and Nongshim just can't match them in laning phase. Like, that's the skill difference, the tier difference here is just the laning phase is so good for KT. They had the counter pick top, and then mid BDD is just so good at Taliyah into Calmy, who's had arguably the roughest laning phases next to Satabs probably this season. And so these advantages are just really starting to give KT such an edge. There's another flip.
Yeah,
barrel.
He's going to come on through. That is beautiful delivery from BDD. Nothing that Calmy could do about that whatsoever. And that is going to be another one for the Taliyah. And when it's piloted by BDD, if you're a Nongshim fan, this is where you start getting worried.
I've seen this before. Sylvie.
Barrel just wandering on through. Sylvie is going to be able to lock that one down with a smite. And Pureshik, under his nose, just going to steal away this Raptor camp. We're unleashing the teleports, and we might even start killing a dragon. It's 10 minutes. It's about time that we put a little bit of pressure over there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a aggressive early game, but not enough control to guarantee dragon, some roaming supports and stuff like that. But it's really tough to lock down. And all right, but look at this. He uses his W, and so he doesn't have the speed to avoid this, and you have to flash that or you die if Meryl is here. And he was, which you could have seen on the fringe there, and he just goes down.
Yeah, and it's a Taliyah, so like you say, has to be a flash as All right, Beryl not going to quite find a hook here. A cease and desist into the back line as immediately the Talia is taken down. Deft is somewhat free hitting, but he has to flash to get out of there because we are having a Zeri moment. And Jiwoo going to be able to take down the Dragon. What is it with grouping around objectives and KT all going boom?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, and we didn't really get the full story of it because we jumped out of the replay, but maybe we'll be able to glean some additional information when we go into this replay of what happened down there in terms of how everybody set up. As BDD did not have Weavers, while we know that. No Flash, obviously, so looks like that might have been kind of the main part of the story. And this is the Ahri Vi angle, right? You have that single target blow up, exactly what you were leading to talk about earlier. And we finally had in this mid-game fight, even though it's the first Dragon of the game here, a really nice moment, a glowing moment here for Calmy, who's been put down in lane. Is going to be able to make something happen here. So let's take a closer look as... You know, Calmy is still in lane, is wrapping around down now as Beryl actually flashes and misses the engage, and then it's a really nice turn from Sylvie. Calmy gets in there, and Zeri not locked down in this fight at all, allowed to free fire because Beryl used his cooldowns earlier, so just kind of a really messy, greedy fight from KT that was well punished by Nongshim.
It was, and Def not actually using the Featherstorm in that fight at all. He had to flash just because the wall was his only way of getting to safety. And unfortunately, it doesn't work like flap, flap, flap. You know,
no.
Zaya was just created a little bit too early, so she's not able to
no Zeri
float
skating
over the wall
no.
while she's up in the sky. And so therefore, not going to be a very happy Deft in that particular fight. And especially not a happy BDD is, okay, Calmy going to dive on top of Beryl here, who does manage to get the Aftershock, but otherwise, yeah, he's really dead. That is 4 versus Nautilus.
All right.
That's not working out.
The roaming Nongshim here kind of moving around like a pack of piranhas trying to bite anything they see that is out of position, that is weak, and the chain CC comes through, grab Beryl there, that's all you got to do. That's more gold now into the pockets of Jiwoo, and you know, neither of these moments are certifiable as Sylvie.
Yeah, that is going to be a stun onto the Vi, as we've got a battle for the crab.
Yeah.
BDD moving on over, and Pioshik going to be able to lock that one up. Still back coming through here as Weaver's Wall comes on down. Jiwoo going to be able to move over to his turret. Not sure about the value of that wall.
Jiwoo has some serious plot armor in this game, it feels like.
He's
I think
just like Zeri does a lot in a lot of our games in the LCK, and I know that I'm not alone when I say that it bothers me.
It does bother me as well, but this is also kind of a weird angle. It looks like BDD was kind of not sure how many people were there, so didn't want to hard all in on the wall there. And as a result, the Zeri is just going to be totally fine.
Just a soft all in.
Yeah, like he was like, let's go over that. It's not going to work out. I'm not going all the way over the other side of the turret because if there's other bad guys there, I will not have a successful time. As, yeah, the Zeri is starting to come online, right? I wasn't going to certify either of those moments because they weren't really Zeri moments per se, but they are definitely a Zeri that has 2 kills in this mid-game with an Ahri that's now coming online. Did go for the build here of the Malignants, and this is becoming more common. I think was quite rare in the outset, but now is becoming the standard here, and 6 stacks on that Dark Seal. I mean, these small advantages they picked up in lanes actually give them, or all of these kills have given them a 500, 600 gold lead here for Nongshim despite the early laning phase, and now Jiwoo is going to pick up the last of this turret, and he already has 375 plate gold, becoming a bit of a problem here.
Absolutely, and he's got an Enchanter as well. So this is definitely Nongshim cruising towards a late game situation. Is now
Calmy.
Deft, Calmy is going to find him here as Deft is not going to get hit by the charm. Now Calmy is out of cooldown. Still, Deft is going to be in trouble. Does have to use the Featherstorm in order to avoid the Ahri, and Calmy is not going to be able to get the kill, but still gets the majority of the cooldowns.
Yeah, we'll push him out of lane, and that means it's going to be tough for him to farm. As if you look who's farming in mid, it's no one, actually. It's Beryl catching waves. This is really awkward for KT. Pushing the 80 carry away from some farming and then getting control of bottom side, now taking the jungle away. Nongshim are using this Vi very well. Like, BDD crushed him in lane, but now he's having such a much larger impact around the map than BDD is able to do. And, you know, in this case, without even the Vi to help out, it's just him going over there, roaming, finding Deft.
Yeah, and I think it all stems back to them proactively utilizing it in that dragon fight. We mentioned already, if you have Ahri Vi and you're not using it in the mid game, then you're doing something wrong. And Nongshim, they're not doing anything wrong. Not yet, anyway. As Beryl, he's going to throw his anchor away, does have to use his ult onto Jiwoo with no one around. It's a decent seismic shove, but now Jiwoo's taking matters into his own hands. Deft, no Featherstorm, remember, and he does look for it, but he's not going to find it. Jiwoo down to about 100 as BDD gets to the relative safety of his turret, but does not find the seismic shove.
Nongshim making this mid-game work. I thought for sure Jiwoo wins that fight, but Deft was so close to getting him, and he does eventually win it in the end, but it was so close. If Deft didn't have to burn his ultimate just moments before, he would have won that fight against Jiwoo there. Now they're going to get the turret, they get the dragon here as well, and KT falling apart at the seams in this mid-game, I think playing very disrespectfully around the power of this Ahri, and now an accelerated Zeri. And Beryl, like, what was the thought process there on that hook is the other question, because they didn't have enough members to follow up on that. He just gets focused down, and there's just no way you can help Deft out in that moment. As you can see on the map, like, Beryl is coming over here to try to clear these wards, and Pyoshik is nearby, but Deft doesn't have ult, and this attempted hook here is just so bizarre, because Deft is trying to clear a wave, and Pyoshik is here, and BDD has Weaver as well, so maybe it's something between Beryl and BDD communicating, all right, we're going to turn on this, but you don't have the numbers advantage. Deft without ultimate is not going to win out against this fed Zeri, and Beryl is too low to help out, nothing he can do there.
Really nice flash from Jiwoo as well.
제리 노플.
Yeah.
제리 필이야, 제리 필이야.
Yeah, saying that it has no flash, and
Definitely doesn't have flash.
and 1 HP
And
as well.
1 HP.
I mean, that's basically just calling, like, anyone touch her and she dies, which is a very sad feeling, but that is, no one's going to be able to get her.
And it was absolutely the truth. We definitely saw that. So we'll see whether KT can actually lock her down, because remember, like, this is KT with a lot of tools for killing the Zeri as well, right? Like, they have single target CC, the fact that you have depth charge and seismic shove that you can layer so beautifully, one on top of the other. The mobility of Zeri doesn't actually matter if you can actually get those ducks in a row, but unfortunately, the ducks really haven't been lining up for KT so far today. As now Call Me looking for that opportunity. Seismic shove on cooldown. Pyoshik comes in to try and answer this though, as Call Me's out of essence, but he's not out of teammates. Peter and Jiwoo making their way in as Jiwoo skates his way towards the mid lane.
Ahri, when she's ulting, it's really hard for Talia to actually get value into her. To hit the shove is so difficult to line up your rocks. Like, yeah, if she dashes through your Unraveled Earth, that's going to be terrible, but any good Ahri player will just circumvent that and play around you. So it's, you know, deceptively quite good for Ahri into Talia in these side lane skirmishes. And even though he didn't hit the charm, he just does so much damage to BDD, he can't match it. And Call Me now has his Horizon focus ready. I mean, his ultimate is going to be on such a low cooldown, obviously, with the Malignant, so he can just keep looking for these picks.
Yeah, Peter actually going to be spotted in this brush, but immediately Pyoshik gets the heck out of there because Sylvie wrapping around from the enemy red buff. And KT, the map kind of shrinking on them is what I can feel. Nice dash from Jiwoo. Not going to get jump scared by Beryl here. This is the Weaver's Wall. Not going to do anything. I think that relied on that hook landing. Beryl and BDD trying to get this communication sorted out. We mentioned already that that ult plus seismic shove combo is really important. Beryl does find a hook there, but that seismic shove, that's not going to hit Beryl. That's not going to move him back as Featherstorm going to lift Deft up into the air, but then he has to fall all the way back down to the death chamber. And Nongshim, they are running away with this in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bigger lead in terms of the game state, I feel like, than parts of that D+ series, you know, in game one.
Yeah.
Because this is just, you have scaling in your Zeri completely online. 5 kills there. The Ahri is not only starting to become quite large, but is also being proactive and finding picks nonstop. And Beryl is trying to turn the tables, but I think really not quite realizing the situation they're in when he's finding these, you know, attempted lockdowns. They just don't have the follow-up damage. Like, Deft is on 1.5 items, so he just can't get it done here. And you're trying to lock down an Ahri, and I get it because the control ward's there, the timing on the auto, like that's clean from Beryl if you actually have follow-up, but you don't, and Jiwoo's there, he's going to press R.
All right, speaking of pressing R, Sylvie is going to press it onto this Gwen, who I think had managed to make her way out of the game moderately throughout the mid-game, but now she's being discovered, and it's the Ahri Vi situation. The Bash Bros moving towards that top side, and they will be able to take him down.
Yeah, that was really funny. It looked like the Baron spawning actually stopped Pyoshik's back. Call Me gonna stop him there. And bottom side with Perfect Dead, didn't actually get some alone time with a turret. That's pretty rare for a Cassante. It only has 2 grubs, but that's gonna be enough to help whittle this down. And Jiwoo is unmatched by Deft, obviously, and Beryl cannot catch him and win the fight. Like, if Barrel hooks him and Deft's in range of the Zeri, Jiwoo presses R and he kills Deft. So he just can't really do anything. So Barrel's agency in this game has dropped to 0, and they have full map control, starting to get deep vision up. They're not quite in a position to start Baron just yet, but they definitely can just hang around Chemtech Drake and get Prio for that and start this one off. And the scaling argument is really just the Gwen here for KT, but Perfect already was shut down. And, you know, you were saying it earlier, it's like, we forgot about this Gwen, it doesn't exist, right? But then he gets locked down, and I think Perfect was hoping that people were just going to leave him alone. He was going to be forgotten, he could just keep his teleport and be a side lane threat, but now he is getting pushed in.
Yeah, and the map is really just shrinking. This is the problem. And Sylvie can come on over, doesn't really care about Gwen and her immunities and all that sort of stuff because she does everything from pretty up close and personal. And so Perfect not going to be able to mitigate that almost at all. Dundun can also get in there, follow up on that hard CC, and we're seeing the power of the Vi finally realized in game number 1. It just really wasn't there. This time around, it really is. And KT setting up gank brushes, setting up this attempted ability to get back into this game, but it's just not working. There is so much vision here for Nongshim as well around the Baron. They don't need to worry about that. They can take themselves this soul point. It is a Chemtech Dragon, so unfortunately Orcs did drop the ball on it here in game number 2. So that is good news for KT. The fact that they are running headlong towards a Chemtech soul feels better than any of the others. But that is a very narrow silver lining around a pretty dark cloud.
Yeah, and I mean, Deft is fantastic at Xayah. Like, you know, we've been pretty critical of the Xayah pick so far this season. It just hasn't looked great, and there have been some scenarios where you can see the plays come through, like Viper Xayah, also looking good but still losing in some of those important games against Gen G. But, you know, if there's one player who could get it done, it would be Deft, but I don't think even he is going to necessarily have the agency here to have that one team fight unless Nongshim make a big mistake, as he's just a whole item behind his opposition in the Zeri that it has Runin, so it's just going to be AoEing the whole team fight. That's what Zeri kind of already does by default, but it's just going to be so consistent, the damage output. You don't have a great front line, you don't have great engage outside of Barrel, he's getting burst so quickly, just not much setup. And so it's really going to be pick-based almost at this point for KT if they win a team fight, is just based on somebody overextending or Ahri going in and maybe accidentally getting flipped, something like that. Is they're going to start this Baron up, actually. This is a little bit of lackluster vision control right now for Nongshim.
Yeah, and Nongshim had their AD carry in the bottom lane. They will spot this out, but this is a fair bit of damage going into the Baron. Call me now. Moving on over, teleport in from Dundun, and Perfect, he's already shown up, so it is going to be a 5v5. In goes Call Me, but he gets hooked! There's the seismic shove combo, finally they find it! It is going to be the Baron locked up, and now Jiwoo, is this going to be the Zeri moment as he flashes? I don't know about that one! And he's torn apart by the Viego! Now the all-out from Dundun, but I just don't think it's going to be enough!
No
and
way.
Everything you can do, I can do better, Wolf, I guess is how this one goes, because Nongshim were in complete control, just like KT in game 1, and then a Baron, and then it's all gone. Maybe now the game's going to be over in 3 minutes and Nongshim win.
I don't know about that. I think this is a different scenario. BDD going to get the shove here. He's totally fine. He actually wins these. Pyoshik's here. Dundun is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's running out of dashes this time around. He does see what's ahead of him, but I don't know about that because he's walking the wrong direction, ladies and gentlemen. Deft is now towards this top side. He's going to be able to take down this inner turret. Teleport is going to come through from Call Me, so that is going to save that one as Dundun
Pyoshik.
well and truly merry jaunt as there is the kill onto Dundun. Beryl is going to shake his hand and say goodbye, and he will respawn in his base now.
Yeah, almost able to get the execute. So this is exactly what I was talking about. What about a pick onto the Ahri? As Call Me's the only one who's nearby, he has to make the call to try to come in here and charm.
Finally it works, Wolf!
Yeah, or charm the Xayah, that is to say, and then Deft just ults away, and the follow-up isn't there, and then Jiwoo has a massive opportunity if there is a follow-up, if there's survivability for him, if he is actually able to extend that damage, then maybe the flash play there is actually correct, but instead it's just him kind of diving into the maw of KT, and that's a shutdown that goes over.
And it goes to Pyoshik as well, and you saw that. Pyoshik actually just inherited Jiwoo and was like, man, this is really strong. And if they are able to do that, if they're able to just immediately pop the Zeri, then the amount of snowball within a team fight that KT has with a Viego is kind of ludicrous.
It's insane, and KT are now in a gold lead, a significant one at that, 1,200, 1,300, and the map controls back
It's a
theirs.
6,000 gold Baron power play.
Yeah.
It is just...
It's a massive swing.
It's insane. And now Colmy, he's down extraordinarily low, has to use all of his charges in getting away.
Dindin also needs to leave, and he will.
It feels like it's just like an expiry date was hit or something like that.
Well, the thing about this is that Nongshim didn't necessarily need to be in this position. They were greeting for control around the other side of the map 3 minutes before Dragon spawned, and they didn't have really enough control over Baron to stop that from going down. And then Colmy has to be the one who makes the heroic play, but he just can't alone. He needs a team, and it's just all a disaster. KT with a good call to go to Baron, and now they have full control, and they've got a pushing Gwen here.
Full seismic shove going to be absorbed there by Dundun. Nicely done. Colmy off to the side, but Spotter on a control ward. Beryl down to 50%. Means that his engage not going to be as reliable. And KT not biting off more than they can chew. They know the Nongshim's team fight is still really scary.
Yeah, it is, and they didn't split perfect off into a side to put the pressure like 4-1 in mid or 4-1 with the Gwen top side to get much. They're going to lose a little bit of farm here because they 5-man group bottom. So KT, most of that Baron power play really in the kills and some of the first objectives they were able to get, but not able to really break open the base or any of these inner turrets. And now Colmy and crew going to get back map control, and now they're setting up their own soul point for this Chemtech.
Yeah, exactly. KT not wanting to let that one go over as Nongshim with that soul point has so much extra power. As of course Beryl is just going to Hex Flash over. Nice Charm is going to connect though as the Gwen damage pretty high. Dindin struggling to get over this wall as BDD can't quite find the CC, but still that is Wild Growth used onto a Cassante. And so now Jiwoo so much more vulnerable, and they just give up the Chemtech Drake. But really smart from Nongshim because they can. They can give up as many of these as they want unless it's 4.
And the Talia poke will start to add up, so Nongshim can't really sit on that dragon and continue to contest. I like this kite back and get the turret at least, and there is a top turret as well of gold they can pick off, so some standing gold here for them should be acquired. They should be able to get that top turret. Looks like they may, in fact, just back instead. So that one's just going to stay alive there. No wave for it, so it's going to take a little bit longer. Just looking at it again on the mini-map. But that's a turret they should be able to get shortly, that is to say. And the fight there, just not optimal because of the wild growth being used. Jiwoo does not have flash, so he's just not able to survive long enough against all the threats of CC here to have a big ultimate and let his Runins pop off in that fight. And that's what's becoming scary here is can Nongshim actually confidently pilot the fed Zeri? Like, you got to the part where the Zeri is fed and big and a problem and could be huge in team fights, but if Nongshim just every single time get outplayed by KT, out-CC'd, or picked apart before the fight really happens and Jiwoo doesn't get to have that 5v5 properly, then the Zeri gold lead doesn't really matter. And Deft is catching up by the moment.
Yeah, and I also think that a GA would be a really good idea for Jiwoo, because of course, KT really do just want to get these resets for the Viego, and if Jiwoo ever blows up in a fight, if he has a GA, then the Viego, even if she does eventually die, then the Viego has to wait a little while longer before he can actually get that reset to happen. That gives Colmy an opportunity to get in position, things like that. The GA value very, very high, but instead it's a bloodthirster for Jiwoo, just wanting to not go down at all, just try and lifesteal his way through.
Yeah, he's basically saying, like, we are going to have that one fight where I am, like, I'm getting a pentakill and we win this game and we're going to game 3. That's basically what he's saying. He's trusting that fight is going to happen where he has full control, where his teammates are going to back him up. The RE charm is going to be good. Beryl is going to get punished. He's not going to be the one under threat. As now Colmy has level 16, so his ult, I mean, he's just going to be tossing it out whenever he wants to fish for anything here at this point. Look at the damage he puts onto Perfect here, who's gone full blast cannon. Yeah, he's really hurting him.
Sylvie going to spot this ward. BDD not going to be able to find the shove. Biosik chasing after him. Oh my god! Okay, perfect. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, if he gets to stack a Q on him, he will take half his health bar. So it's really about spacing as KT are once again going to start the Baron, but this time Nongshim are much closer. And Colmy does have teleport.
Yep, so does Perfect, so they can follow. But look, it's just gone. It is just wiped out. The Extendo Beam almost made it. But KT just kind of highway robbery, and in goes Sylvie. Cease and assist comes down, but Def just puts him away. The Viego's taken out, though. There's the ulti from Jiwoo. Has to flash out immediately. The all-out, the chase position. That was so weird. But there's the Featherstorm as Def tries to get underneath the turret. Flashes out of the way, but Jiwoo is still up and still so dangerous. My god, BDD almost does it. But it is not enough, and it's a Quadra for the Zeri. There There's the moment you were talking about, Wolf.
It just keeps happening, man. This game feels so predictable to me as Jiwoo ends up getting in there, avoids that CC, then Mega Cones back into the fight, sees his angle there, and he does pop off. He's got his Bloodthirster. He will not be burned down in the longer fight. He is very ready to heal it up, have that extra shielding, and he's just a raid boss in this one. As, yeah, KT, they burn this down. The Extendo Beam attempted steal is nice, and Sylvie, this is so great by Beryl to get the hook onto him to stop the engage, but the problem is now you're stuck here with no feasible way to lock Zeri down. You don't have the Nautilus ultimate anymore, and so Jiwoo is going to avoid the CC there from BDD, then skate back in, or rather Blast Cone back in. And what are you going to do here is KT, Def just does not have anywhere close the damage to match, and they're outnumbered. Great timing on the Zhonya's there from Call Me to survive as well. And the game is back completely in control of Nongshim now, as, yeah, KT have a Baron, technically, but they won't be getting much with it.
No, they have it on a Gwen.
Yeah.
And now Peter and Colmy are closing in on him, so I don't think that he's getting to a minion wave at any time soon. There are still 3 control wards in the Baron pit. We've got 40 seconds left before the Chemtech Drake is going to spawn. That is soul for Nongshim if they can lock it down. But as you can see at the top of your screen, the gold just didn't change with that passage of play, right? The Baron power play sitting at -500.
What did change, though, is Jiwoo, you know, you wanted that GA.
Yeah,
he has that now. He was like, you know what, I guess what, at least I will get that Quadra, and then I'll get a GA, just like you asked.
I think it sounded like a good idea, and 6 items also, I think, is a good idea. I think he nailed that one as well. This Zeri is a huge problem for KT. I don't know whether they can even solve it, as on top of that, Jiwoo has just been playing really, really well. He did get caught out that one time, but he learned from that mistake, and we can give him one.
Beryl is really your best bet of trying to front to back and blow somebody up. You just need time if you're KT with this Gwen and the Talia Leandri's damage.
Well, there's a Weaver's Wall, and Pyoshik not going to be able to steal away the Drake, as the Heartbreaker did bring him in there, thankfully. Oh, the Charm! It is going to go wide, as now Def has to use the Featherstorm, but then Cease and Desist is going to come through. The Zeri's going to lock him down, and now it is just all Nongshim. Protect the Jiwoo is the thing, and the GA was put to great use there, as we could see. BDD going to be wiped out. That's a triple kill. And Nongshim will now march up the bottom side of the map and look to end this game.
Nongshim, be careful who you make fun of in the laning phase, you know? They had the big glow up when we got to mid-game. Call me, yeah, he's 20 CS down on BDD. He is not active in the lane. He's got no power there, but when he gets active on the map and they take control, they get this Zeri ahead. Sure, there were some rocky moments, but ultimately this Zeri is just too big to fail.
Yep, and this Gwen was not immune. The Nexus turrets will fall down, and Nongshim will bring us to a game 3. Really bouncing back after, you know, what was a pretty weird ending to game 1, a weird series beforehand. Now finally picking up that W.
Beryl definitely going to be, he's going to be heavily criticized for his performance on this Nautilus here. The answer to Zeri, but unfortunately looking for some really bizarre hooks for the mid game and then helping the Ahri get ahead. But I want to champion both Jiwoo, who had a fantastic game and ultimately did get my POG vote because he got a Quadra. His positioning was really good. His follow-up with the Blast Cone, fantastic. But then also Call Me.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost voted for him, and until the very end of that game, he was my leading runner because he turned this game into a Nongshim opportunity. Because before that, the laning phase was just, it seemed dunzo. You've got a Gwen crushing top, you've got BDD crushing in mid, and Deft is just eventually going to be relevant, right? Even with some of those early kills coming over for Zeri, it felt like, okay, well, they just can't do it. And they were struggling to set up team fights. But that's why the vote goes over to Jiwoo, because eventually he was able to team fight beautifully on the Zeri and has top damage in the game.
And look at that, 7,000 gold swing there as KT were able to take that sneaky Baron. And I think that's why you can't vote for Call Me, is because of that moment there that really almost lost them the game. Thankfully, though, they got themselves back in. It is time for a short break, then the space, and then that game 3.
먹었어.
우리 버스 할만하고.
일단 먹어보자.
우리 버스 할게
버스 하자 이거. 빨리면은 비고 잡으면서 한타 보면 될 듯.
이거 먹었어.
천천히.
천천히.
나 볼게. 천천히.
와줄래. 나 커져라. 나 이겼어.
야,
살려봐, 저
끝까지
이거.
집중해봐.
달려. 천천히 해. 살려부터 볼게.
야, 이거 미드 가야 돼.
미드.
구엔 집 끊을 수 있나? 지훈이?
오조가 같냐?
여기서 앉아놨어.
아 그래? 그냥 간지 형이에요?
보여주기 카메라에 잡히면 좋겠다. 아무것도 안 적혀 있는데 보는 척하는 거.
편에 있는 거 같아.
적혀는 있어.
짜장면 짬뽕 탕수육 오늘 저녁 메뉴. 달려봅시다. 화이팅.
파이팅.
미드 푸시되면 다이브까지 나오는데?
오케이. 그냥 시작이다. 윈드? 유충이다. 레오나? 내가 변이 갈게. 내가 오면. 텔 못 끊어줘. 텔.
괜찮아.
우리 게이드 봤어. 다 본다.
야 나 이거 천천히 봐줘.
나를 높을.
할만해.
나를 봐줘. 딜러줘. 나를 높을.
야 할만해.
더블 5초.
나 Q 3초. 천천히.
나이스.
야 좋은데? 얘 버스 내가 걸 수 있고. 와줘 돼. 야 빨리 줘. 야 나르부터 올게. 야 천천히 걸긴 할게 이거. 야 봐줄게 나도. 파이사?
갈게.
야 바인이야. 나 큐표
왼쪽 빠질게.
야 왼쪽 봐줄게. 마음부터. 아 앞에부터. 앞라인부터. 들어가야 돼. 나 봐줘야 돼. 맞게. 알았어. 파이사 봐줘야 돼. 앞라인부터 처음이야.
야, 텔 찍어볼게.
나 그냥 오른쪽 박아줄게.
아이고.
야 빼라.
그냥 장로까지 갈 것 같아.
결국 한타 한 번이다. 한타 한 번.
나 이번에 큐 해보고 싶은데 와줄래?
너 강 나올 때 말해줘. 야 내가 앞라인 때릴 수 있어 근데.
카이스 W 잘 가보자.
나 가볼게.
나이스.
야, 싸움. 트리.
왔다. 쳐봐야 돼.
야 바텀
해야 된다.
끝낼만한 거? 야, 장로
미드
백도할 수 있다 우리.
아 장로 하자.
자 이번 박자.
야, 이 라인에 박자
할게.
야 크타 봐줘 크타.
야, 제리버.
나 이거 가연 있어.
앞라인부터. 카이스 높을. 앞라인부터. 천천히.
야 잘 잡았다.
나이스. 야, 하나만 너무 잘했다.
멤버가 교체가 됐군요. 예후 선수가 나왔네요.
카메라가 좀 부담스럽네.
방금 근데 마이크가 너무 먼 거 같아 예우야. 좀 붙여봐. 됐다. 잘 들려. 좋네.
예호야 절대 급해지면 안 돼.
시간 가지고 하자.
네.
파이팅.
나 이거 걸게 이거 3대 싸워봐.
싸우자 그냥 이거.
싸워봐 이거 3대 싸워봐. 싸웠어? 아지를 볼게. 아지를. 야 아지를. 잘. 아지 눌러볼겠다. 앞라인 아지를 보고 있다.
딜 못하고 있어.
야 맞아. 다 뛰었어.
야, 여기 아래 봐줘. 여기 날아가 줄래?
자, 딜러 두달 앞을. 둘러 앞을.
나 죽었다.
야, 빨리 따.
야, 머리
빼봐.
빼봐.
빼.
나 찾을게. 자, 높을 놓고.
나이스.
나이스! 야, 여기 레디 있어.
나 이번에 갈게.
안 죽어.
갈게. 야, 딜러 묶어줄게 이거.
앞라인.
딜라이 다 묶었어.
빼야 돼. 아, 나쁘지 않아.
가자. 아지를 끊었다. 잘 봐줘. 잘 높을.
나 잡을 수 있고.
에 높으려고. 미드 가면 끝.
오케이, 나이스. 잘했다.
와.
나이스. 좋다. 나이스.
파이팅.
우리 침착하게 마무리해보자.
네.
이겨야지.
네.
나 상체 게임 하고 싶긴 해 이 판은.
상체 게임 시원하게 하자. 파이팅. 가보자.
나 이거 안 보이게 가는 중.
나이는 없고 그냥 바로 박아도 될 것 같은데 얘 상태가. 오케이. 너무 좋다.
나이스. 나 이번 연차 큐하고 한번 볼게 여기서. 야, 볼게.
내가.
나이스.
둘차 얘네 치고 있을 때.
뚫을게 이거.
나 이번에 한 번 넘어갈게.
앞에 여기. 강형 조심. 여기 뒤가 없어.
나 안 좋아. 나 절대 안 좋아.
야, 라카 묶였다.
야, 아들.
아들 정착.
딜 못 넣게 해줄게.
나 살았고.
나 아들. 야, 제리 원래 제리. 오케이. 와, 강형 뭐야 이거?
안 죽잖아.
우와?
자, 공 쓸게 이거. 사고 쳐봐 이거. 싸움 볼게 이거. 들어오면 본다.
앞라인.
센터 잡고. 야, 아트 볼게. 평타. 나이스. 좋았다. 우승 신고 가보자.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 of Nongshim up against KT Rolster, and Nongshim Red Force actually able to take a game here off of KT, looking quite strong in this second one to tie things up at 1-1, making this a series. So guys, how did that happen? How did they do that?
I don't know why we're surprised. It's both peak KT to drop a random game and peak Nongshim to win games individually against teams much stronger than them. There's a reason why Nongshim is so far ahead of a lot of the other teams, even though their match score is still not good. So being able to get these individual wins, that's where they have shown. And the mental of this team, after getting unceremoniously bopped and not playing very well, ends up being enough to beat KT in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I really love the Nongshim draft. Like, the by day first picking the from blue side, just I think it actually just make the... It's not like I would say force. It's just like recommended to pick the KT, pick the Xayah. We known as like really good pick against the Vi. And they go actually 4-5 together on bot lane. And it's like they just go Zeri Lulu that makes... If KT, let's say, make a small mistake, it's not even like huge mistake. The game's like... It's so bare-handed. You know, like it's kind of opposite from the game 1 when they pick Vi and Hue. It's just like, I would say like the death counts like they have, like it was like only 1. But this game... It's just like from KT that if they make one mistake, it's gonna just go to no matter what the Zeri Lulu favor. And basically that's what happened.
Yeah, that Lucian ban should have been a Zeri ban. I don't think that Peter and Jiwoo piloting Lucian Nami is going to be what is going to lose you the game. But Jiwoo on Zeri, which we know he really likes, and which Nongshim have won a lot of games before, particularly with the spot she's in the meta right now, not something that you can afford to do so. I think definitely a big mistake there from KT. And this Xayah priority, I know that Nongshim loves Zyra Khan. I get that you want to pick it away, and obviously it's okay into Vi, but it didn't end up working out. Really credit to Nongshim, and also Call Me, I think, on this Ahri actually delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty interesting that KT in game 1, you remember they banned the Xayah because they were worried about playing their shorter range bottom lane comp with the Callista into it. And then this time they pick it first. So definitely feels like compared to other teams, they're kind of rating the Xayah a bit higher. Maybe Death feeling very comfortable on this pick nowadays. But either way, it doesn't quite work out, as we should take a look at this early dragon fight in this game. This is what happens when the Zeri has a bit of a moment.
And the game state right now was not great for Nongshim. So if they lose this fight, the game would have been over.
Yeah, I mean, basically KT were leading the game. They had a lead on gold as well. But the thing is, like, this is the... Like, speaking of the Talia, I didn't really touch it from the draft phase. But the thing is, like, playing into Vi and Ahri, it's so tough. And it's actually kind of makes also even harder that... Oh, they have a Xayah, and it's a Nautilus, and it's a Viego. So it's no matter what, it's got to be the Talia that she's like most exposed, the person in the team right now. And it's like, I think the Nongshim plays so well around there. They attack the weaknesses there, and that fight becomes like really, really unlosable. And I mean, like they kind of overchased the Sylvie there, but I think it was a poor decision, I'll say.
Yeah, I felt like the positioning as well in the pit was kind of iffy. You know, they were very overcommitted to that dragon, and it did not work out for them trying to get an early lead. And then eventually the Zeri really began to have a bunch of moments. He didn't really have one big one in this game. It was more so just 4 different fights that gave her kills.
And it's that 1-2 of Ahri Vi that we've seen be so exceptionally strong, even without a hyper carry. But if you can use the mid jungle prio that generates as a, yeah, I don't know, barrel. Peak barrel, unfortunately, in this one. Use that to then get your hyper carry ahead. It's exceptional.
Woo!
He didn't have to go for that. Woo! That could have backfired immensely, but of course he's Jiwoo, so he does go for that.
That's such a clean move. And it's like, I'll say it's like also really huge shout out to Ziu, but the thing is like it's the other way that from KT not playing not playing like the LK like this much is like it's not good. That's why they're actually dropping the game against weaker team, especially in this season. And also like there was no like the necessarily they didn't have to fight there.
Also, Nongshim also had a KT moment where they lost a Nash, but we didn't go over that.
Yeah, that did happen. This game did kind of go off the rails as well. But yeah, Nongshim eventually able to hold on for dear life and win that game number 2. Let's you just pick up the POG. I have our eyes on a Zeri, and it will be Jiwoo, in fact, with 13 kills in this one.
Shout out to the mid jungle. I think Call Me, as Wolf pointed out, after a rough laning phase, really was a front runner for me. But he had the incident around Nash, which led to the gold swing. But Jiwoo, I love watching this guy play when he gets fed on these type of hyper carries. We've seen him do it on Needle, we've seen him do it on Zeri many a time. He will carry his team to a victory.
I mean, I just like his aggression. It's like he actually not scared, like dying. Of course, there was an oopsie one time, but doesn't really matter because he actually carried whole, like just besides one play, like he actually played like so well. Like as we see, like just one flash was like so close, and even this fight, he had a GA and he just threw his body, and it's like obviously it's so well deserved.
Yeah, so 8 out of 8. Nobody else even getting a single look as Jiwoo does pick up the POG with 13 kills. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, boys. Absolutely fantastic breakdown there of game number 2. And here we are into the final game. A giggling Jiwoo to bring us in there as well. You could imagine the Nongshim spirits definitely soaring after that one. But on the KT side of things, probably some discussions about decisions to be made in draft. And maybe a Vi will not be seen this time around, as potentially KT also moving over to the blue side, as we see right here.
Just a lot of
that'll change things up.
Yeah, it's a lot of disrespect, Atlas, I think we saw from KT in that last game. And Nongshim are good enough to take a game off any team that disrespects them and doesn't play around them well. And we see a lot of mistakes from KT there that were greedy, and they were punished. And then the team fighting was good from Jiwoo in the end. I absolutely still favor KT to close this series out, as we all should, but let's see if the caution is thrown to the wind again, or if they're going to draft a little bit more respectfully. Now, Ashe is going to be bad this time around. That was a bit of an issue in game 1. Do like to see that adaptation, as they still don't want to let Jiwoo play Smolder, which is not shocking to anyone.
Nope. I think the Senna ban on red side is also probably going to go through. There it is. So no Smolder, no Senna. And what is going to be the first pick? I think like Ashe, Senna, Kalista, I think could be the adaptation here to avoid what happened in game number 1 on Nongshim's side. That will give us a very different draft, as there is the Xayah. It's going to be taken away.
Really interesting. Maybe they're thinking of picking the Vi first themselves.
Yeah.
As if you're gonna play, if they're gonna ban Kalista and you're gonna play Varus here, then you'd be happy to play into Xayah, I think, in the laning phase. But either way, let's see if Pyoshik is gonna lock that one up to take it away from Sylvie here. And there it is. So we'll give them the opportunity to play Vi Ahri themselves. Call Me still here. They didn't sub him back out for Fiesta, so perhaps that was what they were hoping for again. KT will deny it. Really nice draft adaptation here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a checkmate there, right? Because it's sort of going down the tier list for KT. So if it is the Orianna ban once again, then maybe they do just go to the Kalista, because maybe they don't really care as much about having that option. But this is a tried and true method. The Tristana and the Maokai both coming in. Of course, flex picks all over the map, to be honest, with both of these champions.
I feel like BDD is happy to play Ahri into this. I think he's also happy to play Taliyah into this. They don't even necessarily have to play the Ahri Vi, as the laning phase is what I'm most concerned about, because this is, you know, a bit of a tougher champion to pilot for Call Me here. It's not impossible, and it has a lot of power, but it also really requires you to understand exactly how to use your trading patterns against these champions. And so, you know, the technical aspects of this might go a bit over Call Me's head in this matchup into the Taliyah, where you have a lot of power with your Unraveled Earth. And it's going to be their Zeri pick potentially here, and then they can try to protect it if the Nautilus doesn't come through right now.
I quite like the Zeri being locked away. I was half thinking that they were going to head towards a Nautilus. I know that Beryl had a bit of a barrel on it in game number 2, but having just 2 point-and-click CCs onto a target can be very, very powerful, as there is a Kai'Sa for the final lock-in. Jiwoo just opting in for that one, and this could be that AP Kai'Sa
It could
we
be.
have heard about, given the fact that there is already a Tristana on the board.
Yeah, it could be. Could just be kind of the more hybrid build where you're mostly building standard items and then you eventually get, you know, the Nashers later, and then you can still poke, but you're mostly just normal Kai'Sa, kind of hybrid. I think that's probably what we'll see, but time will tell as they'll take away the Gnar once again from Perfect. This may just mean a Cassante ban is traded. Like the Alistair ban a lot. It's going to be one of the safest picks they can have down there in the bottom side. And let's see what this final ban is going to be, because Nautilus seems pretty obvious now for Nongshim. I think that's what your final ban is as KT, unless they're planning on picking something else.
Yeah,
instead.
Rel is still an option.
Yeah.
Something that they could go towards if they would like it. As Lulu taken away, just to deny exactly what KT just lost to in the previous game.
Beryl Yuumi incoming, question mark?
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually I don't think that there is any world where Beryl isn't playing either Nautilus or Rakan in this game. I can't see it. It's not really in the cards in my brain. Could be playing Rel, but we'll just have to see where he's going.
I feel like
the final ban for KT is going to be TF.
I mean, Kai'Sa Nautilus is not a lane that necessarily sparks joy, but I feel like it is just what is required here. And Twisted Fate pulls a lot of the attention topside, even, you know, blind, if it were going to be played that way for Nongshim here. So I don't hate the ban, but it does mean that Peter gets to play Nautilus. And like you mentioned, some of his best games have been on this pick, some of his worst games have been on this pick, but maybe if he has his best game, they win and win the series and get the upset win. KT, they could have guaranteed playoffs with a 2-0. Now they need FearX to lose.
Yeah.
At least one of the games in the next series to guarantee it today, and of course win this game. As the Rel looking like it may be the option here with the Nautilus taken away. And the Cassante also picked now that the Gnar is banned, so pretty strong amount of engage and follow-up late game damage in this composition for KT. Very well rounded.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I do think that the Cassante can be bullied, but I don't know whether he does by an Udyr. We'll just have to see how Dindin's going to be able to play this one out, or whether this is indeed going to be what he settles on. He's not often that big punish type player, so it might just be the tank off, as we can see. Of course, Udyr does do a fair bit of early game damage, a lot of lane control as well with all of his AoE.
If you have map control with Nongshim's composition, it's really scary, actually, considering there's so many different ways to lock down this area. Even Udyr can help you link CC together to make sure that Def just cannot play the game, cannot actually get that damage done. But counter-wise, there's such an insane front line here, and re-engage for KT is insane. Once that Maokai ultimate is gone, if you don't lock somebody down and blow them up with a Tristana and the follow-up Killer Instinct from Jiwoo, and KT turn and run at you, it's donezo. Like, I don't think you almost ever win that fight if KT have good re-engages. So that's what I'm most scared about, you know, is KT's ability to say, all right, did you kill our Zeri? Yes or no, flowchart. If the answer is no, Rel goes in and you lose fight because Deft is just going to have such good frontline here, so he will almost never be under threat.
And not to mention the fact that Pureshik and Perfect won't care about Nature's Grasp at all. So the Maokai maybe not as much value in this game than he would have got in other games. Still, Nongshim do have, once again, a pretty balanced draft here. We'll have to see what Jiwoo is going to be building on this Kai'Sa, whether he has been looking at some of the things people have been cooking. Very interested to see what's going to happen here in game number 3. KT, 하나, 둘, 셋. KT fighting. Nongshim reinforce. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Nongshim fighting.
Woo! I did kind of same voices there for both teams. I really should probably mix it up, but you know, I was getting bored of doing like just the highs and the lows. But then I decided to not experiment at all, and I don't know whether I liked that one either. So we'll look into it for the next series.
Yeah, I haven't really put that much time into my cheer prep.
Yeah, my cheer prep was not very. I just wasn't expecting 3 games, Wolf. You know, I didn't come prepared. So Nongshim surprising us once again, and I shouldn't have been surprised. They did this to T1. They do this all the time, and to all sorts of teams.
Even though we got like a lot of love from the Korean community for our chants and stuff,
they are definitely never going to consider me as the head of the fan club in the neighborhood.
No, I don't think so
Like, it
either.
is not going to happen. They're like, oh, it was very cute when the Global Cast did that, but Wolf was really bad. He is definitely not going to be leading any
Maybe they're
fan
going to say,
chats.
like, it's cute they're trying, you know? Maybe there's that. Well, we might get one in for the memes. They might give us that opportunity, but I don't think it'll be because they're impressed by our fan chant ability. And I do not blame them whatsoever. Pyosik perfect waiting here on this blue buff. As Dundun just goes to spend some time with them. There we go. This is interesting.
Well, look at that.
Does a lot of damage to both of them.
Exactly, that's the thing. He loses a ton of his health bar here and will slow down the jungle start, and he's probably not going to really pay for this too much. Like, this isn't going to bother him at all. But he gets to do damage to 2 champions where they can only hurt 1, so his value is just so much higher there, Atlas. That's the power of Udyr and Blast Cones.
And once he hits level 2, you know, he can press his go green shieldy button and stuff like that and just have a great time. He will need to get to level 2, as Perfect with not exactly the optimal button. Probably would have liked to have a Q to help him push that, try and get himself to level 2 himself, but not quite going to get there. As BDD spots
Early Tristana Prio is going to make it really difficult for Pyosik to do much here, so feels like Sylvie actually finally gets to have a little bit of revenge after what happened in Game 1, where Pyosik took his jungle away. He's going to be taking 1 quadrant, at least the red buff there, and the Raptors away of his counterpart. And this means that it's a quick reaction from Pyosik, identifies this early, and we'll actually set up the vertical jungle here, and we'll contest on blue. Very smart here from Pyosik. He's spotted on a ward, so they know this is happening. Yep, but because of the bottom side prio here for KT, there's not really much Jiwoo and Peter can do. And Sylvie is going to come challenge.
Yeah, he is going to blast cone his way in, and Pyosik not feeling comfortable enough to be able to lock this one down. And so a bit of a battle between the junglers. Beryl does have priority, like you were talking about, so he can rotate over. And in fact, BDD has moved first as well. Has the health lead over Call Me as well. Face checking at Talia is very, very dangerous. So this could be our first scuffle. Bit of a 4v4 at 3.5 minutes. You love to see it. Hook going to come down. That is going to be the blue buff for Pyosik, but there's the seismic shove. Deft is able to pick up first blood as well, and it's a disaster so far for Nongshim. The flash forward, the double kill. Deft is going to go down, but he's probably going to type worth in all chat as Jiwoo is almost going to fall. Not quite going down. It's the Gromp! The Gromp! No! Nongshim's worst enemy! The Gromp! Oh, no!
Oh, he's so angry. Why does he have to do it to him like that? Look at his face as well in the player cam. He got gromped. And look, we love our Elder Flips and Challengers. A lot of our Eastside teams coming from that environment, right? But allow me to introduce the 330 blue buff flip, which is where we were going on this one. And I tell you what, Atlas, against a Talia and a choke point, I don't think you want to be Nongshim on this flip. And Sylvie really optimistically trying to contest there. And for a moment, Call Me had prio, but he didn't. When BDD showed up first there, as BDD was able to clear the wave and get over there, and his shove is the game winner. And I'm almost ready to certify it. Like, it's Azeri getting 2 kills at 330. Like, yeah, actually, you know what? I will. I think I am going to certify this. And
a certification feels a little bit different when it is KT, but let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, I mean, look at Call Me rotating over here, and BDD can surf. He gets over here so fast, and then this engage from Sylvie with Peter on top of him means that BDD gets the shove back. Flashes away so no one can punish him, and then Sylvie's down. Deft will be traded, of course, for this, but then the Gromp.
Yeah.
Call Me did it to him, too. Call Me pissed off the Gromp.
Oh, no! Alright, we're gonna listen.
제리 2킬 먹긴 했는데 이거.
아이득이야.
Not bad.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
두꺼비 뭐냐고. 진짜 다 망했는데.
Oh.
진짜.
What are you doing, Grumpy? Helping out KT.
Oh no! I actually, like, I want to give a shout out to Jiwoo because we were going on about, you know, Dundun 1v2ing in the top lane but then losing to Gromp. Jiwoo had to let everyone know that anyone can lose to Gromp. It's not just Dundun. It's just anyone on Nongshim,
Anyone
I
could
guess.
die to Gromp.
It's just... I just can't believe that it's the same team that it happens to once again.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough.
All right,
that was the least important part of that fight, I would say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like the fact that Zeri gets 2 kills and dies is still already a trade up. A kill for Pyosik. It's significant, but it's not, you know, it's not the worst part of this. As Dundun should be fine here, but that's going to be another grub going over. At least Sylvie picked up one of his own. But I just worry about how quickly you can accelerate this game now as Deft when you have level 6 advantage over Jiwoo quite stably, and you have a Rel, so there's some all-in angles there, and fighting for these objectives becomes so hard now as Nongshim. I mean, frankly, it's a 1,400 gold lead here off of just that play alone.
And this is the composition with the Zeri that has that lead. You also, like, on top of that, you're moving into a mid-game with a Vi. Like, Pyosik doesn't even have 6 yet. Like, it only gets worse from here, to be honest. And especially when this lead was given to their weakest lane, in theory, at that stage of the game. So, KT, all of their ducks seemingly in a row, but that is often when things go awry the most. So we'll just have to see whether they can keep their wits about them.
And it's just, I mean, Pyosik's call to go straight to blue with the prio they had there at that moment. You know, he didn't have to hard commit, and Nongshim didn't have to hard commit. They could have just pushed him off. But that fight and that angle for BDD is just why KT are so good in early games. It's just like game 1. They made the same pressure. Okay, Dindin.
Yeah, there's the all-out as Dindin's going to be pulled back. Does get the boot, but Perfect doesn't seem to worry about that one. Looking to dash after him. That's not the cue that he was looking for, and Dindin runs really fast, especially with Ghost now activated. Perfect holds on to his.
Yeah, KT going to be trying to look for Dragon on the other side here as they've tracked Sylvie. They know where he is, his entry point here into the pit, or into the river, rather.
As BDD moving on over to help out, throwing some rocks on in, but Colney deals with the minion wave. And he's now going to look forward. Okay, there is a seismic shove as he goes down to 50% health, but now Nongshim, they have their eyes on the prize. They're looking for BDD, who flashes over the wall. Now Deft diving in. He has the ulti running as Jiwoo just getting shot by these burst fires over and over. BDD doesn't want to be tanking up this dragon anymore. There was the hook! Somehow lands onto Deft! The Drake is going to be taking another two-man shove from a 50 health Talia, but still, the Vi is going to go down. There's a flash forward from Jiwoo. Deft, he didn't have the skate, and he can't get over that wall. Seismic shove once again as BDD throws Call Me exactly the right direction. And Nongshim, they win the fight, but they don't get the Drake.
They don't get the Dragon. It was so close to actually being a win for KT on the fight as well. I think if that hook does not catch Deft from Peter, they probably do actually crush that fight, and we have another moment where Zeri pops off.
Ooh. Okay, that was scary.
Yeah, that was very scary. A good sidestep there from BD, who's playing phenomenally well on this Talia, as he is known to do in this game so far. As, Perfect trying to be aggressive with that ultimate earlier to keep himself relevant in the slam, but you can see it's tough into Udyr. So Call Me gets chunked down to half, and then BDD gets caught. And this is the moment where Jiwoo decides, I'm going in onto BDD, and takes half of his health bar from the Dragon and from Deft. And at this moment, it looks like, okay, this is donezo. There's no way Nongshim can re-engage this. And then Barrel's sidestep here that allows Peter to hit Deft is disastrous, because even with an amazing seismic shove here, without Deft being able to really stick around and fight because he's so low, they're kind of doomed. And then Jiwoo will come in here and beat Kaisa. The kill is stolen by Peter. And then BDD avoids the snipe here from Jiwoo out on the upcoming wave. We're not going to watch that part, but still, win for Nongshim here to get them back into the game. But as you mentioned, Dragon going over to the Zeri composition that's scaling is going to buy them so much additional time.
Certainly will. Next Dragon is going to be an Infernal as well, so no Cinders on the map. That makes me a little bit sad, but it's fine. We still have the option of a Cloud Soul. After that fight, though, I'm saying that, like, Peter rolled the heads for this game.
Yeah.
We were talking about the fact that his Nautilus is either the best or not. It's looking like the best in this game. That was 2 incredibly pivotal hooks.
Yeah.
The first, flash hook onto BDD to take him almost out of the fight. He still did manage to land some amazing seismic shoves, but that's just because BDD is amazing. Peter did everything that he could, but then also hitting Deft. Really nicely played from this guy, and I think a large reason as to why Nongshim managed to win out on that fight. So good work from Peter. We'll see whether he can keep it up.
The change to the Cassante ultimate, I feel like, really affects this matchup quite significantly in favor of the Udyr, as you can see with Dindin here just kind of skating his way out of the ultimate because of the slow removal, and so he's able to do a little bit. Jiwoo, unfortunately, is not going to be able to do anything right now, as his jungler is doing Bub's top side, so Bubs for Zeri getting mass amounts of gold. Probably not the trade that Nongshim was looking for, but maybe it's the only one they feel like they can make or happen right now, is Deft once again just PvE sucking gold out of the map, and this is not a good sign, unfortunately, for what the mid to late game is going to look like here for Nongshim, as Jiwoo will be able to return and catch this wave, so not the end of the world. Peter, careful.
Yeah, Barrel going to be spotted with the sweeper there, so not going to be able to get that back off. Still, now going to go back to base. It looks like it is going to be static shift completed here for Deft, so we'll be able to put that together. And they didn't lose this third plate, Nongshim. They just barely held on to it. Of course, still a couple of minutes left on those plates. If they can keep this wave shoved, then maybe they could deny that bit of extra gold as Deft makes his way back in. Nice buffer. This time around for Call Me will avoid taking massive amounts of rock damage.
The other thing about Zeri too in this game and this type of back timing is that she can get back to lane so quickly with her wall ride, so she's already back there, doesn't lose too much of the cannon wave. Really nice back timing for Deft. You can see he's 400 gold up right now with that little peak that we had at total gold amongst champions, and he's going to be able to push back through and should be able to get that plate since it's so low. Is another good one. Yeah, nicely done, Call Me.
He's getting the timing in, you know? He's starting to nail it, so it's working out. Has also chosen Firefighter Tristana, my personal favorite skins.
It is the best one, yeah, factually.
Hats off to that. Was also one of the very first, what was it, legendary skins to ever be put into the game. So very, very cool. Very old. Although it might have been Alien Invasion, I think. That might have been earlier.
Early times.
Yeah, it was certainly a long time ago, and my memory ain't what it used to be. So, Perfect Intended hitting each other with things, as we can see.
Yeah, I don't want to watch it anymore, though.
No, we don't really need to, do we? That's a lot of 500 gold leads in every direction.
Yeah.
The only lead is like a bit of money in favor of Peter. That is it. That is all that this game is right now.
And I feel like what a Kai'Sa with 2 kills is going to offer you is significantly less than what a Zeri is going to offer you unless you can consistently win fights, right? And KT, once again, have Prio on this Dragon. So what can Jiwoo actually get done with the money he has and his 2 kills is a question that I don't think is going to be answered necessarily in this fight. Def gets another plate.
Oh dear.
And they have no idea.
Yeah, and there is a Drake up and available as well. If this dive was actually successful, is Seismic Shove going to connect onto Peter? There's the Magnet Storm over the wall, and Jiwoo just barely pulled in. Cease and assist will be the end of him. And right when I was talking about the fact that the dive wasn't going to happen, it absolutely does.
Good shove.
Result in KT being able to grab the objective and look for more.
Yeah, I mean, BDD's just like, we don't need to go all in on the dive. You don't need to engage first rel. Let me just scoop him in. And he does with the shove. Deft gets the full turret, all plates, 10 seconds before the plates fall. And this area has 3 kills, 5 plates of gold, and he's even going to have this dragon as well for some additional stats. As Sylvie, I don't know about this one.
Well, he was trying to go for a cheeky little smite, and in fact, Nongshim do push them away. The health bars of both Call Me and Sylvie were decently large, and that's a mountain rift that we are contending with here. Pretty good for Deft, who can skate over a lot of different things.
Yeah, that's very good for him.
But choke points for a Maokai, also pretty nice. So the Rift itself, pretty good. And if either of these teams gets a Mountain Soul, no one's going to die this game.
Only thing I'm thinking about in terms of Mountain and choke points is BDD's shoves right now.
That has kind of been the story of this game for me. Even though he doesn't have any kills, he has 100% KP. Every single play has revolved around him making something spectacular happen in this early game. Teleport going to come through here from Perfect to hold this turret. And Dindin is backing topside, so won't be able to trade one back because they're sending Deft to get more gold topside as they're going to fight for Herald now. And Nongshim need to match this soon if they're going to match it at all, because that Herald might just guarantee top turret here and gold for Deft. Like, he's so big already. If they just take this and instantly drop it top and there's no answer for Nongshim, I don't care how much damage Tristana puts on this turret, it's not going to be worth.
No, and especially not when he spends most of the time being shoved around by BDD. And just to hold on to him is perfect. Actually, look at it. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
He's just not going to be able to make that one work. Sort of tries to ult, but then ults into the wall and then dies because he gets pulled into the turret.
Yeah, that is rough. That last turret shot that he's pulled into does him in, as he might have otherwise been able to escape there. Flashes as well, so now no flash, no ult.
Oh, that was a cavalcade of everything going wrong here for Jiwoo. And that was after in the early game he was killed by Gromp so unfairly.
I know, and now his team is losing both sides of the map because they lost the K'Sante 1v1 with the Kai'Sa, and then topside Herald goes over, and guess what? They want to give Deft money. I think Pyoshik is thinking about just pressing his Herald button and saying, here's some more gold, because he already got this whole turret after a great shove from BDD. And Peter and Jiwoo just walking really close to the wall here, a little bit peculiarly.
Barrel's crash down, just gorgeous as well.
It's perfect. It's like right on the edge of the wall there to make it happen. And then
As you mentioned here, the angle for Jiwoo a little bit awkward. Gets slowed here, and then bam.
Yeah, he tried to get over, but just gets caught.
Yeah, and then the turret is aggroed by him as he's pushed in by the pull from Perfect there. You know, I mean, sometimes you win some, you lose some. I feel like for Nongshim in this one, they've opted into a lot of really risky calls, and they've just been smashed every single time. And BDD has been the key player here, and that's the first kill that he's not involved in because it's just a solo for Perfect.
And it's adding insult to injury, right? Because Perfect was the one that was sort of absent from a lot of the stuff that KT was benefiting from in the earlier stages. And now he's also accelerated. And Dundun's not going to quite be able to push him around as much. Although now that the Rookern's done, I mean, it was already a wet noodle fight. And it's almost like we've just decided to stop the pool party completely. Like,
yeah, Dundun is removing purple gameplays. Like, how much of the purple on the health bar can I remove?
Yeah.
And he's finding out the answer is not really happy for him.
No, it's not very much purple, and it's definitely not a lot of green or blue.
I hate it when my enemy top laner has a stain. I just can't get out. This purple stain on this health bar.
Yeah. Well, speaking of purple, Shelly going to be ridden here down the mid lane.
Yeah, they didn't commit it topside, but they will get it here mid.
Yep, looking for that bit of extra damage as Dundun's making his way in. Weave as well just delivers BDD to the fight as Dundun gonna get thrown around. The seismic shove misses. That's very important for Dundun, but it's just gonna buy him a few seconds of time as Beryl soaks the CC. The Acathian Rain, oh my goodness, Call Me gonna get thrown back in as Peter trying to be the hero. Killer Instinct, okay, as Jiwoo, he oversteps, but he still manages to help get the kill onto Deft. It's not going to win them the fight, but it at least achieved the objective that he was after. It's just still Nongshim trading down once again.
Yeah, trading down because the Dragon spawns in 45, and KT should be able to group up and take this. As it's a rough fight there for Nongshim, and some really bizarre scenarios do occur. They want to defend the turret, they want to make something off of the Herald Charge play, and then Beryl, weirdly enough, actually is able to escape. Peter tries to catch him there, and he just barely escapes it. It's a really weird interaction that happens here as Beryl wants to push forward, and then Perfect is keeping Dundun out. So watch Beryl when Peter decides to go for this follow-up play here. He goes back into the Herald and gets knocked out of it, and then Peter just weirdly misses that hook somehow. It almost looked like it was a guaranteed hit. Then he blocks the follow-up Maokai ult. So Beryl just kind of like accidentally makes a huge impact in this team fight. And then he's super low, lives here, and then they just chase down Jiwoo and kill him. And yes, Deft is pushed into Call Me here, so he is killed, sacrificed by the KT gods here. But it's still a massive win for KT, even in this skirmish, because they win the fight, they pick up a ton of gold, and that dragon I was talking about is going to be soul point for them now for Mountain.
Yeah, and Mountain Soul Point is a big deal for a team that has a Rel, a Vi, and a Cassante. That is just, it's a lot of value.
Not fair.
Those tanky stats, especially for Pyoshik, who wants to be frontlining, and he's Pyoshik, right? He's always going to be frontlining no matter what champion he's playing. And it just means that he can build these more damage-focused items and still just be a raid boss, which is completely unfair. And so KT in a great position at this point in the game. But we know, I mean, I said it in the sentence, right? It's KT. And they can be in whichever position you would like, but it is still possible.
Always
to
losable.
Lose the game.
Always
Every
losable.
game is losable, Wolf. You're exactly right. As Jiwoo has his Rage Blade completed. That's why watching KT is so nerve-wracking and amazing. Because it's never one of those like, oh, well, this is boring.
You're just never sure.
Yeah, you can never actually count out KT or their opponent.
If you're a KT fan and you see a massive gold lead, or even one like this where you're 3 dragons up, you're definitely not going to walk away from the TV.
No.
You just can't. Until the Nexus explodes and they do the player shot of the players like standing up and high-fiving and stuff, that you never really truly...
You go to the bathroom before a KT series every time.
Yes.
And in some other series, you know that you can take a bit of a break, right? In a pro series, in the mid-game, you can take a break. You can go to the bathroom. Not here, because we are fighting once again. Call Me is going to get ulted into the backline as Perfect is just 1 versus 5, and he doesn't really like those odds. It's still going to take a while for him to go down, but go down he will. And that is going to be a 1-for-0. And BDD is just farming the bottom lane.
Yeah, a bit of a split play here from KT. Not everybody really fully behind that. Didn't have enough damage to actually blow up Call Me, so...
Perfect was fully behind that, though.
Yeah, he was.
He was all in.
He was 100% on that. And he will teleport in and deny any additional damage to that turret. So they get his teleport, and that's the only big win for KT, unfortunately, on this play. Perfect does get shut down. And Dindin comes in, denies the push on the turret. So Leandres is done now for BDD, and that's going to be a lot more damage they can consistently put out in slower fights here with this area. Now you can start to operate as KT, not as a pick comp, not as a Rel Wombo combo comp, but actually just slowly and looking for those re-engages I was talking about. You can force Nongshim into really awkward positions on these objectives. Critically, the one that's spawning in 2.5 minutes, that Mountain Soul that you're looking to get. As Pyoshik and Perfect are like, okay, this is a backing Tristana. He's seen with this control ward. We have ult, even though he has jump. We should be able to get this done. What they don't know is that all of Nongshim is there. And Cassante, he does a lot of damage, but not that much damage, actually.
Yeah, the whole squad was here. And so KT thought that they were getting a pick, but instead they were picking a team fight. And that is not what they were prepared for, as Beryl might not have been prepared for this either, as okay, he's kind of by himself, but he does have the rest of the crew turning up. Killer Instinct does come in, Beryl goes down as Deft has ulted, but he has to contend with Dundon, and I think he might be able to do that. Sylvie's extraordinarily low, and now Perfect is looking to lock down the rest of them. The Udyr will be taken out, and now is it just Baron time? I guess maybe it is, as without Call Me, Jiwoo is pretty low as well, almost. Oh, it actually does have his flash available. It was Call Me that almost had his up. And so can Peter and Jiwoo get something done? Some lower health bars, but without Sylvie in the area, he was just too low.
Kai'Sa
trying to test this Baron, so it's going to be taken down.
Kai'Sa can't do anything to this Cassante. I mean, he's trying to steal potentially with the W. Void Seeker is desperation, as he needs to get out of this area now as soon as possible.
Yeah.
As he can't hurt a Cassante.
Yeah.
He just cannot. And that's the difference between Zeri and Kai'Sa, is Zeri in longer fights will always have the better damage output. The Kai'Sa is somewhat binary in that it has the burst damage and the single target kill that you're looking for. But once you use your ultimate and your entire kit, you'll never compete with what Deft is going to be able to do. And so Beryl is re-engaged here the turn as he realizes, okay, I can turn myself getting caught into a big shove from BD's. Magnet Storm sets it up, and then Deft is at full health. And Jiwoo is too. But guess which one of these two AD carries is going to be the one that's going to do the big damage in the later parts of this fight? It's going to be the Zeri, so they need to back away, and that will be the Baron going over to KT.
And now it could even be the Mountain Soul, because that's up in about 40 seconds as Pyoshik looks for Call Me here. Cease and desist is going to come down, but it's a battle on two fronts. Perfect going to dive right in, and that means Jiwoo has to hit him. He can't hit the squishy members of KT. And now Peter going to get thrown back. The buffer was decent, and he's actually going to keep himself alive, but the tree not going to be so lucky. Deft Killer Instinct flashes on in, and is going to be able to take down Call Me, and I think that might have been the back-breaking moment if it hadn't happened already.
Yeah, Deft is just given so much of a front line. He's given so much setup there, and the dive onto Call Me is once again, it looked like initially maybe an overextension, but there's no punish. He has to ult to keep himself alive, and he's pushed out of the fight, and then it's just another front to back with Perfect running through the team fight with reckless abandon because there's no damage. Nobody can kill this guy. I mean, Tristana can, with given enough time, she can kill the Cassante, but she's half health instantly by the engage from Pyoshik, so she can't get near Perfect, and this front line is just untouchable. And the Deft is like, I'm ulting, I'm flashing, I'm killing. And what do you got, Nongshim? You're already empty. If you don't kill me instantly in the beginning of the fight, you can't break our front line, you can't kill me.
And now he's a tank. Now he's a tank.
Yeah.
Because there's a Mountain Soul. And so now everyone has these gigantic shields. Jiwoo is surrounded by absolutely everyone. He's going to Killer Instinct to try and create some distance, but the Vault Breaker is still going to come on through. Pyoshik is so close to having ulti. That's why he was continuing the chase. Doesn't quite have it back off cooldown just yet, though, so Jiwoo is going to be able to supercharge it and ghost his way out. And now KT dotting some I's and crossing T's is what it sort of feels like here, as the Baron's still 30 seconds to go out of 5,000 Baron power play so far, thanks to Red Bull.
Yeah, let's see if Jiwoo can do anything here in this fight. I mean, there's just so much damage on this turret already.
Yeah, Hook going to connect there, but not exactly a priority target as Pyoshik. I mean, everyone is just a mega tank right now. I thought that was perfect because of Pyoshik's health bar looking so big. But he's a vibe with that just has the overshield of this Mountain Soul, which is just making everyone look so massive.
Perfect has Rooker, and so even the poke from the Kai'Sa isn't going to be relevant if he even finishes that item.
Yeah, Extender Beam coming on in as Dindon doing his very best just to keep them away from his turret. Perfect did take a little bit of damage there. As you can see, Void Seekers flying by, but not really hitting their targets.
I mean, there's no objective on the map, and KT have run out of Baron buffs, so successful defensive Nongshim, they at least get a little bit more time. You can see the gold lead is 8,500 here in this game, and it's just kind of continued to balloon with these really crucial team fights around objectives. That soul fight, the biggest one. And KT, I mean, they pushed up super far. They didn't get an inhibitor. They could just easily walk out now. And Nongshim, I mean, there's just not really an angle to turn on this. They probably should just respect the fact that these three members can buy enough time for BDD.
Oh, there's a cease and desist. They just throw the tree.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, into the brush. And I think Nongshim, like, trying to look for something with KT Split, but the problem is they have no information. KT, they can see all of these plays coming from a mile away because they have everything in the area. Of course, they actually don't have very much vision because they haven't gone back to reset in a really long time. But there's only so many places Nongshim can come from because the map for them is so small.
They're just so tanky, you can't pick anyone.
Yeah.
You can't even really pick Talia or Zeri, even if you catch them with somebody. So,
well, both of them just skate over walls if they want to get away from stuff as well. Of course, BDD builds his own, but Def just uses whatever's there, and it's a mountain rift, so there's loads of them.
Exactly. And in 90 seconds, the Baron is going to spawn, and there's enough buffer time between the Baron spawn and the Elder spawn to where KT don't even have to worry about split maps or objective trades or anything like that. Like, this game just kind of plays itself out from here for them because there's just no realistic way that Perfect is ever going to die a second time in this game.
No.
And basically all KT need to do is to make sure that no one is alone against all of Nongshim's team, because that's how people die on KT. Is it's like 1v5 if you do something really silly, or Perfect is by himself and he goes way too far forward and starts hitting an inhibitor turret or something like that, and the rest of KT's elsewhere. That's the only time you're ever going to kill him, or really, realistically, anybody. So it's going to be kind of a boring, sad circling of the drain here. 45 seconds until that Baron.
Okay. Damage there as KT now looking to get this siege happening towards his bottom side. The Baron 30 seconds away. So KT just going to move this wave up, make sure that they know where Nongshim are, know that they cannot exit their base, get all of this vision down, then move over towards a potential Baron play, wait for Nongshim and to look for a face check.
The Void Seeker's evolved now because he has the Nashor's Tooth, but it just doesn't hurt people.
Well, this wall also doesn't hurt people, but it does put people in positions to get hurt as Pyoshik goes so deep onto Jiwoo, but he can just tank them up. They have to just run away as now Call Me, he's gone the wrong direction. He was thinking about trying to back as he does manage to sidestep the Vault Breaker, gets himself the reset, but it just doesn't matter. Pyoshik able to lock that one down. Basically a solo kill there as a few assists did manage to come on through, and KT will collect this Baron. And I think it might just be game over. 9,000 gold is the lead. It's another Baron, so that is going to be over 10K after the purple worm goes down.
It's just one of those games too where, sometimes we have a game state like this where it's a 10,000 gold lead, we make some jokes, round one we're like, tough one, and then we're like, well, it's doomed, and let's not talk about the game anymore. But it feels so sad because I feel Nongshim in game 2 really gave us hope. They did against D+ as well. This team's struggling to try to earn their right to close the gap between themselves and Kwangdong. This could have been such an important upset win, but they fall short of it in such a pivotal match, and they are crushed by BDD in this one. 0-0-14 on the Talia.
This is Talia support.
He's double James Bond.
Yeah, he's just making sure. He's two James. He's a Sean Connery and Timothy Dalton.
Oh my God.
He's both of them.
No Pierce Bronson though.
Pierce Bronson?
He needs he needs to be 0-0-21.
Yeah, exactly. And no Daniel Craig either, so he needs to definitely get quite a few more assists in this game. We'll see whether it does have enough time in it, as this Nexus turret going down is telling me that maybe we won't get to a third James Bond, as pulled in is Dindin, and oh no, he's not as tanky as anyone on KT as Cease and Desist goes in on top of the Tristana. Jiwoo's going to be pulled out by the all-out of Perfect, who's underneath the turret for quite some time. Peter evaporates though, and it's a triple kill for Deft. KT chasing for kills here is probably not recommended because there's a game they could win, but instead they're angry. They're going to get the Quadra for Deft.
They could maybe get a Penta here on the Sylvie.
Yeah, trying to keep Sylvie in combat here is the best that they can do, but I don't know whether they can do it for quite long enough.
I don't know.
All right, okay, they're slowing him down as much as they can. Deft, can you get in there? The burst fire comes down the seismic off, and that is the pentakill for Deft. The longest extension on a penta I've seen in a while, but he'll take it. And that is KT with the series.
Pentakill for Deft. BDD is crushing the early game. And sure, this series got real KT, but at the end of the day, they will be able to get a 2-1. And I believe that might be Def's first Penta.
For the season, I think so.
First Penta in his entire career.
The first Penta
In his
ever?
entire career. Ever in LCK.
Oh, okay, first in the LCK. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I casted one of those.
Yeah,
but that was not in this region. So, wow, that is incredible.
That's wild to me, but we knew this was the case. I just didn't really think of it. Jisun was actually the one who just reminded me in my headset because we've talked about how he's been so close a few times, and for some people that really matters. You know, to have a pentakill on your name in this league is certainly, especially with somebody whose career is as long and storied as Deft, is pretty wild. He hasn't gotten it yet, but it's probably pretty meaningful for him that he's able to get
absolutely. And it just kind of blows my mind that we've had already so many pentas this season, right? And Deft hasn't had one so far in the LCK. It is just absolutely nutty. He wasn't even in the LPL for all that long in comparison to how incredibly long his career was, or is. So incredible that we do manage to get that moment there as well, as I imagine the camera guy is probably telling him congratulations for your first pentakill as well.
He did a little shoot finger guns there as well, and that might make it into the weekly ceremonies just because of the context. But tragedy for Nongshim, you know. I think for KT on one hand, the last game was a good decisive win game. Both wins were very strong wins, and you want to trust and believe that if we could just skip game 2, you'd be like, all right, clean 2-0, nothing to see here, and you feel good about KT going to some of those last remaining matches as leading into playoffs, they brought their form back, right? But the truth of this series is that while 2 of these games were very clean, one of them was not, and I think for KT, you're going to feel happy about the wins, but as Hirai has been saying all season long, it's the losses and the struggles that you really have to focus on because that's where the improvements can be made.
Yeah, and there are definitely a lot of improvements that KT can make, but selfishly, I don't want them to make them because they are so entertaining. Every KT match, it's just incredible. And it's so many fights, especially in this series. It was just non-stop battling. Like you mentioned, though, I think it was just all about BDD and the amount of incredibly pivotal seismic shoves that he found all game long.
And we had a shot of that Drake fight where they lost the fight, KT, but they were able to secure the Dragon. And at that moment, we thought that, okay, that'll probably be pretty significant, but because it was Mountain Soul and they got it 4 in a row super quickly, it was actually quite important that that Dragon went over, and it forced then that fight here where Nongshim are like, we have to fight for Dragon, we cannot give this up, we cannot give that third Dragon this early, and you know it's a complete wash, you know, they're not able to win it out. So really pivotal that Dragon actually did go over, and the shoves from BDD this game were just so clean. The laning phase was solid for him, and Def he was served up kills, and he took them, man.
Yeah, he really did. As we're going to have a listen to KT, I want to hear the penta calls. As you see Def just racking them all up, one after the other.
He said, give me a penta.
Already calling after 2.
Kaisa.
Everyone, that's why 4 people chasing after a Kaisa.
First penta. Okay, penta. Even Barrel is calling for it, dude.
The whole team. I feel like Deft wants it the least.
Perfect is getting it for him, man. He's pulling him out. Saying no flash. Please. Oh, such a wholesome
That
moment.
is such a wholesome moment. Yeah, Pyeongchang's like, oh, even I already have a penta.
And like I don't know, this KT team from week 1 to now has always just been such a fun team to watch because they do really feel like a family.
Yeah.
And they live and die by that, I feel like, a lot of the time. But I think this team is definitely going to grow throughout the rest of this season, playoffs, and then going into summer, I think will be a real strong force to maybe challenge top 3. Not quite there yet, still a tier below Hanwha at the moment. Just gotta clean up some small things, and then maybe you wouldn't like it because you like the crazy KT. I want the clean KT. I liked last year KT.
No, that's a completely different team. This is basically DRX KT. You know, it's just adding a few letters in there, and I'm here for it. And we'll see whether the gentlemen at the space are here for it as well. Take it away.
We are here, in fact, after all, after that game number 3. KT Rolster finally taking it down. Congratulations to Deft on his first penta in the LCK after all of this time. Kind of incredible stuff. But yeah, KT, they eventually win this series, although there were some speed bumps along the way. What did you guys think about that game 3?
There was no moment. There was no KT moment where they decided to, what if we overchase? What if we throw it back? They just didn't do any of that. It was starting from the get-go, Pioshik and BDD just kind of dunking on everyone the whole game. That was it.
Yeah.
That was the game.
I mean, it was a pretty smooth. The game from the mid-jungle duo just rolled over, just basically hold the Summoner's Rift. Like, top lane was like really, you know, it was kind of chill. It was like, it's just especially bottom. I think it was like actually impacting from the mid-jungle duo. Like, just, it's actually connected to the bottom. Like, it was like really great to see from the KT Rolster how they are playing. It's just like, they are playing the Zeri, and it's like their team concepts are so straightforward. As long as it's like Zeri is like, it's the same thing as a game 2. It's like if the Zeri, as soon as it get fed, it just becomes unstoppable, especially against the Nongshim, the competition. Like there's no one can actually touch the Zeri, and there's so many tools that, like there's a Talia and Vi goes first, and there's a Cassandra and Rel just a follow-up into the Zeri. So there's no like any like disengaged tool from the Nongshim, and it's like it was pretty easy for them to play out. Like as soon as like they got ahead on the jungle. Especially.
Yeah, moment you fall behind as well in a short-range matchup like Kai'Sa versus Zeri becomes really hard to play out. You lose your kill threat. And Jiwoo, I love the Zeri, but his Kai'Sa definitely was a little bit rough around the edges. Some not so great plays being made. A lot of dives that he definitely shouldn't have gone for. In desperation, but with Kai'Sa, if you start falling behind, that's generally what happens.
Yeah, also with this draft with the double AD carry, I was kind of surprised to see no Knight's Vows. Genji showing off that you can just go double Knight's Vows, especially with 3 tanks on your team. You've seen it in other regions as well, even the LEC last night, and it's kind of like just a go-to thing nowadays, especially because Frozen Heart has been nerfed like 2 times successively with its cost. But either way, didn't really make a big difference. I don't think it would have made a big difference on this game because KT Rolster, from very early on in the game, did get some big wins for themselves.
They didn't need to flip the game here. Could have also just said, have Sylvie go, hey, I'll get Wolves, that'll be the end of it. But instead, they really try to hard commit. A setup from Barrow here gets engaged on by BDD. He's able to get the flick back. Pioshik doesn't die even with all the early resources. And if you thought that Dundun's loss to Gromp was painful, this one is way worse. Call Me could have saved him in hindsight.
The Gromp.
Not happening.
The Gromp. Gromp is too strong in this meta. And it's like, I mean, obviously the fight, like from the KT, I think they set up really, really well. And like everything, like from here, I mean, this is like related to the just right before the play, right? The whole already the prio it went over to the KT side, which is like the mid jungles are so free to move to bottom, and also the bottom lane phase was like just balance. The balance got already broken. Like they were able to stack the wave, and just like they were just sync the wave. The mid jungle when mid jungle actually come to the bottom, they just balances out. Like those kind of things are the KT strength, and it's like I think this is really great. The game, it shows off the like what KT's strength has it.
Yeah, and from these very early wins that they did get, they were able to snowball this into an even larger lead, as we did have this big fight around the Baron that also went the way of KT. Beryl having a much better time in this game than the last one, although he did get taken out.
Yeah, that said though, trying to engage on Rel, it just doesn't really end up working out. And the big thing here is that Dundun's going down. The Udyr R5 didn't really have a big impact in this game. It was okay in lane, but outside of that didn't really do a whole lot. And then from here on out, they tried to contest, didn't end up working out. And then here desperately forced into this position because bot lane was so rough. Had to try and fight for soul. Didn't manage to win, and from that point on the game was done.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, I think this from the early game, it was like everything was a KT favor, so they will be able to stack the Drakes so early on. So and it's like the soul point hits so fast that it's just like if they lose the soul here, it's just like anyway game's like pretty dunzo. So they should just, oh, we might as well just flip around from soul point, and that's what basically happened. And KT's like, you know, it was kind of easy for them.
Yeah, it felt like a much easier game. Well, almost the easiest game in this best of 3 for either team. But either way, let's take a look at who does get the POG from the side of KT. We had 2 names on our mind, but it will be Pioshik who does pick it up for his 8-1-8 performance on Vi.
Imagine an even split here between Pyosik and BDD. Both of them played pretty much incredible. I don't know why we're getting the end reels where he was sitting on a mountain soul and up 3 levels.
That's where he looked the best.
And 10k gold ahead. So, I mean, overall, still, I think it's just generally, I think it's not really surprised also just BDD getting a lot of vote here because like I think his setup was like really good.
Right? Like I think the mid jungle duo for KT has definitely been the most consistent part. I think we saw Deft also still not really getting back to his peak form, still kind of having some struggles. Barrel, so I feel like we don't really need to waste any words on that. It is, yeah, very close vote, which I do think makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, the EN analysts sitting right over there are just a large portion of the votes, and they are both casting votes. The tiebreaker votes their votes, so they do make it a tiebreaker in favor of the jungle instead of the mid laner. But yeah, KT Rolster, they get the win. It kind of felt like one of those meme, clean 2-1 here, nothing to see.
Game 3 was clean.
A little bit worrying, I'd say, though, if you're a playoff team and Nongshim are kind of taking games. But we'll have to wait and see how they do for the rest of the season, guys. We do have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. Today we are here joined by the solo POG on the side of KT Rolster, Pyosik. Congratulations! It was a very close series between you and Nongshim. Yeah, especially like really early match in the weekend was really hard, but the result is amazing, so I'm happy with that. And also, you are back on the POG standings. How do you feel about that? I think I just got really lucky to win the POGs. Pyosik, you played Rel in the first game. Rel is currently a very popular pick over the meta, but you played the first Rel game today, this season. Why was that? I don't know. I just preferred other picks over Rel, and I was really confident playing into Rel. But today, our drafting kind of led me to playing Rel finally. And your early jungle pathing in game number 1 was really interesting and very smart. How did you plan out that jungle pathing? We had a very strong level 1 comp, and Vi is really weak early on, so I want to take advantage of that. So it was easy for me to kind of plan out the early game play. And we had several steal moments, especially the Herald steal was really decisive. I think that was the moment when Herald fight was happening when Deft was pushing bot by himself because we had 6 buffs. So we just wanted to buy time for Deft to take down the turrets. And then because we were pretty fed, I was able to go in and look for the steal. However, game 2 was not easy, and Nongshim managed to steal a game away from you. What was the biggest problem dealing with Nongshim today? I think their movement as a team was pretty strong, so we wanted to make sure that we have a good awareness of the map, so whenever someone's missing, we wanted to stay extra alert. And then game 3, I think it felt like KT was kind of taking the champions away that Nongshim prefers, like Vi and Zeri. Why was that? Because I kind of figured, removing Vi from them was a big factor, and also Deft was really confident in playing Zeri, and also about bottom lane matchup. And we had some grump moments in game 3. All the players were also really hyped up to see the grump finally secure a kill onto the enemy AD carry. Was that the moment that you guys are feeling that we're just gonna win the series? Not really. That kill didn't really give us a lot of confidence, but Kaisa, he kind of disappeared from our vision with a very low HP. So we were like, maybe that was the Grump? And then I got 300 gold in my pocket, so yeah, that felt really good. And at the end of Game 3, finally, Deft got his first ever LCK pentakill. He has gotten several pentas over at the LPO, but first penta in the LCK. After 11 years of his professional career, he still had no penta in LCK when I had 2 pentas as a jungler. So when he was crying for the penta, we wanted to be really nice because the devil inside of me told me to steal that away, but we really wanted to make sure that we were being nice to him and let him take the penta after all those years. And Pyosik, you're having your birthday this upcoming Tuesday. Happy birthday to you. Is there anything you want for your birthday? Any gift in mind? Not really. I'm really grateful that after my return to the LCK, I was not expecting this much love and support coming from the fans, so I think I already received a huge gift from all of you. And Katie Roaster, what is your resolution for the upcoming matches? Just like we prepare for the Nongshim series, I just want to make sure that we can stay alert and do our best in any kind of matches. And that was the interview from Pyosik, from KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Pyosik feeling pretty good about the Gromp getting kills and also giving Deft his penta and being nice this one time. Let's take a look at the standings after that match. As KT Roaster, still pretty solid in 5th place at the moment. Now 2 wins ahead of Kwangdong Freaks.
KT really solidifying their position here, especially with Kwangdong, their current trend. I don't think that Kwangdong is going to catch up to them anytime soon. And the rest of the schedule for KT also a lot more leisurely than what they have just gone through.
There's not many games left for Nongshim. They gotta go. They gotta do it. They gotta show.
Yeah, they gotta show up. We'll see if they can. But guys, we are done with the first match. The next one will be Fearex up against D+. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas once again, joined by Wolf here as we are diving into the final match of the day. Fearx taking on D+ Kia, and this is really getting towards breaking point for Fearx.
It really is, and I would say this. I would go as far as to say this team is kind of in a crisis right now. This team has not been able to break the teams they should be beating consistently. They're not really beating anybody. They're on an insane losing streak right now.
Yeah.
I think a lot of our teams at the bottom of the standings, even DRX and Bro, have figured out their identity. I still don't feel like we know much about what Fearx wants to do with their compositions except that Execute wants to be on engaged supports and live or die by it. And that's all we know. In Closer, we know his champion pool, but this team just really isn't able to get it together. I feel like almost every other team has shown some incremental improvements. Fearx, they're stuck.
Yeah, it's not quite working. Let's have a look at the standings here to get an idea of it. You can see the Fearx do have those 3-match wins alongside DRX and Bro with a better match score as well. But it is not really looking good more recently. I think that if you were to pit Fearx and DRX up against one another, at the moment, I feel like DRX are in better form. And you can see that here. It's just been a pretty rough end of round 1 and beginning of round 2.
To be fair, and in defense of Fearx here, notice the end of round 1 was a pretty strong Kwangdong Freaks at that time. Genji T1, then into D+, then Genji T1 again, then Hanwha Life, which they were able to take a game off of, and then they lost to KT. So it's been a tougher strength of schedule. They have a lot of easier matches coming up after this match here against D+, but you got to get that momentum back at some point. And earlier on in round 1, it seemed like this team was maybe going to be able to contest for playoffs, but we knew they're at least significantly above DRX Bro, Nongshim. Now, this team could still get last place. Like, that actually could happen, and I feel like it might happen because I'm not seeing the improvements here for this squad that we are seeing for Bro, but we're seeing significantly for DRX as we saw yesterday. Nongshim as well, taking games off big teams or nearly taking game off of D+. And Fearx, I think this game they need to prove something. Whether it's a win or not, that remains to be seen, and I don't know if it's one thing that we could expect is a win. I don't think we could say that, but if they show us at least some good gameplay, that means there's hope for that easier strength of schedule as they get over this hill.
And it is a big hill, right? And this is definitely the tail end of it, but D+ are really ramping up, moving towards the end of this season. I feel like something's clicked for this team, and I think it's been fantastic. The results sort of speak for themselves here. The core power of both teams being both Closer and Showmaker, and historically, Showmaker definitely has had the better end of this matchup.
Yeah, it has been his favor, but both teams relying on the performances of their mid laners to find success. The one consistent piece of Fearx, though, has been Willer for me. And I think that if Willer is able to continue to perform and we see a level up of the solo lanes, maybe that's the way Fearx come back in, because it's a pretty good meta for Hannah. Zeri's back relevant. You know, that's a pick that he's been relatively successful on in the past. Lucian kind of coming back up as well in Prio, so maybe, besides that, his Varus, of course, is quite decent in terms of his champion pool. There's a way. As here for D+ looking very relaxed and chill, going into this one feeling very confident, unsurprisingly.
It's kind of reminding me of what we saw out of Genji yesterday. All of them were just giggling and having a blast before they got into this series, and that was scary then, and it has been for D+ as well. A giggle from Showmaker means he's probably going to solo kill his lane opponent, is sort of the vibe that I get. But having a look at our key player matchup, which is indeed Closer versus Showmaker, the stats not exactly out of control because, of course, Faker and Chovy are taking all of the firsts as far as our mid laners are concerned, but Showmaker definitely not that far behind.
Closer has kind of, weirdly, has the second highest solo kills in the LCK, and yet doesn't have leads in lane. So, you know, a lot of these are traded kills. He's dragging his mid lane opponents down to play his game, and it gets down and dirty. It gets a little bit aggressive, and sometimes he fails to all in. Sometimes he's successful or trading kills as well, but ends up getting killed by the enemy jungler, for example. So let's see what he could do here against Showmaker. Showmaker was the biggest Grasp Azir user last week. That is now not available. It's the final day of this week. Hopefully it'll be back enabled next week, but Azir not allowed at the moment, so that is going to be one thing that he doesn't have. As clear, he has a shadow of his former self so far this season. I really want to see this guy step it up because we know what he's capable of. On the other side, Kingen, the glow up in these last few matches has been real. I mean, he's shot calling, is making incredible plays. Still,
got that king in him where there's a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of whoopsie, but he's carrying team fights well. He's finding value in sides. He's being pretty clutch, and that's the thing that D+ has never been since they dropped down to the edge of our top 3. We were like, oh, is D+ ever going to break back into top 3? Last year they were unable to do so. So far this year it hasn't been the case, but the clutch factor is real, and it feels like Kingen is actually an active voice on this team, which I didn't expect that we would be saying, at some point, like maybe Kingen is actually going to become the shot caller, can actually communicate with Showmaker and put Lucid where it needs to be, but it's been a pretty hopeful few weeks for D+, and hopefully that momentum for them, if you're a D+ fan, can continue.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when it's Kingen's birthday tomorrow. And that's really, really cool. So we'll see whether he is going to be able to have a nice birthday present or whether it is going to be a little bit of a sour one. You'd expect, of course, that D+ are going to be the favorites moving into this one, but they're going to have to stay vigilant. And remember, playoffs on the line for both KT and D+. KT, with the fact that they did drop a game, they are not guaranteed playoffs just yet. Probably goes up to 99.99999999993 or something like that. Don't know where the 3 really comes in, but it's down there in some of the parts per million, I assume.
If I understand the scenarios correctly, if D+ win a single game, both they and KT are guaranteed playoffs.
Yes, that's how it goes.
So basically KT's rooting for D+ here as well. One single game is going to be what knocks them or bumps them up to guaranteed playoffs.
Yep, so they're rooting for them for one game, and then they don't care. So they're just going to wait and see what... oh, did they get? They did. Okay, good. That's all D+ needs. That's all KT needs. But I imagine the D+ are probably looking to try and push for the top of the playoffs as well, because, of course, they've got decent numbers to get there. I feel like DK are in a good position to lock in 4th, which does feel a bit better than 5th or 6th, right? You really are in the hands of others when you're moving towards those playoffs.
The real question is always going to be whether or not any team can close that gap on Guangdong. And we're not going to have that, of course, this season. There's a Henna message there. I love my fans. It says there at the bottom. And,
oh, that's really cute.
This guy's going to have a good game today.
So Henna writing in to himself, making a fan sign for the fans.
Yeah,
it's getting really meta. I absolutely love it.
I love that we have these, though, and hopefully we return to audience at some point. But draft time,
yeah.
I want to see... the problem with Henna playing Zeri is I don't trust Execute on Lulu.
Well,
I don't know if I want to see that necessarily.
I mean, there is a really good reason for that. As far as the seasonal stats for deaths are concerned, Execute is winning for deaths in just the amount, the average, and the average at 15 minutes. Dying is the thing that he is really winning awards for, and that is not necessarily something that you want in your trophy case here at the LCK. So we'll see whether he can tidy that up. Already a couple of engages taken away. I was about to say engage supports, but when you're banning Rel against D+, you're banning the jungle.
I'm so glad.
Support.
I'm so glad to see that. I think the Orianna ban is warranted, and D+, not necessarily going to lock the Senna away here on the second one, but at some point they will. You have to imagine. Be Vi first. They really want to play Zeri. That seems quite apparent. And if Lucian isn't banned here, if we see a first pick Zeri for Fear X, then you Lucian into it as aiming and feel pretty good. But they will lock it away. So now Senna ban comes through.
You'd hope so.
Let's see what Fear X want to play. Smolder's still available as well, so you might have that handshake.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea is here, because this is exactly the same ban trap that KT fell into as well, as they banned Nautilus Vi, and then it was a Zeri first pick, I'm pretty sure, because their final ban was a Kalista, if I remember correctly. I can go back and have a look.
This option here for Fear X is a little bit concerning to me. Maybe it's a lack of confidence in Kellen to play Tahm Kench, but Kalista can crush the lane, obviously, into Senna Kench, but what happens later on is a big range problem that you're going to have to overcome. That I'm not ready to necessarily believe they're going to be good enough to do. Is this going to be a Senna-less draft? It looks like it.
I mean, picking Senna into Kalista does feel a little bit rough. But the Rakan is going to come on through. You don't really need to pick a Xayah right now because, of course, there's no Vi and there's no Nautilus. So you've done your homework to avoid having to play that. You could go Kai'Sa Rakan. It's a lane that they have enjoyed in the past. Or you could just lock away a jungler for Lucid, leave things a little bit more up in the air.
Yeah, a little bit more ambiguity here. We'll actually lock the Karma, which I like more, because I feel like Sejuani is going to struggle into Renata, which is available, and it's probably going to be a Renata Kalista lane here. Execute has had some pretty flashy plays on the Renata, some we liked, some we didn't like as much.
Yeah.
But it's a champ that gives him a little bit of agency to try to make those flashy flash handshake plays work. And looks like they're going to go for the Ahri here for closer. It is one of his stronger picks, but he will not have the Vi with it. And so maybe it's just the Viego to come through instead, and we keep that support pick a little bit hidden for now. I think it's really easy to ban Viego if you do just grab Renata here, so that's a tough call that FearX is going to have to make.
Yep.
You don't necessarily have to play the Renata as well.
And this Maokai, I actually really like it because it is a bit of a flex. Of course, you don't really want Maokai Ahri as your mid jungle, but could be a consideration as, of course, Showmaker needs to have the obligatory Syndra hover. But what they're actually going to lock in, we'll just have to find out. Smolder is up and available, guys. We have seen some Smolder Rakan happening.
It's tough here because I think you have to play Zeri, because the Xayah is going to struggle in lane, and yes, you have the ability to avoid the charms, but you only have one ult button, and there's a lot of different things, a lot of different CC. You're low range, the Kalista will be able to get on top of you as well. I think you really are going to be so reliant on Showmaker giving you that shielding and actually offering you some sort of additional damage to kind of keep.
Yeah.
As I have lost my feed.
I have too,
Okay,
but I'm just turning around. I'm looking at what's happening. Yep, we're all sorted now.
Okay, we're back. We're good.
As the Lee Sin. I like the Lee Sin ban because I think assuming that this Maokai is support is smart. Because you just wouldn't like to have Ahri Maokai as the mid jungle like we were talking about before. So just keep banning away Willa champions.
I feel like Jace is insanely high value here for FearX as well.
Oh yeah.
If Clear is confident enough to play it, that could be the way they want to pilot this, because it's super good into the Xayah, outranges the Karma. Karma can shield a lot of that, but you're going to really need a strong front line. I would love to see a ban on Cassante here for FearX and then look for the Jace pick. Again, if Clear is comfortable to play it, because there are answers, as we have seen, as the Wukong.
Yeah, the classic Willa ban. Willa and Sylvie, the two that really still like playing Wukong.
Yeah,
I feel like you couldn't nerf it enough.
It does definitely feel like it is 100% going to be that support Maokai. I think this is a good read here from D+.
Yep. Not only is it a bad mid jungle, but it's also a great pick into Rakan.
Banning Twisted Fate. They just don't have that much interest in playing the Jace. As, I mean, there's a lot up here. Aatrox for Kingen could be quite strong. You have
love that
counter pick, and they're going to grab the Jin Xiao here first.
This is something that we saw Sponge use to great effect. Him and Yehu actually with this exact mid-jungle duo. Really powerful in the mid-game, and even pre-6 can get a whole bunch of work done just with how well Xin Zhao utilizes enchanters and extra movement speed and things like that. As Cassante and the Viego.
The Viego just seemed so obvious, but they wanted to target Willer's hero pool a little bit, or champion pool a little bit more directly here, and he has played it twice. The Viego, he's 0-2 on it. They're not doing a whole lot of winning at the moment, so I don't want to read too much into that in terms of his individual play. But that is going to go over here, and the Volley Bear top that you've been asking for?
Thank goodness, the Volley Bear is going into the correct lane? This is absolutely absurd.
It's going to be so good in this comp, into Cassante as well.
Yeah, and he is just never going to lose health. It's going to be amazing. We'll see whether Kingen is going to go for the full Thimblewind. I assume that that is sort of the only option that you have. And I'm very interested to see how this one is going to go, because I think Kingen and Rascal are kind of in a similar camp when it came to playing top lane Volley Bear. I think Rascal a little bit more well known for it, but Kingen has been around for a while as well, remembers that meta. I'm still just so confused about the Xayah Rakan priority. Of course, it is aiming. He absolutely loves this champion. Kellen loves Rakan. But I don't know whether it necessarily fits into what FearX have put together.
I don't really like it, but I feel like FearX didn't punish it very well either. So I think it's going to be okay here
for the side of KT, or sorry, for D+, and I think that the Volibear is the biggest question mark I have. I think it's going to be strong. I think it's a very good pick, and it's going to be a good front line here for the Xayah Rakan, and the follow-up engages you can have are really fantastic. In terms of, on the other side here, the Vi, not with a Ahri, but the Viego still can be a powerful duo. Let's see what they can get done in the early game.
Yep, I'm really interested to see what's going to happen here. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1. Fearx Hana, du set.
Fearx fighting.
Diploska Hana, du set.
D+ fighting. Woo! Yeah. Everything is good to go to start here.
Ooh. And we've got a bit of a group up.
Yeah.
D+ are making their way in. Execute just gets out of there.
Conga line invade.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of warning pings saying that we might have a little bit of a problem here. Oh no, Execute going to get knocked up already. Taking a fair bit of damage as Bramble Smash comes in. He is so incredibly low.
Yeah, the Aftershock really keeps him alive there. Doesn't have to flash, luckily for him, but is going to have to back, and that's free control here to D+. Ward going to spot the late retreat here from Showmaker. Lethal Tempo for aiming level 1, you know, going to get some value there, as they are almost able to get a summoner. Still will get a significant amount of information. Yep, Ward was placed counterwise here on the Raptor camp, so they will know if Kingen starts on, or rather if Lucid starts on top side. Kingen is not a jungler, but he's acting like one right now.
That's right, Closer's just going to walk out of the way there.
Sick way to guarantee those ranged minions go down. Showmaker getting at level 2 faster.
And there's so many delayed circles in this game as well. I mean, Grand Entrance kind of a delayed circle. Volibear's got his delayed circle. Mantra Q delayed circle. Man, they're going to have to really stay on their toes when it comes to avoiding circles on the ground. Fearx.
Clear 0-1 so far.
Oh, gorgeous. You love to see it. Well, I mean, you love to see it if you're a D+ fan.
Yes.
Showmaker, he's going to grab level 2 first.
The Volibear tech, man, come over there.
Yeah.
Give him a leash. Closer just walks out casually.
Yep. You can see confirmation that Kingen is going for that cool Fimbulwinter build.
Yeah.
The fact that he's got the Ferocity tree going on. As, okay, I don't know about that one, Execute. That is a long journey that you are on, my friend. And once again, he finds himself in a familiar position. And that is at 100 health.
We have seen some crazy Execute moments this season. That one takes the cake, though, I think. That was wild.
Yeah.
The cool thing about, you know, locking down Rakan with Maokai is that you can, you know, get him when he's trying to escape. There's a lot of cool interactions you can have. But the other interaction is going straight into the turret. And that one's not the interaction you're looking for. Will it be forced to flash? Will it be forced to lose Prio? And for his lane, I mean, this lane is so important to win.
Yeah, and Kellen could have just killed him by flashing. I think if he flashes deeper underneath the turret, like, Execute just dies. I just don't think that there's anything that they can do. So, Kellen wanting to hold on to the Summoner spell, understandably, but that was an extraordinarily dangerous situation.
Yeah, I feel like the call from Kellen there is he thinks he actually kills him anyways and doesn't want to commit the flash, but does not work out. Summoner up now, and yeah, Kallista's quite strong, but she's not going to have the massive advantage you were hoping to have, unfortunately, here for Henna and Execute after that play.
And she also wins in the 2v2, not the 1v2.
Yeah.
So she's going to need Execute to get himself together here. Doesn't actually have Hex Flash or anything like that either. As we can see, he's gone Ferocity second himself. As Kellen just looking for an angle, as may have found Willa, has to flash. Kellen is just collecting flashes here. He's the flash tax man.
Yeah, I mean, this is like not even Willer's fault, man. He's just following the game plan. He's like, all right, Callista lane, I come down here. We look for a fight, we 3v3, I have positional advantage because we have Prio, we win those, we get a trade, we push Lucid out, but instead, Lucid is there first, they don't have control, and Kellen is able to just easily split the team in half and get a flash. No flash on the Viego pre-6. Really weakens his ability to do anything with Ahri, for example. You're already going to struggle into this Karma lane because with this first Monobar, Showmaker is just going to hard push you in. At least he's got the Dematerializer to kind of hang on by a thread. We'll go ahead and take that back on this next wave. Can imagine, but the fact that this lane is going this well for aiming and Kellen already is not what you were looking for.
I'm going to say suboptimal, 100%, as I believe Execute also missed giving a cannon over, which is also a little unfortunate. And you can see, still trying to play up, still looking for these opportunities. Try and get that twisted advance to get things working. As taking some control back of the lane, and you can see it's still a 9 CS advantage for Henna, but he does have a lot more minions here waiting to be picked up by aiming. So not exactly going to be the biggest lead. And Kalista generally wants to be sitting up by about like 10, 15.
Yeah.
You know,
putting some plate pressure on, and obviously Maokai is not the hard pushing lane like Kalista Varus or Kalista Caitlyn or some of the other weird and wild lanes, Kalista Ashe we saw.
Yep.
It's not the hardest winning one, but yeah, these advantages quite minimal compared to what they could have been. I don't want to harp on it too much, but you know, it's just becoming almost a meme at this point with the Execute overextensions and attempted crazy plays. And it's every single time it's a play that either makes you look like a god if you pull it off or makes you look silly. And it's been more on the silly side recently. And we talked about the deaths. His aggressive plays have won them some incredible moments as well, but this was not one of those. As they're going to look to try to come over here and take this Gromp away and maybe catch a rotating aiming. I really like this play from Willer.
Yeah, they might actually be able to catch aiming out as he does wander up here. And he is going to get twisted advanced on aiming. Just going to press the cleanse button though, and now Execute. He's going to get snared, and that is first blood so comfortably for Lucid. And now Willer, nowhere to go, gets knocked up and gets taken down. That's aiming, grabbing that one, and D+, 2 swift kills.
And Henna has got to be like, I am done with this. Why you pick me Kalista and give the other lane kills? The flash is gone for Execute, so he can't do anything. It's still coming back online. And Willer, who also lost his flash from the previous play, can't do anything to get out of there either. Just walks on a turret and dies. And Henna is just like, this is not my fault. I've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, I think that's a hands-on-heads moment, 100%. As Closer also has to use his ult in the mid lane, so Showmaker really taking control there. Is behind by a couple of CS, but now Lucid should be able to do whatever the heck he wants. Willer moves up, looks for some shellfish here. Might be able to grab that, and is going to be able to secure it there with his smite. And Kingen, he's starting to stack that tier. Just trying to be the bear he always wanted to be.
Yep, just going to be fimbling pretty hard later on in this game.
Yep.
Going to get a decent amount of value into the composition of FearX as well as the Cassante. And with all the grasp stacks coming through as well, he's just going to be actually relevant, unlike the jungle Valleybears. As meanwhile...
yeah, Execute's going in once again, but now Showmaker is here to help out, and Execute is just dead. He's been picking his times, but unfortunately they've just all been wrong.
It's just, like, you know the mid laner is not there. Like, Showmaker is missing, and that must have been communicated by Closer. And I mean, twice now he's been actually killed. Like, he was punished earlier, obviously, when he went for the aggressive play, but he's been killed now because Showmaker was there. Last time Lucid was there when they wanted to get an aggressive advantage. And Aiming reacted so well on the play bottom side moments ago. He had his cleanse up. He knows Lucid's near there. That's why he walked like that. Because at first, if you don't know Willer's there, you're like, why is he walking like that? But if Willer's there to back you up, I mean, it's actually a reasonable call. He has cleanse. You know the Maokai doesn't have flash. You know the Viego doesn't have flash. Man, D+ are just running circles around him in this early game.
Yeah, level 6 is now picked up for Aiming as well, so it makes it even easier for the Xayah to just be okay if they go for these all-ins. And FearX setting up a 3-man strong gank brush. As they look towards his Hextech Dragon, is going to be the first. Okay, Willer and Execute, can you actually catch Showmaker in transition? He does have his teleport available. It's going to be a difficult gank.
This is just blaze of glory levels of, like, doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on, we have to come back somehow.
This is Orcs predicting against D+ levels of doubling down.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, at some point you're like, well, I mean, our Kalista lane might be doomed, but if we somehow make this work and get some kills, we could get back into the game, and they have to try. But it's a Karma who's playing respectfully. And now, as you mentioned, Aiming has 6, so agency somewhat low here. But Willer coming over, Lucid's going to complete that back, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Lucid won't be here for it. So 3v2, an opportunity now for FearX. And it might be like the boy who cried wolf, right? Like, Execute will go in, and then D+ are like, well, there's obviously no jungler here, because he's just been going in over and over. But it could have been the opportunity. Instead, they just continue to play respectfully.
They don't have any vision because they couldn't get vision in that brush where there's a control ward there for Lucid. And so I guess they were just not 100% sure. I don't think they saw him back. I think that ward was placed moments ago. Now they have Sentinel up there, but not going to hard commit. And now Willer going to start this Dragon up here. Showmaker coming down. This is going to be a really tricky skirmish to win here for FearX. And actually, they're just going to have to relinquish control to D+.
Yeah, it's just going to be a leash, as Willer just accepts that that one's not going to happen. He's going to take his Crow Camp, and then maybe wander over to the ever so dangerous Gromp, or just look for a little bit of a back, which is exactly what he's going for. As Execute taking a little bit of damage here, but the Blade Caller not going to do too much, as we did also have Lucid just moving towards the bottom side of the map. A lot of Volibear on the top side of the map as well, Wolf.
Yeah, a lot of this early game has just really gone the opposite way of how it's supposed to go, and so it's kind of warping what the game looks like right now, as D+ are able to do a lot with just small advantages because the Kalista is pushed in on at 10 minutes into the game. Showmaker's a little bit behind on farm, but not significantly when you consider that he was able to pick up that kill bottom side on the Execute, and he's been roaming a lot, he's been making impacts and trying to control these dragon fights. Good farm from Closer, all things considered, but I'm trying to see a light at the end of the tunnel here for FearX, and I'm not coming up with any ideas. I think it's really just going to take a miracle play. Maybe Execute's aggressive tendencies, maybe save them here somehow. And he's going to try to blaze some trails as Maokai support does.
Yep. I think that this game will come down to, can Willa find some surprise resets? That's what I'm feeling. It's going to be really difficult, though, because getting resets in the first place, how the heck does that happen? Kellen's got infinite mobility. Kingen has infinite health and health regen. Showmaker's got shields for days, and Lucid can actually basically be immortal if he feels like it. So the avenues for finding picks on any of these champions is quite difficult. And so maybe, and I don't really like saying it, but maybe I am a Xayah priority believer in this draft if you know that FearX are going to draft exactly like this.
I mean, that's a really good point that you bring up, and I think that's a huge part of this. And Amy's very comfortable on Xayah.
Yeah.
Kellen's Recon has been hit or miss, but in this game so far, obviously very high value. Taking those flashes away early, dragging Execute under turret. As Willer, once again, going to try to fish for something here, but the angle is just not there, and Lucid is running over.
Yeah, Lucid is going to be spotted there by Willer, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know about Showmaker, who doesn't really get too much value there from the queue. And now Closer going to try his hand at a little bit of a gank towards this top side of the map. And Kingen going to be caught farming just a little bit. Closer, can he actually find the charm is the question. Flash is available. He also has an ulti and a blast cone. And so Kingen is just going to steal the blue buff.
The thing about the trying to kill the Volibear there is that, or like when you see a Volibear proxying there, you're like, well, maybe I could do something, but you're going to lose pride, you're going to lose a plate for this play as Closer. But Kingen knows that he can get out of that. He knows he has ult and flash, so he's not concerned about the Ahri at all. And so they end up coming up with nothing, and Kingen gets additional value for his mid laner. There's the teleport coming back here from Closer now, but not before Showmaker picks up more plate gold. 2 plates down already in mid. D+ just so good at this early game and mitigating all the pressure that FearX have tried to put on.
It's like they've had just an answer to everything that FearX have tried to do, and it's also one of these examples of a team that really has got it together, getting some sort of, any semblance of a lead, and then not relinquishing control. It's something that Damwon in the past was exceptionally good at. Of course, a lot of those names have changed now, but I'm really happy to see that it is coming back, and just have to see whether it's going to continue or whether we're going to have some flavors of KT mixed in.
Henna still hasn't finished his first item here, and the Kraken Slayer is done for aiming. Grabs a plate, doing a ton of damage to this turret early on. Still had a few seconds there to grab one more before these fall off.
No plates actually have been taken so far, so FearX, the only thing that they really have to their name is one bub.
Yeah, one bub. One bub and a dream.
Yeah.
But no fear.
One bub, but no plate for it to rest on, Wolf.
No, sad.
It's not very nice. Still, aiming's going to take a little while before he's more powerful than Henna, I think, just in a straight up, like 1v1 scenario. Aiming does kind of want to get to those 2 items at least before you're feeling really comfortable. Optimally, you'll have 3.
Yep. That is true for now. In terms of team fights, though, I think aiming could be a lot higher value in some of these upcoming ones. 20 seconds until this dragon, just simply because it's going to be hard to control this fight as Fearix. Now, Clear has a slight teleport advantage. If he's able to identify this, maybe if he get away from this volley bear, he can make something happen. But Kingen has prio, and he can actually start walking over. Lucid as well going to clear out some vision. And Showmaker, every Q he lands before this fight starts is going to be so valuable. If he doesn't land any, though, and Fearix maintain this prio, he could actually maybe start this one up. Henna finally does buy his Bork. He's heading back, but he's so late.
Yeah.
Such a great window here for D+.
It's difficult. When comes Lightning, going to be thrown into the brush. Isn't actually going to find Willa, but they still do manage to scry that one as that Q going to miss as well from Showmaker. Good news for Fearix, as they do have their Callista making her way in once again. This time, Henna is level 9, so he does have the ultimate. And so Execute may not be dying this time around. Teleport to come in from the Cassante, as Kingen hasn't pulled the trigger on his just yet. Drake is a mountain, so it's a bit of a burly one, as we know.
Look at these Qs coming through. He just keeps resetting them. And Kingen got his teleport back, and he's doing damage to turret. You're on a timer here. Time's up.
He's now going to pull it, as Lucid trying to get that knock up onto Clear. Doesn't quite get that, as the quickness is massive. It is going to be the Drake lock down there by Lucid, as well as Fearix are just desperately trying to get themselves out of there. Clear is limping out of the fight. He does survive, along with the rest of Fearix, but that is 2 Drakes now picked up for D+. Thankfully for Fearix, it's just an Ocean Soul.
Just an Ocean Soul, but these first 2 Drakes are going to be so valuable in their stats alone. Showmaker was able to land a decent amount of poke at the middle of that extended play. Obviously, the early part's not looking as good for him, but eventually he's able to stack up some of those as Lucid does not have ult, but he wants to push this. Kingen's here still.
Yeah, Kingen to move on over. He still has the ulti up and available, and so he can turn that tower off if he would like to, but instead, they're just going to let them walk away and just waste all of these minions underneath the turret. Speaking of underneath the turret, it's exactly where Closer has been most of this game. We often praise Ahri's mobility, but if you're into a Karma, just going to always be dealing with minions, just conga lining towards you over and over again.
And Viego had to play around bottom side and didn't find any success, so that duo synergy, which is tough in the Karma anyways, oh boy.
Oh, there's a huge ulti from King, and I guess so, as he's going to be taken out. Can they get more, though, is the question, as Closer is just having a party, and it's a double, make it a triple for Henna, as D+ just go way too deep.
We may have experienced a Kingen bottom side play.
Kingen and aiming bottom side play, if you will?
Yeah, they seem to find a way to make some errors happen down there from time to time. Very optimistic play here from D+. If it works out, they basically just close this one out off of it, but instead they actually give Henna the opportunity to be relevant in this game for free. So he's not going to just automatically now be good enough, and you still miss the windows to punish this Xayah early. But this was very optimistic when you consider how much damage is actually on this Callista, even on just one item into a volley bear. And his Vimblevinter is not fully stacked. Triple kill coming over as aiming follows up on the play.
I mean, he doesn't even have it.
Yeah, he doesn't even have it. He doesn't. He's still sitting on his tier, in fact.
It might actually be Unending Despair after that particular play. I'm hoping that it is going to be ending, because of course, when you do manage to get those 3 items together, the volley bear does feel pretty good. And it's not going to be the end of the world or anything like that, just an overly aggressive play here by D+. As Willa gets a control ward down, spots out that aiming was waiting in the wings.
But in the interim, you know, so look at this deep vision that Fearix have set up. They got a lot of information on the map, and now Ahri is kind of a little bit unchained potentially here with Execute Willard trying to come up and look for a skirmish around this red buff. If Closer can get in here and join, this is kind of Ahri's playground, finally able to kind of escape from the shackles of that Karma mid lane and the prio he couldn't get. But one team fight win there, one mistake, one overextension, and now Fearix have a little bit of wiggle room here to work with, and you could see it already. D+, you know, kind of sitting back here for now, not really in firm control over the map, and that opens up, you know, plays like this one, pushing Lucid away.
Feels a little bit like a wake-up call for D+, and we'll see whether they make the right decisions now that they have been awoken.
Henna Fate's called Execute there, just for
Good measure, I guess.
Sometimes, look, you can't trust him to not go in. And so if you just basically tell him that he can't use the button, then maybe that's going to work out.
He's Ash's Charizard.
Yeah, no, straight up. So powerful if he does obey, but, you know, the odds aren't great.
It's just like, get in the river and get out of here. It's like, wait, I think I see an angle. He's like, I think you've seen enough. Henna is not happy.
And at least Henna does manage to get on an instant killing spree with all of those bot lane kills that he was able to pick up. So I guess maybe some redemption for Execute, question mark?
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to do some things when D+ overextend, and that may continue. Yep, map control makes this Drake setup way easier for Fearx. And frankly, because it is just a solo Ocean Soul and Ocean Soul point here for D+, they don't have to hard force this. The 2 Drake advantage they have feels good enough for now. So Fearx want to try to force a fight while this Kalista comp is still very relevant, while they still have a lot of control for this Ahri, but I think it's very wise for D+ to kind of take a measured, slower approach, and then if they get Showmaker into poke range, they can play around that. Otherwise, just kind of sit back. Now that top turret is going to go down, so Fearx do have clear with teleport, so they're at least able to use this dragon to pull Kingen out and get some advantages there topside.
Yeah, and you can see D+ actually going to look to try and force a fight here as Execute. Going to get that Bramble Smash. That will disengage from any sort of aggression, but D+ still pick up the priority in the mid lane. Now moving over towards this dragon. Like you mentioned, it is Soul Point. That is still big.
Yeah, and Clear is staying. I mean, he might actually be able to put some serious damage on this top inner. He's going to deny a lot of CS at least.
Yeah, and gold lead actually in favor of Fearx towards the end of this. Teleport to come through for Clear. As Closer just ults his way over. That is going to be the steal for Willa, and that's going to be successful. Very nicely done. As now Callan, oh my god, Clear just finds all of them with that W, but look at D+. They just regroup, and Kingen is impossible to damage. They need to try and find a way to do damage past this volley bear.
And it looks like Showmaker just mantra shields the entire team as Clear goes on top of them and denies that damage. Even though it was such a sick engage from Clear, it's all just mitigated. And Showmaker stops the value from coming through, and they don't have enough damage to win out the fight, but at least it's that trademark Willer steal for Fearx to keep them relevant on the play. They also, as you mentioned, got a gold lead because of all that denied farm topside that Kingen wasn't able to pick up there. So small win here for Fearx at the end of the day. If they had gotten the team fight win, if they had gotten sick value out of that Clear engage, maybe they end up getting a massive lead overall in this game. Instead, it's just a small bump here. So we'll watch this play one more time as Closer goes over the wall here with the charm. The steal comes through, and then Clear's flank is amazing. And then Showmaker is actually not even a full mantra Q there like I thought it was. Just some shielding coming through instead, but there's no follow-up damage. Kalista range is too low.
Yeah, just doesn't quite work out. And of course, when you're all stacked on top of each other like that, there's no Runan's Hurricane or anything like that for them to worry about. Kalista's still pretty short range, so not quite able to find too much there. Still, D+ don't manage to pick up Soul Point. Some extra time is bought here by Fearx. Bit of extra regen as well, which obviously isn't the worst thing in the world.
Terminus, I mean, is ready here for Henna. They want to just try to hard force skirmishes, and I think that's absolutely what this comp wants to do, but it needs an Ahri with it.
Well, Clear could be in trouble here, as there are a lot of feathers being thrown around. A huge teleport to come in from Kingen, as he's looking to get that flank angle. Clear is going the wrong direction, so he's likely going to be taken down. The question is, can Fearx get anything on the other side? Closer already pushing towards this bottom outer turret.
Yeah, he pinged instantly that he was going to just push this, but now D+ have full control over Baron. He may have to teleport in. There he goes.
Immediately he is going to teleport forward. Clear doesn't have his teleport crucially, so he won't be able to reach this fight as soon as he spawns. He's going to have to run his way over there. Willa still trying to get in there for the steal. Should still be a 50-50 as Nature's Grasp does come down. Closer looks for the angle. Showmaker gets taken down solo. The Battle Dance. Kellen just absolutely taking control of the fight as the Baron's going to be secured now for D+. And aiming, and Kellen, they've gotten to relative safety, and it looks like Lucid will just sacrifice himself for his teammates. Henna picks up another kill, but that is a Baron on 3 members of D+.
Yeah, it's really hard to quantify exactly who is the biggest winner here because I think Henna picking up a kill here and FearX getting back map control might actually be enough to say that that is a win for them, even though the Baron does go over to D+, as Clear here does kind of start all of this off by overextending. Again, you want to skirmish, but you don't have your Kalista in position here, nor your Ahri. So Cassante QCC is very annoying, but it isn't going to be alone enough without any damage follow-up here to do anything. And he pulls them around this part of the map, but with a great call from D+ to start Baron right away, it has to be a teleport from Closer, who's on the wrong side of this fight, but Execute's engaged with this Blast Cone, and the ult coming through is actually pretty fantastic. Still, though, Kellen handles this play beautifully, buys time for Showmaker, gets an additional shield, forces the flash out of Closer. Baron goes over here, then Henna can't chase any further here, so we'll just turn on to Lucid and pick up an additional kill. But the map control they get from this, let's see how they use it. FearX, that is, because Baron buff should kind of mitigate some of that loss on the team fight because they can push these waves, but as you can see on the map, FearX still maintaining control, still fighting for vision so they can look for those picks, those skirmishes. And I, frankly, based on how the early game went, I did not think this comp from FearX would ever have longevity at this point in the game, but they have made it work.
Yeah, they are certainly getting there. And of course, Kalista has not started falling off just yet. 3 items feels still pretty fantastic. So some opportunities to make some things happen. 300 gold, the approximate lead, basically nothing between these two squads. Next team fight is going to give us so much more information. One thing that can be said for sure is the fact that Kellen's performance so far on the Rakan has been absolutely fantastic. Certainly worth looking out for here for FearX. Try and stop some of those big engages that he has managed to find. And the clutch plays like that double battle dance onto Showmaker.
Unfortunately for FearX, they had a ton of vision around this dragon, but then Baron buff minions kind of gave mid-prio to D+, and now it's all gone right before the dragon spawns. There's one control ward on the blue buff, but that's it here. And, you know, Clear maybe can make a teleport flank happen with that, as Kingen does not care about your charm.
No, and he doesn't even have his Spirit Visage yet, so this gets worse. Yeah, as D+ still looking for that angle, looking for that soul point once again. Another opportunity to collect it for themselves if they would like to.
Showmaker just playing around this choke point, trying to poke, not hitting a ton of it though.
Yeah, Clear and Execute. Execute still does have the ultimate available, so can he actually find himself Nature's Grasp to actually win out on this fight? Ocean Drake has been started off. Q connecting with no one in particular here for Showmaker as Execute now going to find the roots. Throws them forward and now Closer's dashing in with the Spirit Rush. That's a huge third Q to come through from Clear as Execute. Even able to get that kill, but they trade one back. The jungler taken out. That's going to mean that Soul Point goes over to D+. And now Lucid's able to protect Showmaker here as well. And Closer's going to have to run for the hill. Still Clear looking for another opportunity. Featherstorm going to be used here for aiming. As he pulls the feathers back. Henna's still alive, so they can still fight this.
Yeah, aiming.
Not going to quite find the avenue in.
He doesn't have an LDR just yet, and the tankiness of this Cassante cannot be overstated. It's really hard for him to actually front to back with Kalista when he's so low range, and this is kind of the problem that we were talking about with the draft for the Xayah, because in team fights, if Henna gets on top of you, you're going to have a big problem, and Showmaker may stop it back. Or
Closer will just find a charm. There's the Spirit Rush, and he's just dead. Okay.
Did he have a minion on the base?
He had Arm Guard.
How did Closer actually see where he was?
I think he saw him walking down the lane and then just guessed.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like, it's actually kind of insane.
That is insane. Like, I'm not sure how he saw him there. Anyway, this is once again a great play from Clear, who's looking really good on this Cassante. He's just super tanky. You end up trading Volibear for jungler. So yes, that means the dragon does go over, but it means there's not really much D+ could do in the longer fight here, just simply because they can't get past the very annoying Cassante, as you can see here from aiming. Meanwhile,
yeah, got another fight here as Kellen going to be taking a fair bit of damage. He's going to be CC'd up, but it's a trade of supports, both of them going down now as Willa turns into a Rakan, gets a decent grand entrance. As Closer tagged by the Wind Becomes Lightning, Lucid wanting that extended Audacious Charge, but doesn't go for it. The Charm going to miss as well. So 1-for-1 is all it's going to be here in the mid lane. We wait patiently for things to respawn.
I still really want to see Closer's first-person view. The Horizon Focus may have actually procced and then given him vision so he could actually see how to charm that, but...
Oh, might have been the case.
Yeah, I just really want to see it, because it might actually just not be as cool as we are thinking it could be, but
maybe we could just assume that it is.
Yeah,
and
I like
just
to
move
do
on
that.
from there. So absolutely sick play from Closer, and we'll move on.
Yeah. D+ with the soul point advantage here. Gold lead for FearX, but again, as you've been pointing out, it's been so slight this entire game, no matter whose it's been. I mean, D+ having 3,000 at one point, but then that dropped back down. This game could go either way because the list is so large now that this comp actually does hold water in the late game.
It does feel like D+ have more answers. It's a little bit easier to play as the game goes on. But I also, like, if it was, you know, say Gen G that was in D+'s position right now, I would think with the amount of consistency that we've seen from them that they'll be able to get something done. D+ hasn't necessarily shown as much of that. So far this season, could be an opportunity for FearX to get in there and make something happen as the Baron has been started. Vision immediately picked up by FearX. They know exactly what's going on as King In moving in.
Celestial opposition broken.
Yeah, Closer off to the side. Actually a great position for this Ari to be in, currently clearing out that control ward.
Flank from Kingin might get something done here, but he's kind of alone. They can collapse onto him here. Closer's positioning so fantastic there. D+, they stop the Baron, but they don't get a win here in the fight.
They do manage to get some control over mid though, so that should be able to allow them to at least get vision. As Willer and Execute just back to trying to remove all of these pesky wards, and they will be able to do so.
It's like FearX just not having the confidence to continue to force the issue there, and then obviously, as you say, they lose control of mid, so that's kind of the end of the story. We kind of reset back to neutral here. D+ will lose some control of top. This game is so back and forth wild. I mean, I feel like you can tell both of these teams are very nervous because this game means so much. D+ could guarantee playoffs with this, but also they want to continue that win streak and losing to a 3-10 team going into the final week of regular season, the final last bits of regular season. That's not really what you want. You want to be continuing that domination, and I think both teams really feeling the pressure here. Obviously, rookies on both sides, and Clear, not technically a rookie, but not a ton of experience. He's kind of coming up big here. Same with Closer. The Soul Laners really kind of giving FearX the opportunity to stay in this game. It's a gold lead actually for aiming, but this, make no mistake, this Callista for Henna still hits hard.
It's super strong. You're exactly right. Charm is going to connect there onto Kingin, but he is the one that just does not care about those charms. He's got a lot of tenacity, but he also has that Spirit Visage like we were talking about. He is running towards Willer. And that is about it. Flank angle once again. Closer still wanting to find that opportunity and should be able to get on through there. It's Clear that starts up the fight though, and that's a very early Featherstorm, an opportunity now. But aiming, just going to get protected. Everyone just moving up to him. Execute tries to get in, but you can see aiming creates all the space. Showmaker not going to be so lucky though, as Henna is going to be able to pick up a swift double. And now Kingin just running back towards his bottom lane. And oh, no, Closer. Okay.
He's okay.
Going to live. He's going to be all right.
They're going to get this dragon, it looks like here. Tough to contest. I mean, Lucid's not up for 35. Aiming's alive, but has no summoners, no ult, so I just don't see a world in which they can contest this. And trading for Baron kind of out of the question at this point. Just going to try to clear up some vision there. Teleport instantly from Closer as they pick up this, and they want to group towards Baron themselves, knowing they have the man advantage, knowing all of these escape tools for aiming are gone. And FearX might be able to, off of that play alone in mid, that kill onto Showmaker, win the game. Take that dragon, take this into a Baron fight. They've got a Sentinel on the other side. They've got clear vision around this pit. They know Lucid isn't even alive. There's just no play here for D+ with nothing for aiming. No ability to contest.
Yeah, and this Baron, no contest whatsoever. Of course, Lucid is a million miles away. What can they actually get off the back end of it, though? As just control in every single lane, being able to wipe out these inner turrets. Can they break open the base on this push as we check out this fight one more time?
It's once again Clear who forces aiming's ult. Meanwhile,
all right, that's a flash in as aiming is here, and Closer is going to have to Spirit Rush his way out. Yeah. So he's going to survive, but this is good. Buying any amount of time if you are D+ is a good move. Still, they would have really liked to have gotten the kill.
You know, I'm thinking about, I feel like FearX are likely to win this game, but thinking about POG even has been so tough because it's kind of been a team effort, man. Closer's had some great moments. Clear, even though he's like 0, 1, and 2, has had some incredible plays with the Cassante. He keeps getting aiming's ult somehow with his really nice flanks.
Yeah.
And FearX, they wrestled their way into a comeback victory here, potentially. And it's not over yet, but they have full control right now. They have Baron buff. They're pushing down this turret now. They're removing any space for D+ on the map, forcing them into their base. Execute here on the flank angle, clearing vision so no one can wrap around. Just choking them out of this game.
Yeah, inner turret going to go down here towards the bottom side of the map. Only one remains in the top lane. So it looks like turtle mode for D+. And Kingen running around pretty quickly, as is Volibear. Now going to be building up an arm guard. I wonder whether that is going to be a full Zhonya's or not. That would be kind of crazy.
I wouldn't hate it.
Already does have sort of the quintessential items for this particular build on the Volibear.
Yeah. The angle here for clear once again on the flank.
All right, Nature's Grasp is going to look for the Volibear, but he runs pretty fast with that Rolling Thunder. As now Clear going to jump towards him. Ulti's still up and available, and yeah, Kingen just has a health bar that just kind of comes back.
He just doesn't care.
No, he's not looking too bothered.
And Baron for one more minute. They're going to grab this turret, so all of the inners are down now. And that's a lot of this gold lead here for Fearex that you guys can see.
4,000.
Yeah.
Approximately going to be the lead. Almost exactly, actually.
This is one of those testing moments for D+. We talked about how they've been clutch in adversity so far this week and last week a little bit as well. This is a dire situation for them. Down 4,000 gold, no map control. They have Soul Point. You know, it's going to be a while before we get to Baron. What play are they going to make? What angle are they going to find? How are they going to get aiming in position to carry a team fight? These are tough questions to answer. This is not an ideal situation. The Xayah, I think her weakness is really showing through here, especially with how many tools there are to force that ultimate out. So aiming just hasn't been able to do as much as he would like to. And I mean, if D+ could solve this problem, they could almost do anything. I feel like the window's really, really thin here for a flank, for a potential collapse onto somebody, because Fearex are really just not messing this up.
They're not, and they're keeping the pressure on really, really well. It's going to guarantee that they do have vision control inside the enemy jungle. It's a minute until this dragon. That is going to be 3 Ocean Drakes. That's a lot of regenning of stuff. And then Ocean Soul on the table for both teams. D+ do have that buffer of the dragons. We have to remember that. And so Fearex not threatening a soul just yet. Could have been much worse on that front. But I mean, when that's what we're talking about as the positives, you know that things aren't necessarily going all that well.
Yeah, the only poke that is going to be relevant for the Ocean Soul is going to be Showmakers. But it is pretty huge that if he hits a Mantrid Q and they kind of back off and wait it out with 3 Ocean Dragons of healing, that especially this Cassante is just really not going to care. And that really hurts D+'s ability to fight in neutral. And their engage is so reliant on being able to have prio or having a flank angle for this Volibear. If you just walk in as King, and I don't care how tanky he is, they will blow him up. They have a ton of CC, and it'll take a while, but because aiming is so low range, he can't just capitalize on the fact that Kingen is super tanky the same way that Henna will be able to just stick spears in this Volibear.
Well, Teleport is going to bring Kingen over, so it's another 5v5 that they are looking for. Kingen is still very, very tanky. Lucid looking to be on that front line alongside him, and I think keeping Aiming and Showmaker alive going to have to be the aim of the game for all of the members of D+.
Punishing a flank of Closer could be one way if Kellen's brave enough to look for something like that. Willer also on a bit of a flank himself.
Control TP absolutely everywhere, though. This is an interesting TP from Clear to find a flank angle as Closer dives in, but everyone is on top of him. That Zhonya's is extremely high value, and so is the Fate's Call, as Henna finds it and Execute is going to execute. Featherstorm comes in for aiming, but the Blade Caller does nothing, and now the resets fly in. Fearex are going to dominate the team fight, and they'll take game 1.
I mean, that was such a cool idea. It didn't all come together the way I think Fearex wanted it to necessarily, but high-value Zhonya's from Closer. The Fate's Call to turn it around. Execute. Rough early game, but he gets high value in that fight as well, and D+ will fall. Massive comeback win here. This looked unplayable at 10 minutes here for Fearex, but they did not crumble under the pressure. What a story of a resilient team that is on a massive losing streak. They will get it done in game 1. Did not see this coming.
Nope, I was not ready for it. And D+ are going to flounder. Look at Execute's face as well. After having 3 plays in a row that went horribly wrong, he just kept going in.
I know.
And the more he kept going in, the more better it got. Normally that's not what happens.
It's wild to me too that I don't know if it's held true for at the end of the game because I wasn't paying that much attention to KDA, but Hannah for most of that game had no deaths.
I think he still has no deaths.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he died. He just was going to get it done no matter what. He had his team play around him in a lot of those team fights. Despite such an early deficit, he made that one mistake from D+ bottom side, which in my opinion is the massive, hugest turning point. That overextension bottom side gave Furex a ton of opportunity. They seized that opportunity, and then Henna was like, I surely didn't get ahead in laning phase, but I will take a triple kill if you will offer it to me for no reason bottom side. Then Closer, free to roam the map, do Ari things with vision control. D+, I think that moment is definitely what the coaches are going to be talking with them about during this break.
I would agree, but man, what an impressive game to start off this series. They're going to need to win one more if they're going to break that losing streak, but it could be the opportunity. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space in game number 2. See you there.
이거 그냥 밀려주는 척하고 나 킵해보는 거 어때?
근데 얘네 이거 너무 빠르네요 이거.
아 나 여기긴 해 빅셀도.
보면서 해봐. 보면서 해봐.
강나 홀 해봐.
막아 몸 W 막아 해줘. 앞으로.
내 앞에서 오면 될게.
아 뒷자리 잡을게 이거.
이제 하고 그냥 하든가.
천천히 해볼래? 먹겠지 기다려 나 디테일 보고.
오케이. 볼배.
불.
공선 와.
천천히
가야 높을.
천천히.
잡아볼게
아마 해봤어.
탐수.
아 미드 잘했다.
아 미안하다.
잘해
너무 잘했다. 너한테 진짜 잘해줬다.
잘해
집중해서 한 판 이겨보자. 한 판 해봐.
오조가 같냐?
여기서 앉아놨어.
아 그래? 그냥 간지 형이에요?
보여주기시게.
카메라에 잡히면 좋겠다. 아무것도 안 적혀 있는데 보는 척하는 거.
편에 있는 거 같아.
아 적혀는 있어.
짜장면 짬뽕 탕수육 오늘 저녁 메뉴.
잘해봅시다. 화이팅.
화이팅.
미드 푸시되면 다이브까지 나오는데?
오케이. 그냥 시작 이거. 윈드?
유충이다. 레오나?
나 변이 갈게. 내가 오면.
텔 목선을 나왔다. 텔.
괜찮아.
우리 게이드 봤어. 탑 본다.
야 나 이거 천천히 봐줘.
나를 높을.
할만해. 나를 봐줘. 딜러줘.
나를 높을.
야 할만해.
W 5초.
나 Q 3초. 천천히.
나이스.
야 좋은데? 얘 벌써 내가 걸 수 있고 와줘 돼. 야 빨리 줘. 야 나르부터 올게 나르부터. 야 천천히 걸긴 할게 이거. 야 봐줄게 나도.
파이사?
갈게.
야 바인이야. 나 큐표 왼쪽 빠질게. 왼쪽 봐줄게. 마우부터. 아 앞에부터. 앞라인부터. 들어가야 돼. 나 봐줘야 돼. 맞았어. 카이사 봐줘야 돼. 앞라인부터 처음이야.
야, 텔 찍어볼게.
나 그냥 오른쪽 박아줄게.
아이고.
그냥 빼라.
그냥 장로까지 갈 것 같은데.
결국 한타 한 번이다. 나 이번에 큐플 박고 싶은데 와줄래? 너 강 나올 때 말해줘. 야 내가 앞라인 때릴 수 있어 근데.
카이스 W
잘 가보자.
나 가볼게. 나이스.
야, 싸움. 트리.
맞아. 쳐봐야 돼. 야, 봤다. 내야 된다.
끝낼만한 거?
야 장로
웨이브
미드 백도어 올수 있다 그리고.
아 장로 하자.
자 이번 박자. 야이 라인에 박자 할게.
야 나갈게. 투타 가줘 투타.
야 제리버. 나 이거 가연 있어. 암라면서. 야 카이사 노플. 암라면서. 천천히. 야, 다 잡았다. 나이스. 야, 하나만 너무 잘했다.
멤버가 교체가 됐군요. 예후 선수가 나왔네요.
카메라가 좀 부담스럽네.
방금 근데 마이크가 너무 먼 거 같아, 예우야. 좀 붙여봐. 됐다. 잘 들려. 좋네.
예호야 절대 급해지면 안 돼.
자신감 가지고 하자.
네.
파이팅.
나 이거 걸게 이거 3대 싸워봐.
싸우자 그냥 이거.
3대 싸워봐. 싸웠어? 아지르 볼게. 아지르. 야 아지르. 잘. 아지르 눌러볼겠다. 암란서. 아지르 보인다.
얘 딜 못하고 있어. 딜 못하고 있어.
야 맞아. 다 뛰었어.
야 여기 아래 봐줘. 여기 날아가 줄래?
자 딜러 두달 앞에. 둘 앞에.
나 죽었다.
야 빨리 따.
야 머리 빼봐. 빼. 나 찾을게. 자 높을 놓고.
나이스.
야 여기 레디 있어.
나 이번에 갈게. 한 건 안 죽어. 갈게. 야 딜러 묶어줄게 이거.
암라인.
딜라이 다 묶었어.
빼야 돼. 나쁘지 않아.
가자. 아지르 끊었다. 잘 봐줘. 잘 노플.
나 잘 볼 수 있고.
예, 노플로고. 미드 가면 끝.
오케이 나이스. 잘했다. 와 나이스. 좋다. 나이스.
파이팅.
우리 침착하게 마무리해보자.
네.
이겨야지.
네.
나 상체 게임 하고 싶긴 해 이 판은.
상체 게임 시원하게 하자. 파이팅. 가보자.
나 이거 안 보이게 가는 중. 나 이는 없고 그냥 바로 박아도 될 것 같은데 얘 상태가. 오케이. 너무 좋다. 나이스. 나 이번 여차 큐하고 한번 볼게 여기서. 야 볼게. 내가. 나이스. 돌차 얘네 치고 있을 때.
들을게 이거.
나 이번에 한번 넘어갈게. 앞에 여기. 강형 조심. 여기 뒤가 없어. 나 안 좋아. 나 절대 안 좋아.
야 라카 묶였다.
야 아들. 아들 정착.
딜 못 넣게 해줄게.
나 살았고. 나 아들. 야 제리 원래 제리. 오케이. 와 강형 뭐야 이거. 안 죽잖아. 우와.
나 공 쓸게 이거. 타워 쳐봐 이거. 쌈 볼게 이거. 들어오면 본다.
야 암라인. 제리. 제리 잡고.
야 아트.
볼게. 평타. 나이스. 좋았다. 우승 신고 가보자.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 1 of Fearax up against D plus Kia. I'm Valdez with Hooney and Chronicler, who are deep in thought, very pensive after that game number 1. Certainly had enough time to think a lot about that one, as Fearax were able to take the first game in the series, pretty surprisingly. How did that happen, guys?
We've all been there in solo queue. You know, you're having a great time. You're winning. Your opponent is trying to dive you in between two turrets when they're not ahead and just get absolutely boomed. Kalista lane is losing. You're like, we can't lose this. There is no way. Guess what? There is a way. And DK found it.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, does draft really matter?
Yes, because what's with the Xayah, guys? We went through this phase like 2 weeks ago, and then we realized, wait, it's not that good. Maybe we should let it go. I'm not convinced on the Xayah into Kalista. I know it got banned away the last time we saw Kalista. I know that in theory I can see it how, you know, Kalista has to get in range. Late game you don't really get a lot of angles, but it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of like more about like the Fearax compositions, like at least they have a Viego and I think the Cassante as well. You know, is clearly kind of better champion later on the game compared to Bolivar, and I think they
Clearly, Chronicler.
clearly.
I'll get to that later.
Clearly. It's a karma too. which is like these champions like known as you're gonna have a early prio, and you're gonna be able to use the mid prio to help the jungler, help the other lane. But this game was quite slow.
It was very slow, and we do have to talk about some of the stuff that did happen in it. As 17 minutes in, we're having a great time, we're happy gaming, and it goes wrong.
The worst part of this is that now we're not going to see top volley anymore. And I love that build. Kingen just jumps in between turrets, doesn't even get the own wrecker effect off, and then they give a triple.
This is the why I said clearly K'Sante is better top lane.
Yeah, clearly. There was no single point of mistake. And then here, Xayah, the one thing you can't do, guess what? It's getting jumped on by K'Sante right from the get-go. You don't have your ultimate anymore. Your big safety tool, Showmaker, also gets bopped by Closer in the side. DK's teamfighting just doesn't stand up. And all the credit for FairX to maintain momentum after what has been such a rough season for them. Like the amount of losses that they've gotten, the fact that they're still looking for these angles, execute. He's not letting it hold him back. He's never giving up. He's never surrendering. And DK aren't ready.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like from FRX, they have to make the fight was like really chaos. And I think the closer did really great job just trying to make the 1v1 against Karma and also burn, like as you mentioned, like burning the Xayah ulti like the right time and trying to go in like the different time. Like these things are so many factors that they're actually happening in the fight. I think that make the Howard FRX win.
Yeah, I mean, FRX did a great job of setting that up, but D+ looked totally not ready for it, and FRX got the jump on them. And they did it again. This time, both teams were ready for it here on the Dragon fight, but FRX, with a slight lead, just able to play this out better.
At this point in the game, really, you'd want to try and get something going, want to try and keep your Xayah safe, have an extra front to back. Instead, they fully all dive on top of a target that is able to just arm guard and then live. So many of their cooldowns get used. A great use of the ultimate from Kalista. Execute gets thrown into multiple people. Aiming dies again. Kingen doesn't get to do anything. Showmaker at this point isn't really a threat, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, there's more than 3 people actually stuck in the pit, and it's like the Xayah was and not able to follow put the DPS from the back line, and that's why I think already the game was like, it was like we could kind of see already the Hano had a really great game.
Feel it.
We could kind of feel the DKs is really having suffered time, and the fight actually, that's why I think it happened.
Now, well, that is a big win for FearX. Let's see who does get the big win in the POG vote, as these guys haven't gotten a lot of POGs. And Closer is going to pick it up for the 5th time, actually. He's the main guy getting it for the team, and he had a big game here on the Ahri.
It does not feel like a season where Closer has 500 POG points.
A lot early on in the season.
Yeah, because he really has had some, I think, dreadful weeks. But Ahri, much like his big brother Zeka, is one of the champions that he is able to excel on. Really was between him and Hannah for me. I think they both had, even with Clear having some moments, a really consistent game. And some of these catches.
I know. I mean, it was absolutely blind. He kind of and he saw the Karma was towards the top side.
Bait.
I mean, I think Closer just like we know, like he's really good at just actually making the play. I think this champion is perfectly fitted on his play style, and that helps really a lot. And it showed everything 100% in this game.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, we know that Closer is capable of it. As you guys said, he did kind of have a rough patch, but hopefully he's back on the horse here. They really need him.
Love those clear votes as well. The amount of double and triple knockups he got, as well as getting aiming into his own team, really big.
Yeah, pretty huge. DK is going to move over to the blue side for game number 2, and we'll see that if that does help them out. Let's go back to the casters, though, for that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Absolutely fantastic to hear that, in fact, it was indeed a blind charm over the wall.
Yeah.
Managed to catch out Showmaker. That was what we were a little bit confused about.
Just predicted.
That got cleared up.
It was really cool to see. As I was like, I just think there's no way that he actually had vision because he was so deep in. There was no wave. No, he's just smart. He saw him walking up, predicts it perfectly, takes Showmaker out. Closer just so on point with the Ahri. And it all started when they were able to get that map control after the bottom side disaster. And he took control of the map and he didn't let go. And the vision game for FearX was fantastic. Even when they lost Baron,
they push deep because they won the fight, even just by one member, and then they put all that deep warding through, and D+ were always fighting through wards non-stop, whenever we were really able to reclaim any sort of map control. Teleport flank from Clear was pretty cool to see, and I'm with you. I'm with the space. No more Xayah, please.
Yeah, no, just stop picking it. It's and what Chronicler said, like the fact that it's considered an answer to Kalista. I don't think that's ever really been.
Not by me.
True. Yeah, no, I don't know where that came from. I assume something about what's been happening in scrims, but that is merely an assumption. From what we've seen so far, it doesn't work. As D+ are going to get rid of the Arya, sly smirk goes across Closer's face as we are in the draft. Of course, loose attacks will continue to be levied. Next one going to be the Nautilus taken away from Execute.
Might be the aiming Zeri angle that you know, I thought we might be seeing earlier on. As hopefully Willer's okay. Looks like he had a little bit of pain in his ear.
Yeah. Or he's listening to some smooth jazz. I don't know. He's like, oh, that's a gorgeous B flat.
He's listening to Execute say like, all right, should we go straight into Maokai? The final bans here are going to be quite interesting because Senna is up, Smolder is up, the Kalista could be banned here by D+, and I think you're happy to play Yone. They want to trade some scaling picks here, potentially, or trade the Ashe and the Varus kind of situation. So,
might be an Orianna that they're aiming for.
Yeah, it could be. Showmaker has played more games of Karma now than he has Azir, believe it or not. He's 8 games of Karma now. He's only 6 of Azir. Crazy how much Karma he's been playing. There's a Kalista ban.
All right,
so Varus and Ashe have to be split. Otherwise, Fearex just 2-0, right?
I mean, Execute's Ashe. That's not a thing that I would want to put Execute on.
That's true. I think fairly easy to pilot.
Senna.
Kellen's Ashe also not inspiring with joy, as it will be the Karma first pick. I'm not surprised by this. It's still kind of a flex, even though it hasn't really been used as such here in the LCK. As Varus Ashe will likely be locked in. Again, it depends on if Execute's comfortable enough. The Nautilus is gone. So that's the only other pick that you're kind of focused on here with this Varus lock-in. And you are a little bit concerned about potentially getting pushed in by that Karma bottom lane, if that would be flexed here. As, again, it's something that, you know, Oxen's talked about, I've talked about. I think it's very viable as support, but the LCK so far has said no, it's not, and will not be doing that.
Hasn't really been played. Is it Sejuani? Do they do it and risk the Ashe going over? Or is it just Vi? Yeah, Vi is, of course, extraordinarily high priority. Does sort of block a Zeri pickup as well. As I feel like aiming has the face of a man that's about to ask for a Zeri lock-in. Just anyway.
Yeah, he does kind of look like it. Nautilus is banned.
Oh, Senna though. I like this one a lot more as being a lot more consistent here in the LCK. Kellen gets to go back to his Tahm Kench that he's always really, really liked as well.
Yeah, I think now you really probably need to go something like the Ashe or even like a Zyra or Heimerdinger.
Oh, I love the Zyra, man. That sounds like a great idea. Or Aurelion Sol.
For closer. This does not sound like a closer pick to me.
Talia also doesn't really sound like a closer pick either.
Yeah, slightly closer to closer, but still very far away.
Yeah.
Talia Vi is very strong. The Ahri was banned, so I'm going to look for this lockdown setup here, but tough to actually get anything into this Karma. And you're not going to be able to necessarily get value at a Weaver's Wall because Karma's going to be pushing into you all the time. So I'm not sure what the early game is going to look like with this one, especially when we don't know what the support is going to be for Execute just yet.
Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising to me that the Talia was the one that was locked in. I don't think that was ever going to be banned away, but maybe they just didn't have anything else that they wanted to blind pick here on R3.
The concern for me is that if you didn't have a plan for how you're going to lane into Senna Kench, you probably got to ban that one. And I do agree with you in that. I feel like they just didn't have a clear plan just yet. I'd love for them to prove me wrong, and we will see. But Lee Sin gone. The Gnar is banned away from clear. It's been a pretty comfortable pick for a lot of our top laners who are struggling right now. Very good into Cassante.
Yep. And okay.
Rel is already banned, going for Viego now.
So, wait. Sejuani's just there. Of course, Vi doesn't really mind the Sejuani too much. Break through armor and things like that, but they also probably want more damage. So I guess that's what they're trying to do, getting rid of more of the high damage champions.
Poppy is still available, but doesn't necessarily feel great into this.
Xin Zhao is also
Xin Zhao is the best one, I think, for Lucid to play here. A lot of extra protection. And take away the Renata. That's actually a pretty fair ban.
I like it.
And it's one that Execute has been comfortable on, even though we're always a little bit nervous when he locks it in.
Is it going to be the Ashe?
The Ashe is it's just out there. Like it was never banned. It was never talked about. I mean, T1 locks this up 100%. Brad.
Uh-huh. I'm here for some Brad. We actually saw him pick up a victory just, what was it, yesterday? A couple of days ago?
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
With the cups with the candy canes and all that. I remember that.
Oh, yeah. A cup of cocoa.
All right, Jarvan is also... I feel like this comp is very much low mobility.
Very Demacian, if he was to lock that one in. As Aatrox, I think, fits with the vibe that they're going for here. Aatrox Xin, that feels great.
I mean,
Aatrox,
Aatrox...
that's what you'd want.
He's just so tanky already, and you have to go so deep to get on top of the Senna that the Aatrox often catches you.
Ooh.
As Maokai will come through as the jungle pick here.
So, mid-jungle, not exactly psyched about it, but the team fight for D+, even as the game goes later and later, feels absolutely fantastic. Now, the top lane matchup, what is Clear going to be playing into this Aatrox? I think it's a Nasus angle, personally.
I would love to see it. Camille.
Ooh, okay.
Camille Vi to try to shut down aiming and just saying that the Bard Varus lane should give me enough prio. You know, if you're Henna in this game, you're like, okay, Execute cannot actually throw with Bard. It's like not impossible to actually lose Flash at level 2 with this champion. We're gonna perma prio. Hear me out. I'm saying in theory, okay?
Yeah.
I know we might try, but like, Henna feels pretty good about how this is gonna be set up. The Clear can play aggressively topside with the Vi, try to shut down the Aatrox early. Maybe if Closer can get involved in some of those topside plays as well, get out of the Showmaker prio prison, then maybe he can actually get something done there, and maybe he can play around topside here. And then once the Aatrox is put down, then you can win team fights against the Senna because the Aatrox just isn't going to be relevant. You don't have an amazing front line here on the side of D+. So the Jarvan is going to be really good at locking down these single targets, but getting past the Camille will be quite awkward here for Lucid. I think it's a simple enough composition here for D+. And it's King and Aatrox. He's overall been very good at this. I think leaving the Senna up was a mistake, but I do think, and I do see the angles here for Fearex in terms of how they could play around this Camille. It's a risky call, but it could pay off.
I'm just really worried about Execute, man. He's just not going to be as tanky as he was in the last game, and if he has the same kind of early game, this could be really rough. But let's jump onto the rift for game 2. D+ Kia, Hana, 둘, 셋!
D+ fighting!
Fearex, 하나, 둘, 셋!
Fearex fighting! Woo!
All right. Bard with his megaphone, making his way towards the river here. As we can see, is D+, once again, grouped up, see what they can see. Cosmic Binding, not quite going to connect there.
Not quite. The Aatrox, I believe, was seen. And they're going to clear this ward.
There we go.
Quiet down.
10 gold. Gorgeous.
Aatrox, super hyped about getting that ward. Level 2 advantage incoming.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen is always pretty psyched when he's on Aatrox, just in general. It is his happy place.
For good reason. Meta is very good for it.
And he's just been playing so much better as well. I mean, it was really sad at the beginning of the season because he wasn't even picking up very many wins, having very impressive laning phases on the Aatrox, but now certainly looking a lot better.
Yeah, he's 10-4 for context. He's played it 14 times. D+ are very predictable with their drafting overall, as like Lucid has played 9 games of Rel, and that's like his most played. Showmaker was playing only Azir, now he's like, Karma is my new thing. I only do that. Clear has tried this Camille, if you guys remember. It did not go very well the last time around. I think it's only him and Doran who've played it so far, as only Deft was able to overcome the Senna so far this season in this matchup.
like that was a while back.
Yeah, I think that was in like week 1 or 2.
Yeah. It's Execute. Be taking a bit of damage as Deft looks to try and control this lane.
Aiming first buy on the support item as well, so already stacking that up. Kellen getting a lot of gold early here.
Yep.
Always have to kind of keep track of that because sometimes we do see Doran's blade starts, but not with this laning matchup necessarily. They are winning it though, and they hit level 2 and Execute is just not able to connect a lot of the poke here.
Yeah, these bindings really have been going wide.
And it's lethal tempo for Henna as well coming into this one.
Oh, so he's actually going to go on hit.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty reasonable when you consider that they have a lot of CC to lock down targets for him to auto repeatedly, and they have, you know, a decent front line here. So I actually think it's pretty good. It's not going to be pretty good at getting advantages against Senna in the laning phase, though.
Or in the late game, where she'll just have way more range than anything relevant that you have to do. That's one of the problems here, and that's one of the reasons why I've actually quite liked the Varus response, just because you can just play lethality and then still be really high range.
Yeah, that's the way that a lot of teams, Deft especially, had the best performance of this, or well, I guess it was Viper, playing it into the Smolder. And, you know, you just outrange and you're very relevant.
Yeah. Make things work as Piercing Arrow going to do a bit of damage here to Aiming, goes down to about 300, but otherwise nothing more to worry about. I do love the Camille as well for late game team fights. Just with the way that Hextech Ultimatum works, you can kind of, if you catch Callan unawares, you can push him away from his AD carry, from whoever he's trying to protect, and deny the Devour. Of course, Callan can preemptively throw that down to try and avoid it from happening.
I totally feel you on that. I mean, it's very strong into Senna in general, but you also have to deal with the Maokai and the shielding that's going to come through from Showmaker and all that burst damage that Showmaker could also alternatively provide if you feel like Tom Kench is the one that gets hit by the Hextech Ultimatum and he lives. Because the turn is kind of insane for D+. If the Hextech Ultimatum does not secure the takedown, if you don't actually get that kill, then, the Vi, the Camille, they're kind of stuck in Maokai's playground and Aatrox's playground. So Kingan's going to be tanking, but he will also be hurting the enemy team.
He's going to be doing a bit of that protect and also attack type stuff that they talk about. And we here at the LCK feel like that probably shouldn't be a thing that's allowed to happen.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of the Aatrox being the way he is right now.
Being able to tank and do everything else, I mean, let's reserve that for, RPGs that you've grinded too much in. Like, that's where we're going to leave that.
You're not supposed to max everything to 99 in League of Legends. That's not fair.
No, that's not how that one goes. Showmaker and Closer, both of them looking a little bit worse for wear. Of course, Showmaker completely full mana. Does finally use some of his buttons. He's been holding on to that, though. You can see Willett now starting off on the bubs. Lucid. See whether he does take more than just the one.
Lucid will come over here, and King does have Prio, so let's see. Yeah, just going to get his way out of here.
Yeah, I actually kind of thought that Lucid might look to try and follow Willa over, but instead, not going to.
He looked at Execute, saw he was barred, and he was like, Execute was definitely calling, no, we win this. And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, wait, you're barred. We don't win this.
No.
That's not a Maokai. That's not a Leona.
And they also don't have lane control on the top side of the map, so I think it was the smart call. As Closer, nice little hook shot onto Kingan.
Ooh, slow comes through.
Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum coming on in here, and that is going to be some space bought for them. Magical Journey. I don't know about this, because then immediately, okay, the flash just brings him way too far out. Bramble Smash comes in. He wants to go onto the Magical Journey, but he's punched into the wall, and that is first blood going over to Willa. Now Henna taking some damage here towards the bottom side, but the snare doesn't land, and they just don't really seem to mind.
The journey was just a little bit too magical there for Lucid, and the flash magical journey, I didn't have that on my bingo card of how Execute would flash in the early game. I had a lot of different other stuff, like barrel-esque flash.
And it wasn't even that, it was magical journey flash.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Who would have known? Because that makes him look like, oh, I didn't mind, I'm now in danger. But actually, it was all just a cunning ruse. It was a bait.
It was a bait.
I actually think, like, we thought that Execute was having a bad game. What we didn't realize was that actually he was just a mind-reading genius.
Everyone is just too slow for him.
They just don't get it.
They don't see things at the same speed he does. It's the Hextech Ultimatum helped set this up because Execute have been on this roam for a while, really trying to force something to happen.
And the Magical Journey will get them over the wall. Lucid is baiting them in. Looks like a great bait made. 8 out of 8 Execute POG.
Yeah.
Great roam. Successful kill there onto the enemy jungle. And it was very well communicated. Obviously, Clear and Execute there communicating with Willer. We're going to make this play happen. They set it up from the get-go with Clear starting off with the Hextech Ultimatum. Really good and crisp shot calling there.
Yeah. And this is just not... I mean, it is actually the kind of proactive play that we've seen out of FearX. We do need to see it continue, but we just witnessed game one. We know that this is a team that has remembered how to win games. And it had been a really long time since they'd recalled that feeling. Let's just hope that they chase it in this game. Man, it would be absolutely the most like KT DK thing to do when they're like one game away from guaranteeing playoffs and then D+ loses to FearX.
I mean, it's definitely possible. It is looking, you know, I wouldn't say likely at this moment in time, but it's looking hopeful.
It's definitely possible. As Showmaker's just going to flash towards Closer. That's a cast curse for you, ladies and gentlemen, as Closer. Oh, yeah, there it is. Lucid going to be able to lock that one down. Also had the Nature's Grasp there. So as we talk about FearX possibly winning, they lose a fight in the mid lane.
The roaming Bard to match the roaming Senna. You love to see it. Execute what you got first this time. Let me see it. Let me see the magic. Oh, he's going to leave. Very cool leave. Nice exit.
Yep. I think that magical journey is definitely the epitome of it's not about the destination, you know.
Yeah.
The journey did look good, but it's not really going to make you all that excited about where it's going to leave you ended up on the map.
So the concern we always have with Senna is, can you actually match her value you know, with your support roaming around? And the answer has generally been no. And then obviously Senna has a lot of other issues in the late game, but she makes a large impact in the early mid game, as you can see here from aiming. That's why, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about Smolder, like he can't really fight or force anything early, his supports can't do anything, they need to babysit. Execute is at least trying to be proactive here and match the roam, and you gotta respect it. It's level 6 here now, but there's no follow-up for a potential Tempered Fate, so not gonna be committing to anything off of this. But he's trying to keep aiming honest. It's not really working, but he's trying.
Yeah, not 100%. Seismic Shove going to be avoided here by Showmaker. And Closer takes a big chunk from that Mantra Q. As I think the D+ might be looking for an opportunity here as Clear not going to get knocked up by that second Q. That means that Kingen is going to retain control here of this top side. And it is a big advantage for the Aatrox. Yes, Clear manages to pick up an assist after they got the kill onto Lucid, but I think Kingen hasn't really been slowed down too much at all.
No, not really. Interesting journey there. This needs to get a look, you know? This is a lot of plate gold going over. Lucid's in the area. Willer is spotted here. This is very awkward for FearX.
Lucid finds it there as Voltbreaker is going to be interrupted. That's going to bring out the flash as now Kingen moved over. Showmaker just soaking the threaded volley as, oh dear, there's a Tempered Fate. As Execute, there's no way that he's making it into that tube. And he is going to be taken down. Clear was distracted by some red dots here towards his top side. I also don't think he would have really been able to help out, although he does have the ultimate.
And the difference here in what is being gained is quite large. Like, okay, Clear is also in trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a real tough one. Does have Hextech Ultimatum, but he has no opportunity to use it as aiming almost gets shoved back there by Closer. Probably would have just been a dead Senna because she is very squishy.
And the alternative here, or rather the cross map, is just a Varus trying to take plates away from a Kench and kind of struggling at it, as you know, Kellen is absorbing all the pressure on the bottom side of the map here, and they're going to look to try to take this first dragon, but it's a solo Chemtech dragon, so the news doesn't really get better here. But a lot of this this topside scuffling, this topside play has been really going in favor long-term here, as this is going to be a really nice play here from Showmaker setting this up. Lucid comes over, gets the smash as well. Ults just to be safe in case that maybe he lived with a little bit of health there, but he does not need it. Then up here on the top side, you know, Execute not much he can really do to help out his teammate here, but they still want to try to force with closer. And maybe if they set up a tempered fate here, or if there was a way to set up and guarantee a really big shove, like if he tempered fates there, then you get a multi-shove as closer, could be an angle there. But this just feels like desperation because they're losing control of bottom and they just really want to stop this snowball from D+, but they failed. And now this Senna is really quite accelerated.
Yeah, Senna's starting to get a bit scary. And remember, this composition has a lot more longevity this time around as well. There's no... I mean, there is a bit of bridging, but the fact that you just kind of stack forever on this Senna, you can move to gigantic range margins, and Kellen is going to have so much more money as well.
And with all these grubs, I mean, you could just repeat the play. Kind of camp clear. I mean, if there's no cross-map answer, and do you really care as D+, if there's, missing members on the map on your side? They're not even going to get this plate here in mid off of this wave, it doesn't look like. As, I mean, this Camille is getting put down, so she's not going to be a side lane threat. She only has one grub as well, or one bub. And so, I mean, the strategy here so far has been very smart for D+, very successful. And yeah, Henna's still just trying to cook a catfish, and I think he's going to have to cook a little longer.
Yeah, it just takes a while, We don't really have the time for a slow cook right now.
Yeah, you really just don't, because Senna's becoming more and more relevant every passing moment.
Yeah.
And Varus is, weirdly enough, not. As it turns out, like getting one, it's now 2 barely plates here is not going to be the advantage you're looking for. He's only 10 CS up.
Oh, okay, there's a cheeky little knock-up onto Clear. As Kingen finds the second Q. Oh, Execute, flashing in. Looking for the opportunity onto aiming. He's going to slink into his mist, though, and just turns it back around. I like that Execute went for it. I don't know necessarily what could have potentially happened that was positive, but...
He got the flash out of aiming. Aiming was like, I don't know, I trust these.
Yep.
I saw Barrel in the World Finals. He flashed. He missed his Qs, but man, he got some value. He won World, so I'm just going to flash this.
It's true. He managed to get the flash.
So success there. But I do kind of like the Senna focus topside here to keep Clear down and just basically make a tri-lane and just constantly put that pressure on. And if Clear dies, if they don't bring resources up, you get the whole turret in this case, and you could repeat the process bottom side. And Kellen, because he has teleport and he's Tom Kench, can just hold off basically anything forever. And Furex decide not to dive him and give the same value to Henna. So macro-wise, D+ have just kind of slowly gotten a 2,000 gold lead here, mostly through plates. Obviously, a few kills picked up along the way. And it's a 20 CS lead, actually, for Showmaker as well in the mid lane.
Okay, Kellen is going to be able to help take down these minions, and then Abyssal dive his way out. Lucid going to start off this Rift Herald, see how his driving's going to be. Looks like he's going to be uncontested on that one as
no
well.
contest for a while. I mean, now they're coming up, but very late on this. They have Weaver's Wall?
Oh, actually, no, because he's by himself, just doesn't do any damage. And so he's not actually going to be able to lock this one down. It was an opportunistic Shelly, as Fearex just note that she is still alive.
Kingen, he has teleport for this this next dragon fight. If he can keep Clear pinned down, they'll probably teleport together. But Fearex are unable to get this Herald. And I'm worried because, yeah, you have bottom side control right now, but D+ can very quickly turn this one around, and there's no commitment to anything here for Fearex. They're not denying the Herald, they're not setting up vision on Dragon, they're just backing in mid, and D+ are just being proactive. They're going to get this objective and then should be able to actually contest Dragon. The timing of this is just so close to being, like, if this Dragon was 20 seconds faster and they were there, I'd be like, okay, well, this is cool, but it's very awkward now, as Showmaker should be able to clear this up pretty quickly. And let's see what Fearex have got on this next Dragon fight, because the Senna is already starting to get quite big and starting to get some range coming through. And if you don't win this Dragon fight in Stack 2, D+ just buy time, 5 minutes of it. Plus they get the Hextech Dragon, which is in itself quite useful.
And I feel like Fearex are playing as if they are confident about their late game.
Yeah.
And I'm just not sure whether I entirely agree, given the sort of infinite nature of a Senna and what we've seen from her thus far. But she is often very squishy, and you can get yourself to a point where in the mid game, if you create leads, she is extremely squishy. We saw this yesterday where, someone looks at the center and she dies. Like, Clear could certainly fit into that category. Trinity Force now completed. But still, quite far behind from Kingen.
Now they do get the Dragon Prio. Showmaker is going to clear that wave and come over here. Can they get a decisive call here on a pick is the real question.
All right, Chains of Corruption are going to connect onto Lucid here as Closer, making sure they're out of Twisted advance range. There he is, finally able to get on in and execute. Going to be the one to go down. That magical journey was not magical enough, and Henner is just going to get ripped to shreds. I'm not sure about that one, FearX. They had a plan, but it just wasn't a successful one, and then yeah, they are going to be wiped out entirely. Showmaker able to lock down that kill as well. And there's a cease and desist as Willer is trying to make sure that Lucid cannot lock him down. Utilizing a very aggressive ultimate in order to do so was an odd move, but it did actually quite work out.
Kellen is matching Clear in levels right now. He's level 11 and is doing work.
Yeah, okay, so able to get a Rift Sculler. There we go.
All right, so we got something.
Yep.
Small victories. We count them up.
Kellen.
Magical Journey.
Yeah, this is probably a dead catfish. He was sort of caught farming. Sometimes Magical Journey can be quite confusing. Takes a while for him to go down. It's a Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
This game as well, as we are on one dragon apiece. So they 3,000 gold lead.
They finally cooked the catfish. They finally got him. But it is going to be at the cost of a dragon on the other side and a significant amount of this turret's health, possibly all of it. As you can see, they're grouped up in this brush. Closer can't even really get back to the turret, so I think that thing is just gone. Kingen will be able to deny the same from happening here topside. Teleport commitment.
Oh dear, okay, Tempered Fate is going to disable the turret. It's like Volibear's here in spirit, but Kingen! He just kills him! And now the turret comes back alive once again! So they do manage to move out, they manage to take him down, it's only execute, and they'll get the turret as well, so it was a decent trade, but that's still probably alright for Kingen.
I thought he was maybe about to get more there, but he just doesn't have his tools anymore. He used to all of his Qs there, as this was the most feeble attempt to do anything that I've like ever seen.
Yeah.
His Closer's pushed off the wall, and execute is just so squishy, and that was just so bizarre. Like that's not support Maokai, that's jungle Maokai. He's very tanky, and he turns it around. As this was a great call overall here by FearX, but the Tempered Fate just doesn't last that long. And so once it fades off here, Execute does get pulled back in and taken out. Willer survives. Meanwhile,
okay, there's a Weaver's Wall. Showmaker not going to get shoved, and Closer really needs to hit like one or two of those. I think the fact that the Seismic Shove missed in that top lane, if it had have landed, then Execute probably would have lived there. Would have just been a clean kill. And once again, towards that top side, he goes for the Weaver's Wall play, doesn't quite find the shove. And this time around, it's 3-0-3 for Showmaker. Last game, he was felt like a little bit like he was just sort of tickling. This game, yeah, they're nukes again.
Yeah.
It's looking like the broken karma that we've been used to from Showmaker.
Dragon is still a ways away from spawning here, and so D+'s goal now is just going to be to push that vision up the same kind of way we saw FearX do it on blue side when they got that advantage after the mistake bottom side, and just become so oppressive that it's really difficult for Willer to play the game. He doesn't have flash right now. Flanking and punishing with this Vi is going to be so difficult because Vi and Camille, such a strong duo, especially if you obviously have Talia, who can also then chain some of that CC together. But if you don't have any vision and you don't have any wraparound angles, it's tough. And you can see the observers are showcasing like maybe there's one here, maybe D+ don't do their due diligence, and that's what you're hoping for if you're a FearX fan. But Kingen is just like, if I don't know, I'm not going to go. And then he just comes and scans. He's like, all right.
Yeah, manages to spot out exactly where Clear was, and so not going to be able to find anything. So Clear should, like, this is the thing, and we could have conversations about like late game split push win conditions and blah blah blah, but D+ are snowballing with a center composition, and that means that we don't get to talk about that. As now hookshot going to be interrupted somewhat here by Lucid, who's still taking a fair bit of damage, and the X-Tech ultimatum is going to be pretty good, but of course he was never getting out of that, and the tree is just too tanky.
It's just so big. I mean, Frozen Heart, I've talked about it so much this season, but it's cheap, it's high value, and it's hard for a Camille that's super far behind to really turn anything around there. And unlike Kingen, Clear didn't do his due diligence, did get taken out there while up in lane, but he has to try to do something because he's 20 CS down. He's 2-2, but half an item behind. And if he doesn't start split pushing, he doesn't get a turret, he doesn't get value, then he's never going to be relevant in this game. So you can't blame him, but he does get punished. And I mean, I think it's going to take more than a spectacular flub like what we saw last time for D+ to lose this one.
Yeah, and that also happened a lot earlier as well. This feels like a game that's kind of scaling out of control. And this one, D+ don't need to make any overly aggressive moves in. I mean, when sort of sit back and get stacks.
When Showmaker buys the Magi's, that's when you know. Like, I would love to see Showmaker's Magi win rates, probably 100%. Like,
it's pretty close, and he also would buy a lot of them. You know, since 2019, 2020, where he really did start to hit his stride.
Does he have the Japanese Death Note? Oh my God, it's the Korean Death Note we didn't know the whole time. Showmaker has the Korean Death Note. There's one more out there in the world.
As Lucid, okay, he's still. I don't think. And now FearX know that Lucid is not to be engaged on. That is not how you win. And so now Lucid can move into any brush, anywhere, and be absolutely fine. They can always get vision, no matter what they do. As the smallest, saddest magical journey will be taken through the trees to get FearX back to their base as they relinquish control of their jungle in its entirety. The first Cloud Drake is going to spawn here, and third Drake of the game spawning at 23 minutes. Just feels like
so slow.
Not that many dragons, As right, Abyssal Dive going to come through here as we've got to fight on multiple fronts. Showmaker going to have to flash to get out of the way of Closer and Henna. As now D+, they're looking to try and turn it around. It's their opportunity to engage as the snares come in. Close taking a lot of damage. Tempered Fate onto the Aatrox, but they cannot capitalize off that at all. Flash has to be used from Henna as well as the cleanse. And D+ will not be stopped.
But clear. Clear.
Split push win condition, Wolf.
Wait, no.
Oh, never mind. But, but wait. Siege. Never mind. No, teleport.
But he got teleport. He got the teleport.
That's true. Value.
Okay, all right. So he wasn't able to. Yeah, no dragon, but hey, he wasn't able to get the turret, but he denied. It was trying to use the denial of CS to get a teleport out of Kingen. Successful play. As I don't know what to tell you guys. It's looking doomed.
It is looking not great. It's only a 5,000 gold lead, so I guess we can say that. Like,
that's what Chronicler says.
Could be worse.
Yeah, that's the Chronicler. The Chronicler. It's only X gold lead.
Yeah.
It's only a Varus that's behind a Senna.
Yeah, it's only an infinite scaling Senna. I think it's actually probably like completely doomed.
Yeah, I mean that gold graph that shows the Varus is ahead is misleading.
Well, you need to take into account how far Kellen is ahead.
Yeah.
The good old 2.4k in the lead. That is a lot more than, well, you know, not a lot, but more than a full item.
It's, as you can see, that is the case. Mikhail's is all he's got. Execute.
He's ringing the bell. He already goes and collects a bunch of chimes. He needed another bell.
Yeah, Slay and Bell, he's waiting for Christmas.
Aw, sleigh bells! Aw, it's beautiful.
He didn't even use the Christmas skin.
I know.
Like with the candy canes and stuff.
It's actually so sad. The Baron is now just going to be started off here. Kingen gonna hop over, standing right on top of this ward. As D+ pretty happy for FearX to make their way over to them. Teleport is going to be invested here by Clear. This Hextech ultimatum, if they do manage to find an angle for a fight, needs to be absolutely fantastic. As Kingen, second Q doesn't even come out here, waiting for another round. As the Baron is going to be ignored now. Oh, Closer! Yep, just caught. And the Tempered Fate does come in, so we can see the situation for a few moments as Clear not going to be able to do too much because Kellen will just devour aiming, so that Hextech ultimatum he wanted to find is just gone. And D+ have all the answers this game.
Yeah, I mean, the follow-up there, the damage just isn't there. Lucid is blocking Henna from doing anything relevant. It's not lethality Varus. He actually has to get in there and hit them.
Yeah.
As you see that Tempered Fate go down, you're like, oh, big Varus Q is coming, right? No, it's not coming. It's Lucid just walking at Henna, and he's like, oh, I can't do anything. It's too tanky. And that's the end of that. As even though they did find an angle to get Clear into position to try to set up for that backline access here, it's just really unsuccessful. And Closer, they just say, all right, drop Baron, kill Closer. Ult comes out from Lucid. Closer is blown up here. Tempered Fate buys time, and then Henna is rooted. And then Lucid's on top of him, and he's like, well, we picked Varus, and I can't do anything. I'm not relevant, I'm not useful. And the rest of the fight is a wash, and then they just turn back to the Baron and take it.
Yeah, this unhit Varus not really doing too much at all as we've got teleports towards the bottom side of the map with the Baron now available. D+ are looking to just march their way up with whatever minion wave they can find. Closer is just doing his best to make sure that they can't have access to multiple lanes. But this inner turret is very gone. It is just not long for the world. That'll be taken out. Will they continue to push further forward though? As Closer and Clear, they're looking for some bounty gold. They might be able to get it, but that might be in trade for a Nexus.
Yeah,
I don't think that's really what you want, as these are going down extraordinarily quickly. Executes on a flank. He's on vision as well. And so D+ kind of know that they can keep going here.
Yeah,
There is actually
on him.
going to walk his way out. You can see Showmaker wanting to check these flanks, find his angle. As, oh my god, the damage. That's 50% of his health bar. Okay, well, Clear now looking for his opportunity. And there's another one. As Clear, sorry, Kingen, just going to dash back over the wall, and they're going to get back to it. Now Nature's Grasp is flying towards Henna and Closer. Closer does manage to sidestep it there, but there is the first Nexus turret that's going to go down. Now Willa, cease and desist comes in, and that is at least that first kill, but Chains of Corruption somehow does not find anyone. Kingen went down relatively low, but there's the triple kill for Showmaker. Now Henna, he's trying to kite them underneath this turret, but the pushback on the Closer, the quadra kill for the Karma, and there it is, the pentakill for Showmaker's Karma.
The second of the season. This man is just popping off, and they were fish in a barrel for him. 10-0 and 4. Showboating at the end, as I think they could have ended it faster, but you know he was screaming Penta, and you know his team said, I will grant it to you. And we are going to 3. Surprising to no one, with this wrap looking so good here for D+. And I gotta say, there were a lot of problems with the map reads for Furex in this one, because in game 1, they knew how to play that advantage out, push really hard, get deep vision. But the call to just leave Henna bottom and then just kind of half-heartedly watch the top turret go and let the Camille lose farm was not really the answer. And then they weren't able to turn anything into plays mid. Karma always having prio just meant that so problematic to play out. And I mean, I can't blame Henna individually, and I don't mean to
outside of not going lethality. I don't think you ever get any value as on hit Varus in that composition.
Exactly. He doesn't have the right items to actually have value.
He still did a lot of damage.
Yeah, but he was left on an island to shoot a catfish, and then he was dealing with Lucid with the tanky Maokai, and he wasn't able to do anything. Clear was camped, so can we really blame him? It's just D+ out macroing this team.
Yep, and team fighting better towards the end of the game as well. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a short break. When we get back, the space will break that one down, and we'll have game number 3. We'll see you there.
보도 할게. 나 밀어 할게.
나 세나 봐줄게. 세나 봐줄게.
타워 얘들아 타워.
타워?
야 이거 타워
봐줄게.
타워 하나.
미드웨이브에서 천천히
나
오긴 한다.
세나 좀 봐줘. 세나.
나 세나.
오 쉣. 야 바이 볼게.
달렸구나.
나 봐줘야 돼. 나 봐줘야 돼.
나 치킨 이길 것 같아. 나 치킨 먹어줄게. 야 펜타.
펜타 줘. 펜타.
펜타 각인데?
야 이거 먹어라. 야 이거 먹어.
살려. 킬초.
펜타 나 펜타다. 나 죽었어.
이겨.
나이스.
하루마루 펜타를?
기분 좋아? 나 펜타 주려고 죽었어. 내가 이게
성훈아! 너 이 판 개빡이다?
뭔 소리야? 내가 빡인데 이거 세나의 정점이야. 그냥 빡빡이야.
다행이다. 나이스. 한판 잘해보자.
and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 as KT Rolster, D plus Kia, able to get back on the horse here in game number 2. It's been a long day so far. Against FearX, who did have a bit more trouble in this game number 2. Definitely a bit more of a one-sided affair. More of what we were expecting coming into the series, I'd say.
Yeah, Execute trying to channel Beryl in World's Finals Game 5 and instead channeling Beryl in an odd year, which is not when Beryl was good. So, that game was a little messy. The draft already had us, be a little bit worried, and then the gameplay started and we got really worried because the Varus, I do think, is quite strong. The only thing I like about the draft here for FearX is the Vi, and that's not even into knowing that the Kench is going to come. Just in isolation, like a Vi, good. Everything else is just... Let Closer's Talia go, man. He can't play that champion. Like, I think Closer, we saw it in the last game, can be a very good player, and you need him to be not Talia.
Yeah, I mean, FearX, they have to remind themselves like how they wanted the game 1, and this is not the game that they wanted. Like, there's no way. Like, even draft, like, sure, I mean, it's kind of red side that they will probably go back to blue, right? And it's like, it might be kind of easier to draft out, but I don't know. I mean, it's just like as you said, I think I like the vibe, but still the Santa TK is open. As soon as that happens, it's like really even more rough to play. In Karma with the Maokai pair, it's just so easy for DK to play it out.
When people tell you something, you should listen. If they are banning Ahri and Yone, don't pick Talia. Pick something that looks like those champions.
Like similar.
DK is trying to send a signal.
Message not received.
Not received.
I also do think that even though Senna has been on a bit of a losing streak, which is like 3 games in a row, which is nothing compared to her 16 games in a row with no change, and with Tahm Kench available, Senna Tahm Kench might just be played, and so the Vi might lose some value, which it did in this game. But we got to talk about the gameplay itself, because FearX, they got behind, and then they're like, we can take this fight, and DK were like, you can't take this fight.
I mean, nearly Maokai just tanked everything, and he was not even like. If they want to go Maokai, the Vi should have been in the brush. Like even Talia should have been ready. Like they're so distinct. Like which is like, this is not the like what we saw from game 1. Like FearX, when they're so aggressive, like when they're making the proactive play, everyone was so ready. Everyone was there. They knew what they need to do, but this time they completely just lost.
You're down a TP. Just let it go. This is not a soul where you're going to lose the game if you give it over. It's just a dragon. Clear was off pushing in the side, and unfortunately for FearX this time around, there was no DK giving over a free triple to their carry, so he just stayed behind, alone and sad with no gold.
Yeah, that did happen in this game. Also, D+, they utilized their lead pretty well as they did go over to the Baron. They wanted to stop the Camille in her tracks by split pushing, and so they forced the TP, and then they get this pick on the closer, and the game kind of just ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I get the point from the FearX, like the team composition is like they have a Talia, right, and they have a Camille. They do need to split push, or like they also need to snowball from level 6 to Habu, who has a Camille ulti and with the global ulti, but they didn't do anything. That makes the maps are so tiny, and that's why I think just DK side, they can just do whatever. They can just hit the Baron. You guys have to calm, just fight for it.
The wind-up on the Talia wall should not be a surprise to people at this point. It's not even like Kingen had to... Yeah,
It was
just
smooth.
don't play it. Closer, please. Play something else. I know it's not mad at the moment. Do what Hanwha does. Just pick any champion that looks like a melee champion. Pick Tristana. Obviously, Ahri and Yone were banned, so that makes it look...
coming up next.
Hell yeah.
Let's see who picks up the POG for this one. I think it should be pretty obvious based on the pentakill, as it will be Showmaker, who does get 10 kills, 0 deaths, and 1 pentakill. Had a great time on the Karma. They banned away the Ahri and the Yone, and they said, well, I guess you just get to take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Karma actually want to play the game. Like, exactly, it's the same thing. It's just me jungle duo, the pressuring enemy mid laner. He can't, it's just like not enable the enemy mid laner to move, especially Talia. And he does so much damage with the build, obviously. It's just really insane. Like, every single team fight was impacting, basically just Mantra Q, hitting all enemy champion backline, especially. It was pretty easy for him.
Showmaker playing really well this season. Has had some lower lows, I think, than a player like BDD. But to me, he is very firmly where he deserves to be right now, which is in 3rd place. Yes, not in the same league as Chovy, who is, especially after the T1 GND showdown. I don't think we can say that. I don't even mind the Lucid votes because I love Lucid, and I think he did recuperate outside of the early game. You know, the one play where he got caught, that was rough. But outside of that, he did actually have a really good game on the Maokai. And he got some resources because aiming wasn't taking all his gold.
Yeah, got to play the game, which was pretty nice. Fearx is going to move over to the red side. They were already on the red side. Pretty interesting. I think maybe they'll say, well, we felt pretty good about having that counter pick. It didn't work out with the execution in game 2, but I hope we just don't see Camille again.
I mean, if I see one more Camille, they have to just better to see 5 people topside somehow, man. Try to kill the king in there.
I don't get it. I'm not convinced. There are teams that can get away with counterpick if you really are able to outshine the enemy laner. I don't know if Fearx is going to do that, but maybe mid lane counterpick, but a good one this time.
Maybe, Irelia.
Yeah!
Maybe this time. Well, we'll give it a second college try here in game number 3 as we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 2. And yeah, I'm about as perplexed as you guys are about the fact that they chose the red side. And I think that it is the only explanation, right? It's like, we want Closer to play X champion,
Don't get your hopes
we
up.
want to try to counterpick it.
I'm just telling everyone right now, don't get your hopes up. By the way, just as a reminder, that win for D+ did clinch them playoffs, as well as KT Rolster.
Yeah.
So KT Rolster and D+ are now confirmed in playoffs. And look, the weird thing about the Azir being gone that hurts Closer is that it means he can't play a Kali counterpick, can't play Sylas counterpick to the Azir. You know, he doesn't have those. Because when it's an Azir meta, he's okay at Azir, but he likes the counterpicks to Azir, but he doesn't have those either. We'll see what he ends up playing here. Red side allows you to react to the bottom lane pick, but I feel like the bottom lane pick is so powerful right now that it is often draft defining, as the Senna was in game 1. It was a Karma first pick that Showmaker has been really enjoying. Maybe that'll take a look here for Fearx in this draft phase as well, as that mid-prio issue for Closer hasn't yet been solved.
Yeah. So once again, the Ahri is going to be banned away. It was Ahri, Yone, and Nautilus that were taken away first, up against Closer, and then the Rel, Lucian, and Kalista. And I think that these bans are kind of locked in outside of maybe the Lucian that we haven't seen find that much success here in the LCK. The Nautilus, though, is still going to be coming through. If it ain't broke, guys, don't fix it. And that does make a lot of sense here. All right, Willow, what are we going to be taking away from D+ Kia in this slot? Maybe Senna.
Senna, a good shout. Kalista, probably required.
Okay, it's going to be the Lucian instead.
I mean, aiming is very proficient at the Lucian. You know, we don't always love it against top teams, but against the bottom teams, he has been able to pretty successfully punch down hard. He's 6-4 on the pick right now, going into this series, and Showmaker is giggling. It might just be looking for the Karma first pick again, very safe. And it's
read him like a book.
It's just so easy to make that choice. Like, the trade-off doesn't really feel very tough here at all. You know, because you don't think that Closer is going to threaten you with an Orianna even necessarily. The Senna ban should be coming through, right? Okay, this is a change I will accept. As Showmaker is laughing really hard because he knows he's been controlling the early game prio quite well. As Ashe will be the choice, so they're not going to give the Varus Ashe over. May pick it up themselves into the Kalista, which feels really good if they lock the Kalista into this.
Yep. The other option is to play the Varus, but instead it is going to be the Kalista into an Ashe, and that looks a little bit silly on paper, but we've seen that Kalista is just extraordinarily strong.
Pick the Orianna first if you're going to do this. Pick the Orianna first if you're going to do this.
Well, this is the thing, because I think the Varus is probably coming.
Yes.
Is it just Varus Orianna? Is that what's happening?
I think so. But if you had picked Orianna, at least maybe they can't take Nocturne away from you. That wouldn't make sense for their comp. But they picked it like this, so it feels like a bait. But what is the bait? Oh, it's going to be Caitlyn Ashe. So arguably even worse.
worse.
Yeah, that seems even more difficult to play into. And that's a Poppy.
Showmaker is just going to give Closer a chance to prove himself on a control mage.
Well, this is the thing. You're not, like, I think you win the battle. If Closer is playing Orianna, you win. Because he wants to be on Yone, he wants to be on Aurelia, he wants to be on these melee champions in the mid lane, as was already illustrated by the space. And so if he is going to move over to the Orianna, then I think that's a win for D+. But Nico
flex, okay.
I love that, because that could be Execute, that could be Closer.
It completely was out of my brain, to be honest.
Yeah.
Now the Nocturne priority makes sense, because you have two options. And they end up going for the Nico here. It works well for support as well for Execute. And yeah, that one was just kind of slipped my mind, to be honest with you, since we haven't seen it yet this week, even though it got re-enabled. As it's not necessarily a Closer pick, but it is closer to Closer than everything else we've seen so far. The Tilia is very far away. The Aatrox's going to be banned as well. I do like to see that. The Poppy could be flexed, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah.
Very good into Callista also, which is why they prioritized it here.
And the Orianna actually going to be banned away here. So D+ aren't bamboozled by the flexibility of the Nico, the likelihood that it could be heading towards the bottom side of the map, as Aatrox and Twisted Fate, two of Kingen's most successful champions, are going to be taken off the board.
And what else they want to take from Closer here? In terms of ball carriers, we kind of had the main ones gone.
Yeah.
Sorry, not in terms of ball carriers, in terms of follow-up engage.
Yeah, dive buddies.
Things that work well with Nocturne.
Don't mind Cassante.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I think Malphite goes pretty hard here.
I like Malphite here. It is really hard to play around that if you can't see him. And you can't mitigate any of that with what D+ have right now. I think you save that for 5th pick here. Or
Udyr.
Just pick Udyr.
This is reminding me of a draft that did not work very well with an Udyr on the top side of the map.
I just don't know what Udyr is going to do for you when you Nico ult in. It doesn't feel like it's going to be...
I think he's going to run.
He's going to run through all that. As this has been the counter to Nico for a really long time, is just being able to find her on flanks and just blow her up or put her at half health so she can't actually engage. Showmaker has been fantastic about it, at it, and whether it's AP LeBlanc into this or when Nico was first popular during the AD Shiv days, he was very good at it then too. And he's just a great LeBlanc player in general, so I think this is a fantastic pick here. And Renekton into Udyr doesn't feel great, but
with the changes, I think that Renekton might be feeling a bit happier about the tank v tank matchup. Bit of cooldown reduction on the slices and the dices. As Execute, all right, what are we doing to round this one out? Where is the Nico going?
Yeah, let's see.
Is it just
Yone is available.
Just slams the Silas. It's like, I want an Ash Arrow as well.
Okay, there's the Tristana that was talked about on the space as another Closer potential pick.
Yeah.
And it's very strong into LeBlanc. And it is going to be able to match the damage when LeBlanc tries to go for aggressive trading if Closer plays it well. Can have some value there. Pretty strong duo with the Nocturne too if you get the fear off. So there's a lot of hope there. Execute on this Nico. We know how much he loves to go in. We know how successful he does at hitting the things when he decides to go in, and his flanks have been pretty good. The timing is the part we're more worried about, and we'll see if that ends up being viable for them there in the bottom lane, where they will have to battle it out against this Ashe and the Caitlyn, which will severely outrange them. If they can avoid the roots, I mean, the lane is going to be pretty self-explanatory for D+. I think that this comp is one of the more creative and better ones we've seen from Fearx this season, so I'll champion it for that, but I think the execution is complex.
Oh, yeah.
And I am very worried about how it's going to pan out. It's a kind of a T1 cosplay draft. Willer's a great Nocturne. No shade there. Again, he's very good at this pick, very comfortable on it. But it is going to take a lot of coordination, a lot of threatening sides, and the LeBlanc is the biggest fear for me for this draft outside the bottom lane. Because Showmaker can just, it's support Nico. Like, he will just pop if Showmaker finds him.
And as long as Showmaker doesn't have to hit an Udyr, he is going to be absolutely fine. There are a lot of squishies on this team for him to try and blow up in a moment's notice. Some big grins on the faces of D+ Kia as well, as they are 1 win away from a series victory. Keep that win streak alive. And D+, 하나, 둘, 셋.
D+, fighting!
I don't know why that went long.
Furex, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Fearx, fighting!
Woo!
I didn't expect to do it 6 times today, and I just really wasn't ready to be interesting. I'm sorry to everyone.
No, that's all right, because I sort of like talked too long, and then the fan chants caught up to me like they often do, but often it's not me that has to do it, and so I sort of ran into myself, which is, you know, it's the first time for that, first time for everything, I guess, as Willa has chosen the best Nocturne skin, and 5 versus 5, 1 minute into the game.
I'm glad that they decided not to commit Fearx into the Ashe Caitlyn. Very good at securing early game kills in level 1 scenarios.
Yeah.
Nocturne not really known for his ability to fight at level 1. Kalista pretty good at knowing at fighting level 1 when it's not Caitlyn Ashe on the other side.
Yeah, true. I think that it's going to be a really rough lane. I think that, and also Willa is not going to be able to help.
Wait, Udyr is bot.
Oh.
Udyr is doing, is it like the new Scion tech? Remember the Scion tech?
Yeah. It's going to run down and help push.
It's Udyr.
Oh, it's
no, it wasn't. No, it was.
It's Nico.
They fooled me. No.
It's been a while.
I thought it was Udyr down there.
It's been a long time. I got confused as well. You said it.
I
just immediately believed you.
I was trolling.
It's been a long day. Oh dear.
They didn't fall for it, Atlas. Let's see if they get caught by roots now.
Yeah. And he didn't even have Shape Splitter. I just for some reason thought I could see 3 people in the lane, and so I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah, it was never. It was.
No, my brain just doesn't work. It's fine.
Sorry.
We're going to see the 6th in a row win streak here for Nico, though. As Kerry has 1 win, I think one of the most impressive, in my opinion. I actually thought that his support Nico looked extremely good. And we'll see whether Execute can also do something like that. You mentioned T1-esque draft. See whether we can get some T1-esque gameplay as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because obviously, you know, down here in the bottom lane, what you can do as Nico pre-6 is based on whether or not you hit poke and hit roots, and obviously that can be quite challenging when you don't have any prio here whatsoever. As Lucid,
yeah, possibly a little bit caught out here, as aiming does actually cleanse here in this lane. I believe that might have been a snare hitting.
Yeah, probably. We were kind of panned up, but the cleanse is down now. The heal also burned from Kellen, so significant advantages here taken away from this lane.
Okay. Yeah, Showmaker distorting forward, finds an electrocute, but does not hit the chains.
That feeling when you're just trying to dodge the chains so hard that you don't auto and can't actually trade. And so Showmaker's just like, well, I will keep autoing you while you're doing that, and ends up being, even though the chains don't connect, a lot of damage put down.
Yeah, it's kind of working out here, as he does manage to get a little bit of a shove, as Willa taking a little bit of damage. The fear does come through, as now Closer actually forcing the flash out of Lucid.
That was clean.
Yeah.
Good call here from Fearx, and Lucid wants to stick around here, though.
Yeah, so just not going to give up this shellfish.
Nah, not going to happen. I don't want to look at it down here. Unless a root hits, then we can pan over. That's kind of my requirement. Otherwise, please look away.
Right now, Henner is actually doing pretty much just fine. Has missed a few CS, but of course, that's obviously to be expected in this lane. I think if they're within touching distance, it's probably going all right, given just how powerful the Caitlyn Ashe is in the laning phase, and then hope that once you get to that 2-item spike where aiming is not going to be as strong, you are going to have all of that power.
Yeah, that's the dream, and it certainly can happen, especially if we see some early plays from Willer once he hits level 6, as he's going to try to make a play up here top side.
Yeah, Kingen is already actually winning out on this trade quite nicely. Willer kind of necessary in this moment. I understand that Clear not really going to be able to help the Nocturne.
He went for an early back and grabbed those longswords, so he actually has a lot of stats to combat with here with Clear. And Obviously, he has his cloth armor he's picked up here as well, and boots, but the damage is still there for Renekton at this stage with 2 longswords. As long as he plays it well, it doesn't stand to too much burn. Those trades are going to go well enough to where even though Willer shows up, all he can do is bail out his top laner, can't actually turn it into a proactive play. And aiming will be left alone here for just a moment. Catch all of this farm. See the CS advantage here is about 10.
Yep. And, exactly 10, in fact, as the wave is going to reset. Lucid moving on up here as Kingin still fighting. I think that Clear probably got the memo that he needed to get out of here. Does turn on the circle and is able to just wander his way out. His teleport was just used though, and he did have to ghost earlier on. So Flash available here for Kingin. Lucid might be able to get something back with a return gank, but just have to see whether he does head back towards top lane. It's not exactly a place that most junglers want to go.
Yeah, not really. As Executioner's Calling picked up here early.
Yeah.
For Kingin, which I do like, and the lead that he has allowed him to really have a lot of free space to harass Clear and be very annoying up there top side. Do really appreciate that. I loved how he used his double E to get the empowered W on the shield there from Clear as well in that last trade. He seems really well versed in the matchup so far, which is good to see, as it can be a matchup that's tough to play out, but he's getting the biggest advantage I think we've seen in Renekton versus Udyr so far this season. I think we've seen it like 3 or 4 times, as Firex going to now try to start this dragon up here, and LeBlanc coming down, Showmaker maybe considering a contest. They just are not close enough here in the bottom lane to make an impact.
Yeah, it looks like they're not too interested in trying to fight for this one, as Willow will be able to lock that one down. I think Lucid discovered that this was happening a little bit too late, unless they just kind of knew that it might have been happening and realized that they weren't going to be able to get in there, and therefore not contesting whatsoever.
Cool little W, or Q rather, there from Willer. See what he can get.
Seeing if he could find something. Not able to lock down the big raptor though.
Aiming and Kellen are going to put the pushback on, as Closer's having a pretty nice laning phase here now, starting to get some big advantages.
This counter pick actually working out this time around. Remember, it was Showmaker that just blind picked the Karma last time and then had run of the lane the entirety of the game. This time around, the LeBlanc is getting somewhat punished as stun comes in from Kingin, spins around a bunch. Now Clear gets to press buttons. Willer going to be able to take this Rift Scuttler. I'm really glad that we sort of just panned away from the 2 top laners fighting each other. Because it just does not mean a massive amount.
No, we can go back up there if Kingin presses R. Well, if Clear presses R, I'm not that interested, to be honest, John.
No. Clear often presses R. As Heroic Charge is going to connect onto Closer here, who does take 50% of his health bar. And Showmaker clears out the wave. He's going to look for a back. No teleport, but he is the LeBlanc, so he should be able to get back relatively quickly.
Kingin, full bar here. Again, just going to break the shield, look for the trade pattern with full rage. He could just heal off the Q, do massive amounts of damage, and then kind of rinse and repeat. As Clear kind of has the push, but it's putting himself out of the ability to CS some of these minions as Kingin just holds the wave in an annoying spot and then keeps trading with them over and over and over again. And even though this matchup isn't that exciting and it's not going to lead to a kill, as you were saying, Kingin is getting these really cool incremental advantages, actually. Every single time he pops the shield, Kingin has the W to break it and then trades up. He's 30 CS up now. This is starting to be, it was kind of like, oh, nice, cute plays, Kingin. Now it's like, okay, this is kind of a disaster. Udyr is not supposed to lose this lane, especially not this hard.
I think Executioner's Calling just really kind of working out here for Kingin as Lucid moves in. Clear, not necessarily diveable in a 2v2, but maybe it's just not a 2v2. As Slice comes in, the dice going to come out, and that is going to be first blood over to Kingin just like that. Gorgeously done. He'll take a plate for his troubles as well.
I mean, Clear doesn't even have teleport. He's going to lose so much farm here. The plate goes down, as you mentioned, and Willer has to clean this up, which means that it's free Bubs going over to Lucid, as Kellen also on the roam.
Yeah, only level 5, so not going to be able to throw any arrows in there as the chain not going to get any sort of snare. So Closer makes it to safety. He's still 10 CS in the lead, but that's where the good news ends for FearX. Top side and bottom side really favor D+ right now.
The Bramble Vest that's picked up here for Clear is at least a step in the right direction for making this a little bit more bearable, but it isn't really going to feel good this far behind already. It's just the pure 80 stats more than the healing that are really going to be the issue you have to deal with now. The pickaxe and the Caulfields are picked up here, so he just has so much raw power. He is up a level. He might end up being up 2 if this continues.
Yeah, Showmaker going to get jumped on here by Closer as well. Fair bit of damage, but of course it's hard to really pin down the LeBlanc. He does have that passive up and available. Now it's not going to be though. Showmaker going to go back home. Lucid turns up, he's going to catch this wave. And so despite the fact that things have looked a little bit rough here for Showmaker, I think the rest of the map is sort of making up for it. As you can see, D+ with a bit under a 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes, and that is nothing to scoff at. Especially with this composition that does have decent side lane pressure with the LeBlanc, the Caitlyn able to siege exceptionally well.
I mean, look at the gold lead for Kingen. That's the real big sticking point here, as this Renekton is going to be so relevant.
Okay, Lucid just going to press Steadfast Presence and wander. Seems to be his play. It's going to work.
They're trying to get him they're trying to deny them from getting back to this lane. It is successful here. Execute's positioning really good to threaten an ult here if Aiming wants to come over. He's just going to be able to take these tiny Krugs, but that's it. Yep. Late goes over to the Callista. So they are cross-mapping really well there, getting that play by Closer in the mid lane and then bottom side committing. As Kingen, he does not have his bar yet, but he will get it.
Yep, culls the Meek, but not going to get as much of his health back as the Bramble Vest does some work. So nicely done.
I feel like Kingen, though, he really drained, like he hard like wrung the advantages out of the early game in this Renekton so perfectly, so well.
Yeah,
that
is 6 CS or something like that is the lead right now.
Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable how much he was able to accomplish.
34. That's still absolutely huge.
Now he's got an Eclipse as Closer.
Yeah, there's the chain. Gonna get the flash out. Could not risk getting snared by the chains that bind. So getting a Summoner spell out of this Tristana, which was the one pressure point that Fearex had, might allow D+ to equalize the Dragons. Especially with Ace in the hole there as well. Ace. Guaranteed poke.
Yeah, Ace in the hole going to put the poke down, and LeBlanc, you know, can do a lot here at this stage in the game if she's given some space to work with, but trying to catch the wave right now. Fearex, I think, could be a little bit more decisive on starting this Dragon up and looking for a turn with Execute's ultimate. They're giving D+ a lot of time to get Showmaker into position to come over here and actually contest directly. And you don't have to use Willer's ultimate to get a pick before the fight happens. You can just use it to turn off the lights for Execute's ult.
Yeah, make it so that it's confusing as to who is the Nico. That is very important. And we haven't seen a Paranoia so far this game. Willer is level 8 now.
Yeah.
So hoping we do see that utilized, as now you can see Henna, he was waiting. And in goes Showmaker. Going to keep him on his toes. It is going to work out for the minute. As Kingen going to discover Clear, who is going to be able to boop him, but he has another dash. That is 50% of the health bar of this Udyr. Eclipse done. And I think that Kingen is pretty happy with the state of the lane right now.
Showmaker coming back in, picked up that item.
Yeah.
Poke is real.
Full information is going to come on through. The explosive charge not going to be charged whatsoever, as there is the Keeper's Verdict over the wall. Oh, there's the flash in with the heroic charge, but Henna able to cleanse and flash, and he's out. But so is the rest of his team. There is no way they're contesting for this Dragon. It is Chemtech Soul again.
Oh boy.
That is a 6-game, I think that's sort of perfect.
Yeah, it's the 6-game night. Yeah, no, for sure. Just to slow down the pace a little bit.
Yep. We need to have the possibility of like a 98-minuter.
So
really uncringe.
The fight for the Dragon was really just way too slow from Fearex. Like, they really didn't try to push any advantages there. They didn't start up early and look for a turn. The fact that Execute and Willard don't ult in this early game fight where they had some amount of prio before Showmaker was able to then push that wave and teleport back is a little bit concerning about how the win conditions of this comp is going to work for Fearex, because they had all the tools to say, this is my Dragon, and they weren't able to put them into a team fight winning fashion or threaten D+ into put them in an uncomfortable position. Without knowing that it's Chemtech Soul, D+ really felt like they had to come over here and contest, and you got to press your R buttons on this one. It's kind of the thing that you do. And Henna, he was focused, his cleanse was fantastic, he still got over the wall, but the follow-up from Lucid was also amazing, and it's D+ who pulled the trigger first in this fight, win the Drake.
And now it's like, there's only been one kill at 15 minutes into this game. And I feel like when you have this draft that has Nico and Nocturne, you want to be forcing around this sort of thing, like this Herald here.
But they're not doing it.
No one's anywhere near it. They do actually open up this bottom side, so the cross map, that's fine. But I think that like some more chaos, I think that's what FearX are going to benefit from in this game.
Now, I do agree with FearX's decision here, considering how the top side of the map is going, to just say, look, we don't want to throw the game on that Herald. Oh, Arrow.
Just going to connect there onto the fake Nico. And Execute is going to say, haha, not this time.
Correctly identified the clone. Good job, Kellen.
Nailed it.
You just wanted to let everyone know that one was fake. But yeah,
he cannot stand. He will not stand for fakes. Okay, well, although he
hates phonies.
He's on a team with, you know, Showmaker's LeBlanc, which also does the turns into a fake and a real.
That Nico is a bad actor.
They actually are able to get that turret though for Herald, and that is probably going to be D+ able to trade a turret back eventually. But getting that gold on the Tristana, who could take turrets out very quickly, is actually a really nice move here for FearX when they couldn't really get the prio to actually have that team fight with Nico. So even though it's not the team fight win they want, it's at least gold successfully put into the pocket of this mid Tristana that is going to be so relevant. Coming up soon here on this next Drake fight. Again, it's Chemtech Soul, so we'll have to wait and see how relevant and how much they do want to hard commit, but it is going to be useful.
Ooh. I'm feeling like a paranoia is going to happen. There's lots of pings all over the place. Most of them are D+'s ones. As Lucid, you can see, moving into position. No flash for him. Does have better flash, but needs to stand still to make that one happen. As Showmaker just dashing towards Execute.
Yeah, going for Malignance, so he's going to be double distorting a lot, and his mobility is going to be really tough to match. Sudi buys second. Wouldn't mind just going straight into Luden's Companion from here and just doing some additional burst / poke damage. And I mean, at this point in time, the lead is quite significant for D+ in that they have full control over the map. They have a, you know, very big Renekton that is very difficult to lock down, and Willer is kind of being followed by Poppy. Lucid is just kind of always tracking him, and so where's the angle for Willer to actually find an ultimate? No great targets, and even if you ult a Caitlyn, you got an Ashe there, you know, and so it's very difficult to get a kill there. Damage is quite high. The Nocturne is decently squishy, so he doesn't have great options because nobody's really overextending. No one's pushing up. They put the LeBlanc in the lane assignment against the Udyr to try to get a little bit more control bottom. But this means top side is all D+'s that are even getting vision cleared here, and they're going to grab mid turret. And that is, as I often like to say, the really important thing with champions like LeBlanc, who will have so much more agency once this turret drops.
Yeah, anyone that just wants to try and assassinate, to abuse Fog of War, to take those vision advantages, making the map dark, generally pretty good. You're exactly right. And so King up here towards the top side of the map, just going to clear out this wave. They do need to start taking more than just, you know, this one turret, D+, if they want to continue the pressure. But the thing is, they have a Caitlyn, so they can just move her to these other lanes, and she can just safely shoot turrets pretty comfortably.
And the Kalista is going to be, and the Kalista and the Tristana are going to scale decently well with this composition, but I don't feel like the front line of the Udyr that's significantly behind is going to be enough. It's going to have to be Engage that wins them these fights and sets the Kalista up. Otherwise, Caitlyn's just going to outrange, and the LeBlanc is going to outposition, and you could slow the Kalista when she's trying to come in with Ashe, and it's really hard to play this one out. And slow and steady is not the way to win this race. This is a hare's race right now for FearX.
Yeah, no, this is really tough. I do like that Execute is building damage. He's got his Hextech cookie.
Yeah.
So he's at least got some AP, because the rest of the team doesn't really have any at all. Of course, build Rage Blade and stuff like that. I mean, on-hit damage isn't all just physical, but still, it does feel like FearX are pretty priced into physical damage, and that means this Poppy is going to be very difficult for them to kill as the game goes on. Poppy just in general, very difficult to kill, but right now has a has a Frozen Heart, might build a Thornmail.
If it was Tristana getting that top turret, I'd be a little bit worried for D+. But it's an Udyr, and a Tristana is in danger.
The Tristana is in a lot of danger. There is the Paranoia. That is going to be the first one of the game. As, all right, Clear finding a little bit of an angle here for the heroic charge to really separate him from his team, and now the arrow to make it so it's even more difficult for them to get in there. Not sure about the Keeper's verdict, because I think they kind of wanted him to stay a little bit closer, as that is just going to be a fight that was sort of started and then absolutely stopped.
They got a turret, but it was Udyr who got the turret. Closer now teleporting mid, gonna force a teleport out of Showmaker, so they got that, but it's a turret for a turret, and a teleport used for clear to try to make something happen there, but Execute was never in range to actually look for a Pop Blossom. And that's the Nocturne turning the lights off, you know, just to see if the power is working, you know, jiggle the switch. Like, that was about all we got there, and no Execute ultimate means this composition feels like it was Ryu's gambit to see if they could get Execute value on a champion where he can be the deciding engage tool that FearX haven't really wanted him to be most of the time this series. But he hasn't been able to find any windows for it, and that's the really challenging part of this early game for FearX. And Udyr getting a turret topside doesn't really concern you for D+, because you got a Caitlyn coming up topside now, and this is going to be gold that's way more well used. And how do you deny this? You don't have Paranoia for a few more seconds here either.
I don't know how you're supposed to do it, Wolf, to be perfectly honest. I'm not the man with the answers. But I think maybe being able to find an opportunity to press buttons is probably going to be a really good start, because it's still just First Blood. There is nothing else that they've been able to find. And D+ are soon just going to be able to set up for sieges, and unless FearX can find it engaged, it is just over. I just don't think it gets easier.
It doesn't. It certainly does not. And as these turrets fall, it becomes way harder for Execute to find angles. That's why hunkering down on dragons, for example, or early objectives, forcing D+ to come to the Nico is definitely the way that most teams will play this. It's how T1 played it when Caria was playing the Nico support. And as we've seen other players play the Nico support over the years, you have to make them come to you, because if you just let a LeBlanc kind of hang out and chill and get vision and get turrets off the map, then the Nico can't flank because she's going to get blown up. And if D+ just are faster on the objectives and have prio, then you can't just like flash your way into a team fight. Even if the Nocturne turns the lights off, you put the Paranoia up, you're just not able to really easily get in range. And it's support Nico, so if she doesn't have teammates following up for her instantly, or a follow-up Fate's Call, for example, they just look at her and shoot her and she dies, and then that's the end of that. So everything that you have to do as FearX is so finessed, it's so complex, and this is why going into the end of the draft, I was like, it's tough. I don't think they can pull it off, and so far, they haven't been able to. It's just a really, really complex T1, you know, cosplay-esque type of composition here. And it's not over. The game is not over, but the game state is so poor now for FearX.
It's not really working. We've got the Tristana, or fake version of the Tristana. There were 3 of them, as 2 of them are in the mid lane, but it's going to be Execute and Henna just hanging out, getting rid of these minions. If they can break open the mid-outer turret, that would certainly be good news. Says Captain Obvious, or Atlas, as I like to go by as well. Getting any sort of priority on this map is just so hard when they're so reluctant to pull the trigger, and also when D+ are just very happy to play side lanes and then sit aiming underneath the turret. He has cleanse, flash, net, all these sorts of things, and he's building towards Lord Doms as item number 3. Very proud of aiming and how much he's leveled up his ability to not get baited by Boros.
He's buying the right things. He knows what to do.
Yeah.
He often did not, but right now he is doing the right thing. And Crypt Bloom second actually for Showmaker is going to be pretty good into this composition. It's going to be a little bit less bursty, a little bit less poke damage, but can really snowball team fights, and you're going to get that triggered off of the Nico blow up if she goes in and you kill her. Yeah. As well as, you know, the fact that there's going to be some MR built up eventually here for Clear. Like, he's going to try to go that route a little bit. You have to imagine if this game goes longer, will be relevant there too. So it's not a bad pick here.
Is it just, I guess, D+ move towards the Drake, they grab themselves Soul Point, and then FearX will fight for Soul.
I mean, the thing is, right now, it's kind of already checkmate in terms of setting up on this dragon. You can't get Execute into position to actually ult D+, unless you really hard force with Willer pressing R, and then he tries to find some crazy flank angle. But there's control wards on both entrances of the jungle here for D+, so they know every possible way FearX can engage, and so they can't, and so their comp doesn't work, and so GG? Question mark?
Yeah, and they have no vision, so it's not like you can just get Willa in there over the wall.
Yeah, there's these control wards are fantastic.
Yeah, they just can't see anyone as now King, and he's fighting against the Nocturne, does actually decide that he's going to slice and dice to get himself out of the way, and D+, realizing they do have access towards Execute here. It's going to be much more difficult for him to start off any sort of fight. And I think starting off the Drake, going to be something D+ are going to be pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, the health bars are starting to get low. Showmaker is poking them down. So good into Nico for this reason, the LeBlanc pick.
And Lucid just standing his ground, trying to make sure that FearX cannot find an angle Willa does have Paranoia. That's why he's the one that is given mid lane duty, as there is the Dominus. Keeper's verdict. Let's see who it lands on there, as sent back is Closer.
Dragon secured though.
Yep.
D+ could just walk away.
And no more kills. So this bloodless game that they were talking about, Kellen really wanted to get that CS. Okay, Arrow going to connect here, but they are blind. I don't really understand who it actually connected on. It might have been a hawk shot that went through beforehand, so maybe it wasn't blind, but still.
Kellen, they knew you. We already found out who the fake Nico was this time. You don't need to check it there.
Yeah, and also, like, we don't need to fight or anything like that.
So Kellen's arrows have been more impactful ultimates than the Nico ultimates so far. And that's
what Nico ultimates?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And those Kellen arrows have not been impactful. They gotta press R at some point. And you know, if you're patient like this, because you can't, if you're looking for what I like to call an idealistic engage, where you want it to be the perfect like 5-man and the Fates call 5-man knock up insanity, it's not gonna happen.
That's not my Fear X.
Yeah,
that is not this team. This team rams their head into the problem, Wolf. And right now, the problem's right in front of them, and they're not ramming their head into it, and it bothers me. Ah,
it's Fear Circle right now.
It is.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
And nobody's getting feared by Nocturne because he's not hitting anybody. This is going to be one of those games, Atlas, where the in-game damage chart, if this continues for D+, like all the Fear X champions are going to be like 0 damage.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a low-kill game.
I mean, I think everyone is going to be 0 damage except for Kingen. I think it's just going to be it's a big,
and Showmaker,
big
maybe.
crocodile part of the graph. Yes, and Showmaker as well. You're exactly right. But you're right. Fear X haven't really been able to do too much. Would like to actually see that graph. As you can see, big lead for aiming.
And Closer got a lot of money from turrets.
Yeah, he's 70 CS up. So he is, and he's sitting in side lanes and he's trying to get stuff done.
But he needs to have an engage so that he can hit the champions with his wallet.
Yep.
And
he also needs to not instantly die.
That's also true. That could be problematic if that came to pass. He would not enjoy it.
Hex Drinker might be a good idea this game. I think Closer is probably going to go, Lord Doms or something like that for item number 3. I think it would be all right. Okay, Paranoia! He's going to be onto the Renekton. Okay, but the Nico ultimate is actually going to come through the arrow. It's not the one that we really wanted there. And the Renekton almost managed to kill Nico, but he is going to go down. Now it's Clear's turn. Okay, Lucid coming on in, but Udyr runs really fast. He's going to run really fast, and he'll be fine.
That's not the ideal target in a team fight, but in an isolation, the Renekton can be killed, will be blown up slowly, but they have the CC to kind of lock him in place there. It's not before a critical objective, so I don't think D+ really care that much, but it's at least some proactivity here. Finally, they see him clearing this ward, and the call is, we're going on this. Renekton is on the edge of the Nocturne ultimate range. And he presses RR. The arrow is going to sail wide. He's just trying to keep parity, at least keep the advantage that he has over Execute in terms of ultimates used. But we finally got to see Nico press R, and they killed somebody.
It was
1
beautiful.
for 1.
Absolutely gorgeous. So it's something. I think they might need a little bit more than just that, but still, it's not the end of the world. And now we're sitting at, like, what is it, 0.033333 kills per minute.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it hasn't been a very bloodthirsty game.
No.
For Fear X, this is like another side of them that I was never expecting to see. And sometimes, teams show you another side that you're not expecting to see, and you like it.
Yeah.
This time I don't.
I don't think that the Kalista is going to turn into a Zeri at 30 minutes.
Oh, imagine if she did, though.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty cool.
Maybe Execute, like, somehow, because they've spent so much time together, just gives Henna the ability to transform into the Zeri.
I think it's still going to be a 0-0-1 Kalista when we get to these next few fights. I'm a little bit concerned about what that means.
Yeah. What about the 0-0-0 Caitlyn? Because Caitlyn often needs a bit of acceleration to get stuff going, but he is 43 CS up.
Yeah, I feel like
he's
kind of there. I feel like they've kind of done it. They've got a front line. He's got high range. And as long as we don't see him caught out of position, the window of time for the snowball for Fear X seems to have passed. As yes, they got the Renekton, but in 5v5s, will they ever find that angle is the question that they're going to have to answer for us, as Kingen does have teleport. He picked up GA for this Baron secure potentially, as Willer's starting it.
Yeah, they have put a little bit of damage into it. Of course, they can tank it relatively easily with clear. So possibly a bait. I expect the turn will come in. There was an arrow there as immediately Henna is going to throw down the cleanse. And now Paranoia comes in. The Pop Blossom only lands onto one as Lucid had soaked a lot of damage. The Heroic Charge is pretty good as Willa is going to be taken out. But Closer is now popping off in the fight. Kellen is going to go down for the second as the resets start to come in. Can Showmaker actually manage to make this one work is the question. As Kingen was trying to get the work done, but does give up on trying to kill the backline and instead tries to save Showmaker, who almost gets in there, does manage to get back out again and execute. What can you get done here? Kingen dives on in, and the Udyr is just fighting the Crocodile. Oh no, David, that is not what you wanted, but the stun is still going to be there. Oh man, he is just so tanky. And Showmaker is still here. The Baron is still here. Spin. No, he's not going to because he might just kill himself as there's the slice. And the Baron is not going to kill him this time. He still had GA, so everything was all right.
Atlas
oh man, what a blow. That was just a mess. And it was just a 3 for 3.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of not action, and then we had all of the action as the Pop Blossom isn't really the one they're looking for here on the turn, only catching Lucid. And notice the positioning here of aiming. He's trying to get as much chip in as he can. It's Closer that's kind of this threat on the side that is very concerning for D+, as eventually Lucid will go down. Willer goes down in trade. And then Execute here very, very low, trying to keep Kingen at bay, as this is just so hilarious. The near escape of aiming isn't good enough, and then are we really gonna watch the whole thing? I guess so. Blast Cone gets Kingen away for a little while, and then the other Blast Cone is a little bit less fortunate.
Oh, Showmaker
with a perfect return there.
I missed that just barely off to the end. Man, that was about as perfectly as you could play that.
Oh, Execute gets clear. It's like, I'm tired of your early game deaths, I'm getting revenge. And spacing is good until Showmaker shows up.
Yep. And Kingen, of course, wasn't going to die here, as we have seen Barons get last hits in the past. As clear, oh god. Showmaker finished Deathcap as he got back home, as arrows crisscrossing with the bullets. Very, very cute there, as we've got a clash of eras here on the bottom side of the map.
Udyr is not winning anything except...
All right, there's a Pop Blossom. The Fates call Pop Blossom. That was so sick. There is the Poppy going down. Paranoia comes in. Kingen has got GA Sterix. You're not going to kill him. And they are going to kill Lucid, though, so that should mean that Fearex now has a legitimate angle to pick up this Baron.
I mean, Showmaker was on a wild Udyr chase, is unsuccessful, and then suddenly they don't have enough vision here, and they kind of face-check the brush, and now a lot of damage put on the members of D+ here. They think they can start this up. There's no ult for Execute on the turn. Kingen still has GA. A lot of work to do for Showmaker, though, to carry this fight.
Yeah, they are definitely not going to be able to steal this one away, so Fearex... They collect themselves the Baron. They have a 200 gold lead. There is, like, in the meantime, there was a soul that went down for D+, but it was Chemtech, so it doesn't really do too much there as Execute going to get dove on. They're not bamboozled, but he isn't going to die. Just not quite enough.
Okay, so D+, I'm getting some shades of game one here where some mistakes are made, and now Fearex are back into the game. Fates call long-range engage here before they can even react. It's actually very clean. Fates call into the Pop Blossom, the blow-up kill there onto the jungler so they can guarantee the Baron is theirs, and Showmaker just not able to get there to contest quickly enough because he was chasing that Udyr. Now going to try to clear some vision, put the harass on once again, but this Baron buff is going to give a ton of deep vision and control before the Elder spawns.
Lucid. Who's trapping who here? Closer is going to get knocked up. He does manage to get himself out of there with the rocket jump, as there wasn't quite Kingen close enough to get that Ruthless Predator off and keep him in place for that little bit longer. Had to just quickly check his inventory to see whether there was anything there, as once again,
fake identification.
Tank up another arrow with his other body.
Man, Kellen should work security, dude.
Yeah, he knows the fakes. He knows where they are. As Execute once again just wandering towards them as not himself.
Kellen's ever like he holds a Nico up to the light and says, "That's counterfeit."
yeah. They bring a Nico in there, just like, what's his tooth? Oh yeah, it's not real. Yep. That's a fake, like they do with the coins.
Yeah.
Yep.
Showmaker's going to teleport you to catch this wave. Not a whole lot of real strong damage done. I mean, it's 1,500 on the Baron power play, which is decent here, but with the Tristana, you would have expected more here from Fearex.
And it's also like that's just the base money that you get for taking Baron.
So
and they
nothing
took it
big.
for free. So yeah, it's not really anything at all. As aiming, looking for some headshots. He does have 4 items. I mean, it's a lot for the Caitlyn. But so does Closer. I mean, Closer's absolutely huge as well. 3 items for Henna, but they're 3 really good ones, especially for a Callista. This is such a weird game. It's just very odd because FearX, they did manage to press their buttons, and it's worked so far.
Yeah, I mean, when they do press their buttons and when they surprise D+,
because I thought it was too late. I thought it was.
Yeah, same.
They were slowing it down too much.
Well, I mean, the truth is D+ made some kind of strange decisions, like Showmaker chasing clear to the end of hell, and then also the team getting caught by that Fate's Call, which is, to be fair, a great proactive set play from FearX, but D+ could have played a little bit more respectively respectfully around that, and then FearX get Baron, and map control gets taken away from a LeBlanc temporarily. But now D+ have the opportunity to put Showmaker back in the driver's seat. He also has his arm guard ready, so that's going to be a way for him to go really deep.
Once again, manages to hit the Nico.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Kellen, just not really a huge fan, I guess.
Security detail, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Back out onto the Rift once again as the cannon going to be secured by the Peacemaker. You love to see it.
So the next objective that we're going to fight over is 38-minute Elder, basically.
Speaking of coins.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the chances of both teams winning it based on setup. Like, I feel like if Showmaker and crew hold Prio, which right now they are because they have Shiv, they can clear these waves very quickly, they are going to be able to just kind of camp this and then push Execute away, and it's very difficult for Closer to get in there and do stuff. But if FearX get on there first, or if the engage is fantastic, if it's Fate's Call, long-range Nico Bomb, and they actually end up getting Caitlyn, then yeah, maybe they could win this. I mean, it's really hard for me to predict what's going to happen. It's going to be all about the setup in the next 65 seconds here. And then the execution, no pun intended, of what Execute's going to get done here. He's got Seekers now as well for the most important fight of the game. It's going to be fireworks, I can tell you that much.
We've got Elixirs coming in. I think Aiming just purchased one. You can see the Elixir of Iron in Lucid's pocket as well. And so they are ready almost towards some defensive items here for Henna, but not quite able to put them together just yet. Still, having the Negatron and the Chain Vest going to be pretty nice. 30 seconds on this Elder as FearX well and truly in control of the area.
The follow-up for Ash Arrow is pretty non-existent here as well for D+, so Kellen, we've been joking about his arrows, but he can't like set up for something before this fight happens, not realistically. And FearX, they have Prio. 15 seconds to go. The ball's in their court. And Execute, he is the main character. He and Willer can start this off. That's what this comp does. And finally, they wrestle control the most important objective in the game. See what D+ can find here is Showmaker unable to get any poke done as this dragon spawns.
Yeah, Control Ward goes into the pit though, so at least they do have full vision. The Drake is going to be pulled out. I love this proactivity from FearX.
It's Callista, you're on a clock, D+.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're going to have to really find some way of engaging. There's the arrow. It's going to interrupt the pop blossom, but it manages to land into the Renekton into the back line anyway. He's got a GA, remember, but Lucid, he's on the Dragon, and they are just not going to be able to get in there. The Tristana also falls down. The Flash Heroic charge is fantastic, but the cleanse is there from Henna, but he is eaten by a Dragon from above. And D+, they just take it all. The burn comes on through and Execute. Okay, not going to die just there. That was very close to him just burning down.
I cannot believe
that
Kellen found the real Nico and won the game.
And in the perfect time as well. The bamboozlement, the bamboozler herself was then ultimately bamboozled.
I cannot believe the Ash Arrow just ruins the day for FearX, and that is all it takes. D+ are going to win the series.
They are. Execute's going to go golden, but he is then going to die. And with Elder and with all of this, it is going to be Aiming, just grabbing all of these kills. Nexus turret's going to go down now with 280 carries and a LeBlanc. This is not going to take very long at all. And as we crest the 40-minute mark, D+ Kia will pick up the 2-1 victory over FearX in what was one of the stranger games that we've seen, with one of the most surprise decisive team fights that we've seen.
I mean, what a wacky and weird game. There were several things in place for D+ if the engage actually was a little bit more successful.
Positioning was good. Caitlyn's long range. You have the Renekton on the flank, so maybe they could actually keep some of that follow-up damage down if the Pop Blossom does connect. But Kellen's just tracking the angle he's taking. He knows the timing. He finds the real one, blocks her from actually getting into the fight, and then that's the end of the Nico. That's the end of the engage. That's the end of the fight, because Tristana alone isn't going to be able to get it done with an Udyr frontline. Kingen, fantastic laning phase. Overall, pretty good skirmishes from him.
I think actually Kingen looked pretty good in all 3 of the games. I think that Kingen has continued to go from strength to strength. I feel like there was just a lot of pressure on both of these teams. In this game number 3, you could feel that there was nerves. Something was stopping them from wanting to be the ones to make the mistake that ends the game, right? And it felt like it was on a knife's edge, so that pressure was absolutely critical.
For D+, I feel like this game meant way less. After they won one game in the series, they knew they were going to playoffs. But for FearX, you were so close to upsetting D+, and then that's one step closer to catching Kwangdong, and maybe the miracle run could have come through, and it comes down to an Elder fight, it comes down to a Kellen arrow, and they don't get it done. They don't win the series. One of the closer ones. One of the only hopeful ones for FearX, because they've just been getting crushed on this losing streak. 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s. And finally they get a game. They bring us to 3. They've got a decent draft for Execute. But D+ prevail in the end.
Yeah. This was one of the first times that we saw the Pop Blossom utilized. It's one of those arrows that we were talking about. So much of this, it feels like it's one of these compositions that loves to play around level 6 and stuff like that, but this is quite late into the game where we're starting to see these paranoias utilized. And this was such a great fight from FearX. You really saw that they understood the game plan of this composition. It's just ultimately at the very end, they were outplayed.
And I think more than FearX not being able to find value with these is just D+ played so carefully, so safe.
Minus Showmaker here.
Yeah, this is actually insane.
My God.
And then he just hits the chain like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like it's a targeted ability. Just clicks on him. And I think that D+ were just super patient overall about trying to find out what the angles are, getting deep vision. And then Kellen, it's the slow channel, and Kellen says no. And also clear on the other side of the fight is losing out to Showmaker, and the positioning here of the GA Renekton is just so good.
And they get the Elder right in time for Kingen to hit the execute threshold and take down Closer. Really heroic backline efforts there as well, as we have a listen to D+. They take down the base.
Play it slow, finish it.
You can see it's a lot of concentration here for everyone. The only smile that I can really see is Showmaker, but that's often what you can see.
Yeah, I'm always curious to see who's talking. You know, a lot of lucid discussion in this final one. So, yeah, very vocal in those final moments. But I think you could see on the players' faces as well. They were hoping for a clean 2-0 here with no real opposition. It was a tougher series to win, I think, than they came into today thinking it was going to be. So not a win they want to celebrate too hard, but I think some good plays overall, especially from our solo laners here for D+.
Yep, shoutouts to Kingen doing the most damage in the game as a Renekton with a Tristana and a Kalista and things like this. That is no mean feat. And we have some news for you after this beautiful 6-game day. We are back to live next week. So we are not going to be recordings, no more of that, and it is just going to be streamed live here at LOL Park. Unfortunately, there's not going to be an audience while we make sure that everything is sorted out, but hopefully everything can be back to normal ASAP. And on that note, let's throw it back to the space to break down that series.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work, and very good news that you guys did deliver there at the end. Hope to be live with no issues, and everything is just smooth. We'll see how that does go. But yeah, that game 3, it was technically League of Legends, although I felt like I was kind of reading a novel there for about 30 minutes, and then eventually FearX decided, hey, you know what, let's try to actually fight this game.
Hey, Valdas, you can't do novels like that, man. That's disrespectful to books. I love books. That was no book. I don't even know what it was. Because very clearly, FearX had it in their mind that they could actually win the Elder flip, and I think they could have. They didn't. they didn't use the combo that won them the one team fight that happened before the 45-minute debacle. I don't even know how long this game was. This game just like Hooney, it broke Hooney. Look at him.
He's a broken man.
I mean, it was a game. It was a game.
Was
you know,
it?
It was a long game, but it was a long term. I mean, it's just like the draft. It started with like I think it's just like the Furious. I still would like to like I like the
plan was so good.
Yeah, I mean I like the concept that from the draft, right? Like they have a so vulnerable on the bot lane with having just Ashe and Kate, and sure, I mean they also got the Nocturne. They got the Kalista with the Nico set it up on the bottom, and also we were like begging like please closer, just pick something like Tristana, and he actually did.
And he was good.
It was everything was good. Like he was the best member in lane through the lane phase.
Really, the only thing that really cost Fearx, I understand wanting to keep the mid counter pick to last so that you can know. Yeah, they don't know where the Nico is going, so it gives you an edge there, and you get closer a good matchup. But I wish they would have gone for Renekton, because I think Renekton right now is actually in the spot that he always used to be, where you can pick him blind, and if you end up playing into something like a Gnar, it'll be tough, but it won't be, I think, unplayable to the extent that it was this time around with Udyr really struggling, which didn't really end up mattering because the game went on to the point where Udyr was completely fine again because the lead was not that relevant. And you look at this draft, like, man, I'm sure they're going to play a really proactive mid and early game. Let's go to highlight.
Yeah, surely.
32 minutes in.
So they did it. They finally decided, okay, we're going to pretend we're doing Baron. And by the way, there is vision on Baron. It didn't matter. But they didn't see in this bush. And so they face-checked it, and Fearx finally decided, okay, we're going to use our combo. And it worked.
You feel safe because you're a tank Poppy. And that's really, I think this is the moment where Fearx went, oh god, we should have done this way earlier.
But this is 32 minutes.
Yes.
And the soul's gone.
Yes.
There is a control ward on the Baron.
The one thing
they weren't doing
the
Baron.
one thing I loved about that play is that the only thing that was, I think, good about Fearx their plan this game was that they recognized that Chemtech Drake doesn't matter. Let that soul go. Just flip for Elder.
Yeah.
And then win the Elder flip.
I think that was the one positive from this game. It was a rough one. I mean, to be fair, Fearx, I think they kind of got in their heads a bit, and they were like, we're not 100% sure about if we're going to get a clean engage. And to be honest, the one time they tried to flip the Elder, they thought they had the angle, and then Kellen decides, okay. By the way, shout-outs to Amy. He gets the aim down, and then the arrow comes out at the perfect time, stops the engage, and that's really the win. Lucid also knocks away the jungler.
But you have Kalista ult! You can't counterplay Kalista ult! Why did Execute just walk in?
I don't know. It's a carnival, I guess.
Unsolved mysteries.
And then, so there's two things. There is that arrow hit by Kellen, and then just to make sure that no shenanigans happen, Lucid ults away Nocturne, and that's it. That's the game. Those two plays?
Yeah, I mean, it's Elder. It's a Poppy. Just ulti enemy jungler and just secure the smite. What a great play. I mean, it is like the best play ever it can be, and that's how they won. I mean, sure, also Fearx, even though it was a really close game, Fearx, really nice to see. Like, they're trying to, you know, stall the game until Elder spawn. It was it, you know.
Just the thought.
That was it.
So this DK, and then also KT that we saw today, one of those two teams is probably going to be our 4th seed.
Yeah.
Like,
They're kind of in a rut, to be honest. I think they are both kind of struggling to end games, and they're trying to scale, and they're saying, okay, we're just going to wait until the enemy makes a mistake. And to be honest, they got wins today. It wasn't easy. It was a couple of 2-1s, but let's see at the end of the day who does get the final POG of this one. Over to the side of D plus Kia, it will be Kingen on the Croc, as he won lane, and then he was Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, 10 minutes, he was already double CS. I mean, sure, there was a jungle help, there was a teammate help, but still, he was be able to find, like, generate the lead by himself. It's just Renekton on Kingen.
And it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Kingen. Here's a present.
Kingen. It's just a little gift for the crocodile. I imagine a smattering of votes here. We had no idea who to vote for. Actually, zero clue.
To be honest, I think you had to vote for someone who did something in the Elder Drake fight because it was the only one that mattered. And King kind of just stood there and...
There we go. That's my jungle vote. He ulted me jungler. He just did too much.
Yeah, I voted for the arrow.
Yeah.
It was he hit the one.
Honestly, I think you guys were right. That's who I would have voted for as well, one of those two. But that's not who won it. Kingen was the Croc. He won lane, and then he stood there tankily. It's a thing. Guys, we're going to take a look at the weekly best ceremonies from this week of Week 7. We already know the winner, but let's look at them all now. Envy.
The bird.
Flappy Flap.
The dragon.
Smolder.
And you might think, oh, obviously it's gonna go to Envy, right? Because yeah, he's flapping a little bit. It's fine, but we are here to tell you that no, it's also not Carrier. He's had some great celebrations. I don't think this holds up compared to his Gojo one. Genji, obviously.
Genji number 1.
Yeah, dunking on, but be ready, because I think it's about time.
Prepare yourself.
Look at the joy on his face.
Look at that!
All right, that's our winner. On this space, at least.
He looks so happy. He has a little jumpy jump as well. It's got to be Teddy.
Agreed. So let us know who you think wins. We may have influenced this vote a little bit.
No.
But who do you think did better? Definitely let us know. So yeah, it was Teddy.
It's Teddy. It's also DRX, like that win was actually so big for them. The fact that they were able to get the 2-0 win doesn't mean great things for Guangdong, but it means great things for DRX. And I think that team really deserved a break.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation. Today, joined by Showmaker and the birthday boy Kingen after their victory, and they also secured a spot at the playoffs. How do you feel? Yeah, I mean, feels great to be already having a spot over at playoffs regardless of the remaining schedule. And also happy with the winning streak too. Exactly the same. Happy that we are continuing the winning streak, and also happy that we are already at playoffs. Showmaker, the featured matchup of the series was the mid lane, you versus Closer, and both mid laners were winning POGs game by game. What did you focus on when it comes to the mid lane matchup? Well, Closer is definitely one of the aggressive player in terms of gameplay, so I tried to kind of stay alert of his play style when playing out the laning phase. Fun fact about your Karma. Karma has become one of your favorite picks this season, but it was actually the first time you actually won a POG on Karma. Well, to be honest, Game 1 Karma was not the best level. I don't think the Mantra Qs were landing right. But Game 2 Karma was way better. My skill shots were cleaner. So, yeah, I had a really good game in Game 2. And in that game, you ended up getting a pentakill as well. 10-0 and 4, and your 4th pentakill in your career. Never in my life I have imagined that I would actually get a penta on Karma, but somehow I got really lucky to pick up all the kills. And Kingen, we saw Camille locked in as a counter into Aatrox. What did you focus on when it comes to the laning phase? I can say Camille does have the edge in the later phase of the game, so I wanted to make sure that I get to win a lot early on in the game. And I got a lot of help from my teammates as well, so I was able to be in a really good spot. In Game 3, you picked LeBlanc as Karma was banned. What are the strengths of LeBlanc in this meta? She has great tools to survive. And also, I just didn't want to play passive pick into Fear X's comp. So with those combined, you know, LeBlanc can kind of pull off a lot of plays. She can survive, and also she can be really proactive. And Kingen, we did not have any skirmish happen up until 27 minutes into the game in Game 3. Well, we had a very strong lane picks for the bottom lane, and then Fearx also answered back with a very strong lane picks on the bottom lane too. So it's either go really, you know, quiet or go really crazy. So as a Renekton, I just wanted to make sure that I can be the X factor of the comp. So after a very long game, you guys were able to get the soul and also get the Elder. When was the moment that you guys were confident that you'll close out the game with a win? When I saw the Elder message showing up that Poppy secured it, I was like, yeah, we won it. But we were not sure whether we can actually end there. But after we got a kill on Tristana, and then we were like shouting bottom, 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 I was finally relieved that we will be able to end the game. Well, I was just like dancing with Udyr, and then like lights were out, and then I was just yelling in chaos, and then somehow like our team got the Elder. So like my team is the best, and yeah, after that we were able to win out the game smoothly. And Kingen, happy birthday! Did you get any birthday wishes from your teammates? Not really. I think they saved up to give you a birthday wish at this interview on stage, right? Yes, of course. And the sign said, I'm Showmaker, and I'm gonna sing to celebrate Kingen's birthday. And that's a message from the fan, right? You cannot ignore that. I will find you. I will find who you are. who made that fan sign. Anything you wanna say for Kingen? And a cute birthday song for Kingen from Showmaker. Thank you so much, Showmaker. I'm so happy. And with this birthday song buff, I think I will perform way better next time. Now that DK secured a spot at playoffs, now it's all about, you know, improving the performance up until the playoffs. And next week, you guys are going up against T1 and Gen G. I can say for sure that it's a very tough schedule for us, and I'm not happy with how we performed today, so I hope we can improve our performance as much as we can over the course of the given time. I feel the same, you know. I think the remainder of the round 2 schedule will be the final practice to be on the best form heading into the playoffs. I really wish that we can do our best in the upcoming schedules. And this will be the end of the interview from Showmaker Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings now. D plus Kia with another big win on the board. It was a 2-1, but staying one win ahead of KT is going to give you that potential side selection when it does come down to playoffs in the 4 versus 5 matchup, which is kind of where it seems like those two teams will end up, although it's not 100% decided just yet, of course.
Really unfortunate for Fearx. They could have really used a win in this one. Would have meant that they went to 4-10, which could have maybe, in a world where Kwangdong continued their unfortunate descent, it could be an angle. Right now, even with Kwangdong's recent form and their opponents next week, although Fearx obviously I think they should be able to take, like Hanwha Life. That is tough, and if you get 2-0 by DRX, are you really gonna feel confident going up against Fearx? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, the Guangdong Freaks is still not in there. So, and also it's like we probably have the eyes on like who get the, the seed, upper seed. I think that's going to be the key point.
Maybe DK versus Gen G is good again. It wasn't last time, but it historically always was.
Should be pretty interesting. We're going to be doing the CL co-streams as well, so make sure to check those out on
Brendan
Monday,
is.
Tuesday. And guys, we are live starting next week. Week 8 will be back here starting on Wednesday, which is March the 13th. So we'll be live without an audience at 5 p.m. on weekdays and 3 p.m. on the weekends as it used to be. So that's really awesome that we can slowly get back to normal. Make sure to check out the official social media for more updates on that. But guys, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much for watching the LCK, and we'll see you next week.